You're live. All right. Hey, welcome to Brick by Brick Vets. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for chatting into the YouTube. That's all right. That's okay. I went into pretty big detail on Twitch. You can check me out on Twitch, same name. Describes that. But so I was talking about what we're covering tonight, which is I just decided to take like a giant leap of faith, if you will, and cover my normal algorithm on YouTube here. And so we're going to be covering that tonight. I was saying I am a big Second Amendment supporter, and that'd be one of the first videos we cover. There'll be a ton of other stuff, but that up front, I was talking about. I don't want to go over everything again and bore everybody that has been here on Twitch, so just bear with me on that. But basically, I was saying that like your rights within the Constitution, right? You know, the one right that is really messed with when you cross, like if you cross a state line, this is what I was getting to. If you go from Virginia to say Maryland, right? Your right to free speech just doesn't stop because you cross state lines. Your right to unreasonable search and seizures does not stop. Your right to not self-incriminate does not stop, right? So there's just a few, obviously. But the Second Amendment, however, is just nonstop messed with. You know, whether you have a permit, there's no reciprocity, there's all these issues. And so I was just saying that here in Virginia, overnight, we went from like a very two-way friendly state, and our state constitution being very clear about our right to keep and bear arms, to like wicked dystopian laws. You know, they've made up new terms: assault firearm. You know, I was explaining this earlier. You can go back on Twitch and check it out if you want me to explain. Ian from Forgotten Weapons, you can check him out. He discusses what an assault weapon is, the actual military term for that, and it's not some made-up bullshit that these politicians are coming up with. And so that being said, there's like no, you know, they're just banning on July 1st. It's just, we're done. You know what I mean? We're just pretty much cooked in the state. And so they're doing magazine bans. They're banning pretty much anything that's semi-automatic, center fired, pistol, rifle, you name it. We are the forefront of what could happen to your state. Like the flip overnight. It's dystopian in the fact that like this is like a ton of gun legislation that is just being slammed on top of us like
that
overnight.
Is absolute dog shit.
So that being said, yeah, there's no going back, dude. Like it's just the problem that I have with it is that on July 1st, they're clearly going to be making many individuals, many people in their 80s that aren't going to see these laws or news or whatever else into criminals. Like guys who might have had an old firearm that's not serialized or had made one, like actually went and built one by hand, which is completely legal federally to an individual's right to build a weapon. And so those guys are going to be made into criminals like that.
Ads for Brick by Brick Warriors.
Thank you, Cherry. Thank you. Let me catch a couple of these. Total. 588 to the channel is freaking wild, dude. Hey, thank you. Kill Cam Pat. Way too many people are allowed here to allow that to last long. Way too many Hill people to allow that last long. I might have missed what that meant, but yeah. Probably YouTube is down. My guy, probably Israel. That's actually a really funny comment. That's the thing. It's like I said, you know what? I'm gonna go off on a whim, and I'm just gonna go and jump into my algorithm, and we're just gonna watch some of the shit that I cover when I'm working out or I'm doing a project or whatever. Like I wanted to do that, and like I said, hopefully bring some a little bit of joy and happiness and hope to all the bullshit that's going on. But this one affects me directly, and so I'm covering it. One of the cases that is going on that I do want to talk about real quick is there's like a soccer mom, right? I got to get the exact name. I got TBS. So names and me don't mix too well. I got to remember the exact case on, and part of me, I am very off the cuff. Try to be as genuine, authentic. I am. That's just what I do. I just spit it off the cuff. I don't have a script or any of that other shit. So part of me, if I don't have all the exact details written for me, I probably should take notes and probably should cover that, but I don't have it. That being said, this fuck, dude, I'm just gonna look up the damn case law real quick so I don't sound like a complete idiot. Woman. This is going all the way to the Supreme Court. This one, you stick around. You want to hear this one. This is what I was trying to tell you, where no other okay. Eva Marie Gardner. So that's what we're talking about. Had a conceal permit here in Virginia, went over to the state of Maryland, was traveling to Pennsylvania in travel, was going to see her mother, right? So I know the case off the top of my head. So she goes up, she's going to see her mother, she gets in a car accident, and the gist of it was like some scary, threatening guy, basically road rage incident starts to take place, and he starts approaching the vehicle. So she takes out her permit, right? Her concealed permit, says, "Hey, I'm a concealed carry, back off, bud." You know, and then calls police response and waits for them to arrive on scene, and tells dispatch, I'm a permit, I am a licensed carry, and I have this on me, and so on and so forth. And this happens in Maryland, right? And so everything goes fine. Cops arrive, they take all this in it, and they end up arresting and charging her. So she ends up getting charged with gun possession and all illegal gun possession, all this other stuff, even though she is completely legal citizen, has all of her affairs in order, had a permit, never had a criminal record, any of that stuff. She is now, it has gone all the way up to the Supreme Court because, as I said, imagine you cross state lines and your First Amendment right was just done. It's unthinkable, right? But this could happen to you, and it's happening here. So it's important for me. Yeah, this is why I'm covering this, because I've been getting nothing but bad news, bro, on what's going on. And if you've seen this we have a Democratic senator that's, and like I said, this channel is not here to bash left, right, whatever. I lean right, like I said. I'm definitely a constitutionalist. I'm for your rights. That's important to me, especially for my veteran community. But I'll tell you what, man, this one guy he's oh man, just absolute mockery of himself. I almost don't like talking about the way he approached these recent tragedies and stuff that he said, because it's just, I'm going to, but it's insane what he was saying, like the way you should approach it. It's kind of heartbreaking, but let's not be a downer. Let's not start the stream off that way. Either way. J Rich, what up? Does Maryland recognize West Virginia concealed permit? We could look it up. You would have to reciprocity laws. Bless you, sweetheart. I highly doubt it, because in West Virginia, West Virginia is one of the most Second Amendment friendly states. You know what I mean? Don't take my word on it. So does Maryland have, I guess, reciprocity with WV? I doubt it. Yes, Maryland has reciprocal. This I'm wrong. Agreement. No, that's wrong. Okay. There you go. For concealed carry. Does, and I did not put PA. Does MD. Dude, what in the actual hell? No, they do not. And the thing is that West Virginia is very, very open. West Virginia is so two-way. It's like constitutional carry. West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken off the top of my head, like basically, I'm even surprised they have a concealed carry. Maybe they do just so you can carry in other states, but yeah. I think they do, obviously, right? But yeah. Let's definitely cover some of these chats before I jump in. He said, "Hey, Wild Cherry, hey, girl." Yo, thank you for that gift. Again, I do want to cover this video, though, in a minute. Hell. About the 2A infringement. West Virginia is full country folk that won't allow those laws to last long. Yeah, even here. So here in Virginia, there is a lot of sheriffs that are, just like the old whatever sanctuary cities that, you always you hear about. There's a lot of sheriffs that have come together and said, "Hey, we're not going to enforce these laws." And they're like, "What do you mean, like a Second Amendment sanctuary?" And they're like, "Call it whatever you want. We're not fucking enforcing this. And we're still going to work with ICE. And we're still going to do this and that." It's a wicked political environment right now. It's like crazy. No matter where you stand. So, but the thing is that we had like a flip of politics. We had Governor Glenn Youngkin. And I'll finish on this. I'm going to read a couple more comments and we're gonna cover this video. So the governor, Abigail Spanberger, right? She is the one that will likely cite, if she doesn't veto this, which I would highly doubt she's going to do any of that. But I have an argument to all of it, right? So all these individuals that are making this law. So two of the senators doing this. I don't know about one is Jay Singh, and the other one is Saddam Salim. And he is a naturalized citizen from overseas. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to sit here and fucking rage out or get everybody all going. But I'm going to say this, man. Like, he has been pushing this for a long time. And God bless him. Whatever. Do whatever you want, man. But at the end of the day, the governor's going to sign this in. And there's a specific issue that bothers me about the verbiage that is being used and this right being taken away. And so the issue that I have is, my wife, she did a detail. She leans more left, and so we're married, and we don't really butt heads. We have, I guess, in the past, but all in all, like she we have a balance to some degree, right? And so I can remember distinctly when she met the former governor, Glenn Youngkin, and I said, he seems like a great guy and all stuff, and I kind of followed along and everything. Like, I loved what he did, right? But I really learned to love him after that event, and since then, since he had stopped being governor. And so what happened was she met with him, and she described to me how he was and how great of a guy, all the stuff. And I'll just say this: excellent governor, in my opinion. Okay. Now, that being said, we have an understanding of how their security detail works. So the problem that I have is, right, so if Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia, if she is going to go do like a talk or like any of these politicians, right, when they go out to do, when they go to have a talk somewhere, or they arrive at your, they go to talk to your school, or they're going to talk to your local, I don't know, they show whatever they're going to show up to do public speech or whatever else, they're going to have a security detail. And not to get into OPSEC or how that all operates, but I'll break it down to like a kindergarten degree, right? There's going to be a marksman guy. I'm trying to be careful how I word this because I don't want to be taken the wrong way. I'm just like, look, they're going to have personal security, and those people are going to be using the exact things that they're trying to take away from the public. Now, look, I don't think that they shouldn't have that. But what I'm saying is, though, if you're going to make these laws, maybe you should be waiting if something, you know what I mean? Like we all have to wait for God knows how long for police response, but you don't expect the same of yourself. You expect our kids to go to school. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make sense to me. And so I just don't think you're putting your money where your mouth is. And there's nothing worse to me as a politician than putting your money where your mouth, being disingenuous. And so I don't care whose side you're on, left, right, whatever. Like, for me, in the political space, I will call it wrong on either side for me. And I truly do stand by that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. What up, Horf? How you doing? I traded my Glock old duty weapon on a new pistol. Got a SMP M&P Shield X. So the M&P series, I am hearing, is like, from everything I see, is like the gun, man. Matt, thank you very much, by the way, for giving me the heads up on the YouTube. People that do it last not long. 100% C states drawing their own lines. Yeah, it's getting really insane. They're trying to redistrict the entire. State of Virginia right now to be. Before we had like representation that was almost 50-50 of Republican and Democrat. So we had, but it was like 40-something% to 50-something%. Red, if you will, team red, team blue. So we had like fair representation, and we are one of those like purple states. But then after Governor Youngkin left, now we have a Democratic governor. People are just full send, and they try to redistrict so that all of the districting map goes into the proposed maps all go in towards DC, like go towards Arlington. And so they're trying to make it so that we have a 10-to-1 ratio of Democratic rule. Look, the thing is like they're playing off rules of the stuff that happened in Texas. You can't sit here and complain if like your party is also played with this too. I don't know all the details into it, so I mean maybe you guys can comment on it. But you can't be like, oh, I want to be super mad about that because I do think it's wicked manipulative, and I'm really tired of the popular vote not winning or just like having more of a voice of reason amongst all Americans. But you can't really be upset if one party pulls some bullshit and the other party tries to get away with it. I mean, like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like you have to be, I'm not saying I'm understanding of it. I think it's all stupid, but it kind of pisses me off. You know what I mean? I think as long as there's a fair and reasonable solution, yeah. But like clearly manipulating the voting lines is I mean, you're leaning towards like you're literally leaning. I'm be careful my verbiage, man, because I don't want to be one of these fucking guys. I don't want to be one of these channels, dude, that starts saying all this wicked, polarizing, crazy, political, you know the terminology I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I don't want to be one of those guys claiming that someone's like a fascist or something like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. Number one, I get it. The world is crazy. There's a lot of stuff going around. But unless you know something, stop saying you fucking know something. Stop calling people these crazy names that clearly have nothing to do with the way America is, right? Don't be part of the problem. And that's part of the reason why I did this tonight, why I'm covering it. Don't be out there saying these super hateful, untrue things. You could say, Dave Chappelle covered this and he said, hey, I think, I suspect, and my opinion is. Those are great ways to go about if you don't know something, right? You shouldn't be spreading false information, and that includes naming people in the wrong way. However, I will say, after beating around the bush about this a little bit, redistricting a state on purpose so that all the lines draw in towards is somewhat manipulating yourself into a regime, if you will. There's some harsh words for you, I guess. It's, as far as I'll take it. I don't want to say tyranny and dictatorship and all that stuff, but like they're all, because here's the deal. We are still a democracy. Games are played. The Supreme Court protects us, right? There's a lot. We have we have a system design here of true democracy. And I do believe that. However, they're still going to play fucking games. And at some point, you have to call it what it is. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to get into this super flamboyant verbiage of that other people do by putting headliner statements on people and calling them things they're not. I won't do that. That being said, I'm kind of rambling here. We'll get into this video though for sure. And let me comment this. It shoots well. Just got to go back up. New pistol. Yes. Shoots well. Just got my grip. Tat and drifting left at 30 yards. I feel like you should have kept both, to be honest with you. What up, Fresh? How you doing, bro? Gerrymandering is bullshit 100%. Yeah, totally agree. Yep. They did redistricting here. Oh, okay. And I don't hate it. We've had city folks making decisions in the boonies my whole life. Now it's just about right. Yeah, see, that's why I'm torn on it. I can't really comment that this is crazy and blah, 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 and act like we don't have other states doing the same thing that are Republican leaning. I'll leave it at that. Let me, I have not seen this video. Shout out Virginia Insider, Virginia News and Commentary. I think some of these guys are attorneys and stuff. I'll shout for them in case they're not. It's obviously not advice or whatever. I don't know, whatever the fucking disclaimers need to be. But I need to hear some good news because I've been hearing nothing but terrible news. So I'm going to react to this video and see what's up. You've been trying to contact me about my cards or you want to call? I'll give you a call, bro. Not right now, but yeah, I got you. I'll call you tomorrow, bro.
I'm going to tell you about the Republican who took yet another special election in Virginia in what is an urban area, one of the cities in this state. And we're not only going to tell you about how he won, we're going to tell you about how he overperformed and how this could have a direct impact on Democrats' efforts to gerrymander the state.
Oh, there's your word.
Republicans are fired up and turning out the early vote like never before. Hello, everyone.
Fresh.
I'm Uriah Kaiser.
Thank you,
Welcome
Eddie.
to Virginia Insider. We are giving you the news and information you need to take back your Commonwealth and your community. Please like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notifications so you know when we post new content about where you live right here in Virginia. Republicans in Virginia Beach were celebrating on St. Patrick's Day, luck of the Irish as it were. Republican Andrew Rice beat out Democrat Cheryl Smith, stomped the Democrat in this race.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you because, so here's the thing. The governor here ran on being a moderate, and she has been anything but that. There's a lot of things that have happened recently, and I'm really irritated with the governor's work. I really wish she would come around and be more reasonable and be what she said she was going to be, which is moderate. I don't have, this. A large portion of the world today in our country is just totally inflamed with the other side. So much to the point where we're disregarding facts. But I could tell you, like, when you blatantly lie in your, you're running. Hold on.
Sketch Tattoo, you just subscribed.
Hey, Sketch, how you been, man? Thank you, bro. Thank you for the resub. When you run on one thing in your like in your campaign, and then you just do a polar opposite shift, I got a problem with that. I don't care if you're the president. I don't care if you're the governor. I don't care if you're Senate. Like, that's so wrong. Shout out, by the way, Brandon Herrera. He won. He won in Congressional District 23 of Texas. If you ain't heard about that, go check it out. I'm happy about that. Those who know, bro. But yeah, man, I don't know. Governor Spamberger, like, she just said, like, hey, I'm going to be a moderate. I was like, okay, so how bad can this be, Sure, my wife, who's now leaning much more right now, used to be, like I said, pretty staunch Democrat. She's not so much anymore. And I gotta say, put it this way: if you could change my wife's mind, bro, you done effed up, dude. Like, for real. She came in and she's like, yeah, we're gonna be moderate. And I think that's the way for the Democratic Party. I think, like, and I'm not trying to encourage them, because I'm fed up. Me personally at 44, I'm done. I get it, but as far as I'm not playing fucking games anymore. Like, I'm someone who has voted for Democrats before, but moving forward, you're gonna have to do some convincing for me to do that. And I'm not saying I wouldn't. A lot of people don't like that. When you say that, you're a traitor, blah blah blah. No, I'm being honest. Like, if I would vote for an independent in a fucking heartbeat, dude. I just want people who are balanced, man. But when you come in with this, like, when you have a track record and then you do this shit like the governor's doing here, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's her work history. She's worked for the CIA. I mean, maybe your trust stops right there, dude. I don't know, man. I mean, I'd like to think that most people up at the, the most high, one of the highest form in the intel community, you'd be a high-speed person, a patriot, Why the fuck are you messing with the Constitution? I just don't like it. So she came in saying she's going to be a moderate, and then she's just changed all these policies, dude. So she's pissed off a lot of people. So I'm not surprised that this guy won in probably a largely Democratic area. APAC, yeah. I seen Sean Ryan. We might cover that video too. I watched earlier. Sean Ryan's got a real special guest talking about this issue with the counterterrorism director Kent, a special warfighter, Green Beret. 11 tours, like, high-speed dude, Gold Star member, poor wife, she passed away. And sad story, and absolute hero. And so Sean Ryan has a new episode where he covers with somebody. They're covering that. I don't know where I stand with it right now. I don't have enough information to speak on it. We're going to cover some of that too. Yeah, we're sending it. F it, But he said something about, like, last time he came in saying about AIPAC, a lot of people are torn up, making the jokes like, well, Israel's running the country, you know what I mean? I still don't understand a lot of that stuff. So me personally, and I'm not afraid to talk about it. I don't feel comfortable making blanket comments or bold opinions on things that I'm not educated enough in. And I've educated myself on a lot of these subjects, but like I said, I think we discuss them and look at them together. Sorry, I'm boring you with this Virginia one first. But dude, I need to hear some positive fucking news. I've heard nothing but, we're going to be trying to turn military veterans and cops and shit into criminals overnight on July 1st. And I'm not kidding about that. Depending on grandfathering laws and transportation, there are going to be people who get hemmed up over this. I'm telling you right now. Super sad. I will call you fresh. I got you. Sketch. Thank you, Cherry. I stopped voting. I have reasons for sure. Totally, bro. Hey, bro. Sketch. Dude, you ain't got to ever explain yourself to me. Like, I'm just saying it like this. Dude, I get you, man. I'm not saying I agree and do what you're doing, but of everyone in this chat right now, like, someone who stands on business, like, John's gonna like it's my boy, dude. We served together. He's a real one. You know what I mean? And I'd say I don't vote. You know where he's kind of leaning with that, in my opinion. And he could speak for himself, but I think he's saying he's just lost faith in the system entirely. Got to be honest here, man. Even though I'm covering all this tonight and have some hope, I don't fucking disagree with him, dude. I mean, it's a tough question. I'll tell you that. Let me know in the comments. Let me know what you think. Do you do nothing and stand back because all these people are crooked? I mean, it's all a psyop anyways, dude. Look, here's say that's crazy speak. Don't say that. I mean, like I said, don't say things like, I know this is what it is. But I mean, things clearly point towards that. And the other thing is, too, looking from a tactical warfighter defense perspective, no matter what nation state you're from, everybody's conducting psychological operations at all times. So you just have to assume everything you see is something of that. You know what I mean? That's why I won't sit here and cover nothing but negative political bullshit all fucking night and all that other stuff. We're going to cover some entertaining stuff and stuff too, because you got to keep it sane, man, because I kind of get where Sketch is coming from. Let me know if I hit the nail on the head with that, bro. Yeah. No, I mean, I wouldn't, bro. You know me. Dude, you got the fucking general star in there. I just realized that 28 months. Yo, that's wild, dude. John, thank you, man. Love you to death, bro. It's crazy too. You know what's funny is you've been on my mind
with a 25
in that kind of way
victory, 62.5%.
I knew I should have fucking called you.
37.5%. Rice is a Virginia Beach deputy Commonwealth's attorney. He's a first-time candidate for elected office. Republicans turned out for him in this race. The seat became vacant.
I'm telling you, people are tired of, dude, I'm telling you, people who voted Democrat before are so fed up with the massive overnight change. Virginia is not the state to do that in. I'm just going to tell you that.
After longtime Republican delegate.
We aren't wishy-washy on what we like in our constitutional rights. I mean, a lot of the country was founded right here.
Barry Knight died last month following a battle with cancer. Knight had represented the district for over 15 years. Rice is a Republican. He is a Commonwealth attorney in Virginia Beach. He's seen some of the worst. He's dealt with a lot of juvenile domestic relations cases with a heavy focus on child abuse, sex assault prosecutions, juvenile violent crime.
I'm sorry. Sounds like a great guy. As soon as I heard attorney and prosecutor and stuff like that, I was a little, But when I hear you're covering those kind of topics, yeah, bro, we need a lot of that.
Related cases. So he is really seeing the bad guys out there and he is taking them to task. He's prosecuting them. His neighbors, his friends stood up and voted for him. There
I'm going to cover that sketch.
Primary that was held in February 2026.
Whoa, real quick. Fresh said something before. Anybody, in case because I don't want anybody to come and go on this one comment. Fresh said, I thought the whole new VA rating thing that we were going to lower ratings due to how much the treatments help your disabilities. Yeah, so that was a thing, and then somebody put me onto it last week. It got shut down. Not by much, and not by much, and they're talking about revisiting it. So that's the general gist of what's going on with VA ratings. Just want to be heads up about that. It is whack, yeah. I would be concerned with what happens later. Just because the way they're going about it is definitely flawed from what was suggested. I'm sorry, I got to comment on this. This is really important to a lot of veterans in here and our friends. So they're saying basically if your medications or treatment helps you, they're considering lowering your ratings. That's not going to happen right now. It's voted against, but it was up for grabs 2 Wednesdays ago. Dude, everybody came in here bugging about that. And so just real quick on that, basically they voted it down, but not probably for the right reasons. However, the argument that I would make is that, yes, you maybe get a medication and it improves the way the average citizen or person who pride and serve in Congress or whatever looks at it like, oh, it's like a Tylenol for a headache. Like, you get where I'm going? Like, well, if you take a Tylenol, then you don't have the headache anymore, so you don't deserve a rating. Look it. You can't fucking un-PTSD someone. I just fucking tell you, dude. We don't have that current solution, if you will. Yes, there are conditions that can be better and stuff like that. However, this blanket, well, I could see how this could fucking go. Like, how could that go wrong, right? Like, we're just gonna blanket fucking assume that you know, well, you know, you don't have these violent headaches anymore, so we're gonna, you know, you take some crazy medication that keeps it under control. It doesn't remove the fucking disability that was caused by service and the fucking, you know what I mean? Like the trauma that this person experienced from being in a track that got hit by an ID. You know what I mean? Like, just it pisses me off, bro. Sorry, you got me fired up about that shit. Fresh, fuck you, man. But I don't know. I hope that relates with you guys too.
Other candidates ran in that. Rice is a longtime friend of the family, Delegate Barry.
Yeah, well, fresh on that. Matt Walsh was doing that shit. I don't know if he's still doing that, bro. That guy pissed me off, man. Like, this guy, bro. It's one thing if you are a veteran and you served and you come in and you're gonna talk about those things, but these cucks coming in here like literally just whatever, willy-nilly yapping about, you know, they go, what is a woman? And then they just think they could transition over to veterans or fucking, dude. That's a real quick way to see. I don't want to get emotional on shit, but that's a quick way to piss me off, bro.
Every night, he saw
probably piss a lot of the rest of you off too.
Running,
you don't look into it, bro. If you don't know what I'm talking about.
The unofficial election tallies here with the State Department of Elections, nearly 12,000 ballots cast in this race.
Okay, I hate to do this, but we do have to punch through a lot of this.
63% of the vote. He actually did better than Knight did back in November of 20% of the votes. The 14-point gap that we saw in November performance. Now, we don't want to forget about Barry Knight on this channel, Virginia Insider. We want to honor those.
Bro, that's a lot of our delegates and stuff are like retired country folk, like Pat was saying, with the like a lot of the country not being represented because of the city. There's a problem with that, bro. I have a lot of friends in upstate New York that like go berserk because New York City basically makes a laws for this. You have no idea. If you've never been to New York, you have no idea how much country and how big New York is. New York is massive. You could drive for fucking hours before you reach the Canadian border through New York and Buffalo. I'm not kidding about that. It's a problem, bro.
Who have done great things for the people of
city
Virginia,
folk voting for country folk,
doing things that actually matter, improving people's lives more than just whatever intersectionality, equity program we can come up with. Knight was actually doing real elected to the Virginia House, secured money to close the gap between Lightfoot down near Williamsburg and Bottoms Bridge near 264 in Richmond, widening that road out, making it better.
Okay,
this
doesn't really affect a lot of you.
Open seat. This is a VPAP right here. You see how blue these other districts are next to District 98. You have Norfolk area down here will be held by the Republicans, obviously still Democrat, where Jeannie LaCroix, who last week became the first Republican to represent the Woodbridge Magisterial District in 40 years, took her seat on the Board of County Supervisors this week. Here's a picture of LaCroix dressed in blue, pointing to her sign there in the board chambers alongside continue.
I used to live in Woodbridge.
Seats in these Democrats.
So here's this redistricting shit I was talking about.
As Democrats are pouring tens of millions of dollars.
Sketch. I'm gonna get into that in a minute. By the way, too, and when you're talking about getting fired and not working the indentured servitude, more so that I take personal time and actually accommodate to the fact that I am a mental patient. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, dude. If you are dealing with your all-encompassing rating to go, I'm sorry to keep beating on this dead horse, but I'm a fuck covered. You're like depression, PTSD, you know, the anxiety, whatever you got, all lumped into one for one thing that we're taking care of. I don't give a fuck what pill you put on that. Like, the conditions still exist. Just because you give someone a wheelchair and they can move around doesn't mean that their condition is improved from the service that caused the disability in the first place. You know what I mean? That's where I stand on it. And I think that's why it's such a fiery issue. You know what I mean? But yeah, as far as the politics goes and just being a sheep, if you will, you know, just going, no, my team, bro, I'm doubling down, dude. This is what I voted for. nope, yep, he can do no wrong. Like, you look, with all the shit that's going on, you should question things. You should. However, if you are a traitor, in my opinion, I'll just put it this way. You would be an idiot to think that any nation state is not going to judge you and investigate you if you are working directly with your opposition or adversary. So there's a lot of that going on too. So for those who aren't questioning things and just going along with the ride, I can do no wrong, or those that are emboldening fake false narratives, like, both parties are wrong. So I got to go with Sketch on this one, where you have to have a mind of your own and question everything. I mean, dude, that's like the whole point of AI recently, right? Like, we're being trained not to trust our ears and eyes.
To gerrymander the congressional maps. You'll see here, this is 13 News.
So this is the current map, I believe,
Lynchburg.
right?
Here's
Yeah.
the proposed
No, this is the
map.
this is the projected
We've been
one.
talking about this since early.
They're trying to cut off. I think only 9 would remain in the red.
Voting on this referendum, this April 21st referendum, began back on March 6th. This is the proposed map. This is redrawn. You see all these districts spanning out of Democrat-heavy Northern Virginia, Fairfax County split 5 ways, Loudoun County here.
You guys have no idea, if you're not from here, how many people live right here. So they know they can steal the votes from people that are either here illegally immigrated, live around the Capitol, that were from the former 16 of 20 years Democratic Party and rule in DC. And so they're preying on that beneficial opportunity to make a stronghold out of Virginia. Very scary times. One in which I am genuinely considering. I don't want to be the guy that runs from this kind of shit, and because it don't matter where you move to. You can fucking do this anywhere, man. But I mean, you got West Virginia, who's talking about trying to literally bypass ATF's law into or use a workaround, if you will, to make it so that they can issue and with a background check allow the sale of machine guns again.
The 10th, Prince
From
William.
basically the gist, dude, I don't know why this keeps doing that. The gist of that is there's a clause basically within that machine gun ruling, you know, machine gun silencers, SPRs, all that shit. So if you don't know, ATF basically, this is what I clicked on this video because I thought it was going to be talking about a lot of that. We'll get to this in a second, but ATF has rules on any machine gun made after 1986. It's a very complicated thing I'm not going to get into right now, but basically you can't own one. Like, you can in specific certain circumstances, being a special operations tax, and there's a bunch of other little things that it's way outside the scope of this conversation. Basically, you need a transferable machine gun, like a lower receiver or something like that, to in order to possess. And you're going to pay like $30, $40, $50, $60,000 from something pre-1986. And then on top of that, they regulate suppressors, and they regulate. So you need to get approval from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Department for that. And prior, they had done a $200 tax stamp for these items, and now they've removed that. So now there's a bunch of court cases because they're like, well, there's no tax, so when are we getting the tax stamp? So there's that. And so West Virginia and a couple other states have gone all the way out and said, you know what? In here, it says a state can transfer to its citizens or its police or whatever else lawfully a machine gun. So West Virginia is just going to say F to ATF. That's how staunchly Second Amendment supportive West Virginia is. And it might pass. It's crazy,
County
bro.
split 4 ways. The districts are
pass
anchored
it.
in Democrat.
I think there were sketches going. I'm going to rip through this. Pardon me. I'm going to cover this one last comment here, and then bear with me. I'm going to ignore the chat for a second and let's rip through this so we can get some more entertaining stuff that is more relevant to you guys. I'm fed up with the government right now, both sides. Yeah, I think everybody is, bro. I think everybody is. Well, let me see this too. There's a couple. I don't want to get too far behind either. You got fired? I don't want to. Yeah, I got fired from last year for 3rd government job because of disabilities and mainly surgeries and recovering. Probably got a case there, to be honest with you, Neil. Hold on. stated he will stand with Israel instead of U.S. citizens. Obvious we are compromised. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know anything about that. I'm not just saying that. I don't know anything about that. I never liked that Cruz guy too much anyways, from what I've seen. When a huge percentage of GWAT veterans say this war is wrong, listen. I'll say this, bro. And no, I'm listening and I hear you. However, objectively, I would say from a completely unmoral, strategic standpoint, if in the perfect world you do stabilize the Middle East and whatnot, and we're gonna be getting into some of this stuff, but in the perfect world, and this happens, I'm sorry, but it greatly is in the interest of ourselves to handle that. And I'm not saying that it's my personal opinion. I'm just saying from strategic point of view. And however, the flip to that this, and I got to ask, some of it's probably y'all like your own opinion and one that I have as well. I share this so maybe you don't share this, but this is the way I see it. Is some of that fear? Are you like, well, if it doesn't fucking work out, a lot of it's anger. I know that. Like I talk to my homies and everybody says the same shit. Like, bro, I don't want to get fucking dragged into something we don't have. Everybody keeps spinning we don't have an objective. What's the end goal? What's the end goal? It's in an op order. Like, what's the end goal? I clearly kind of fucking see how things are going, which is what Maddie told me a long time ago. This really speaks to me. We're the biggest gangster on the block. Fucking truth to that, bro. From a strategic standpoint, if you go in and you got a president talking shit, dude, and you kidnap him, bro, you know what I mean, out of his own country, like Venezuela, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's kind of a flex, dude. You know, and then when you start, this supreme leader, junior, the fifth now is blah, 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 blah. The rhetoric and all that stuff, you stabilize that area and it's a win. However, if you F that up and get everybody going, I mean, how much would it suck if we end up in the unthinkable World War III? It would be fucking terrible. So yeah, bro, I have this same shared fears and anger. Like, of course we don't want to see our fucking servicemen dragged into another fucking crazy thing, but my hat's got to go off a little bit to how surgical these mofos have been. Times have changed, bro. And I wonder if all the things that everyone did, dude, was part of a larger plan to do this kind of a shit. You know what I mean? We're getting into conspiracies, though. We'll get into some of those later. Brick's got some, though. I'll tell you what. I wonder if all of it, man, all of it, dude, was all just a larger plan so that these precision things could happen as a flex, man. The second iteration of mutually assured destruction, if you will,
Heavy Northern Virginia. They
we'll get into
the rural parts of the area, but they are drawn for Democrat control.
Matt, you said it perfect, bro, on YouTube.
10-1 map, 10 Democrats to 1 Republican.
This guy's great. We got to move on. It's clear they're trying to redistrict, basically. That's the gist of what's going on here. Referendum redistricting amendment as temporarily direct response. Okay, I thought we were covering some 2A stuff in this video, so apologize to him. I watch this guy all the time. I always comment on his stuff. I'm going to like the video for him, but unfortunately, it might be outside because we're off the cuff. It might be off the scope of this.
And co-chaired by former Republican Attorney General Jason
This is
Yares.
what Pat was talking about, basically how this affects individuals on a popular basis. All right, let me just make sure.
Telling them about this gerrymander, this power grab that's happened early, vote against this early. They're better known for waiting until election day, going to the point on these districts. We are in types of turnout.
This guy's great. I know this isn't the video to show you guys.
Don't deny a voice to half of Virginia's voters. Stop.
So this is important. Let me cover this real quick. I got to see this.
The state. We're seeing the comments here on England.
Vote to earlier. Deny a voice to half of Virginia's voters. Stop the amendment. Vote no. March 6, April 21. Yeah, that's a big fucking deal. Bro, because think about it, man. If 48% of the state represents, like popular wise, is like probably more than that, to be honest with you, is Republican popular vote. I bet you we win that. I don't know offhand, but all of a sudden we go to a 10-1 electoral college and you're represented at 90% of your state is misrepresented.
Of Virginia's voters stopped
This could happen to you.
Vote no on April 21st. This is one of the most popular. I think this tells the story of
that tells you that's you, dude. This is why when you watch the presidential election, why Virginia's red the entire time till they count this fucking area right here. Like when they count the ballots from here, like Richmond and shit, and like they get in Arlington and stuff, like it literally flips to blue. And so now this is the way that it would end up being.
How Virginia votes, this right here.
It's wildly manipulative, and it seconds what Sketch was saying and Pat was saying on basically like this makes you lose faith because it's like both sides are so brutally unfair. Nobody gives a fuck. Dude, this is my problem with it. We need to vote in leaders that believe they work for their citizens again, man. Because it's going to come to a point where, like, what the fuck are you going to do? Your founding fathers wanted to make sure that you had that and your government worked for you. I think we're far fallen from that, bro. And I love this fucking country, bro. I love where I'm from. I love the United States, bro. But I don't believe all our government representatives represent us.
You see the mass number of red counties.
I don't think anybody disagree with that. If you think that, you're naive.
I'm
saying it flat. I'm not trying to say what it is.
Have, or again, 10 Democrat districts to 1 Republican. That when early vote and stop the referendum and stop this Democrat.
God bless him. You can see you could hit. I'm actually if somebody could get the link and post it for chat, I'll get it. I'll get it myself in a minute. We're gonna move on. He's got 6K subscribers. You're from around here. Hit him up with a sub, please. He's a great channel, great source of information. Really appreciate this guy. Really dope. No. Okay, sorry. This is here. This one's a real fiery one, bro. Like this whole Joe Kent thing. This is a tough one, man. Carlson Tucker. That's a whole crazy top. We'll be here forever, dude, if I get into that. Ryan O'Field triggers global crisis. This guy, Enforcer, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like a lot of these channels, dude, I have a suspicion that some of these channels, speak the truth, I've been with him and Rob, forget his name, Matt Tardio is, Tardio, I say it right? Green Beret. It might have been Ranger Tab, I don't remember. And Rob, can't remember his fucking last name. It starts with a T, maybe? Sniper, high-speed dude, Afghanistan, Iraq vet. Great channel. I've been following them for a very long time. But them coming out and just saying, like this is... Oh, at least he's got a good thumbnail. Traitor or patriot. I don't know. Well, I question things because it's like, no matter what the narrative is spun out, the problem is that, like, do you trust your government enough that the story being spit out is the truth? You know what I mean? That's a tough fucking area. I will say on Carlson Tucker, dude, I will put my opinion on that. And I kind of like Carlson back, for a while. I hated, I didn't hate him. I just didn't know enough about him. And then I kind of watched him and said, this guy really speaks his mind. He's got some balls, even though he's a soft-handed little bitch. Sorry, Carlson, but that's just the way I feel about you. I saw him go over and he cucked out to Putin. And I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like he's shopping in the grocery store and stuff. I'm not saying don't humanize your enemy or go over and be empathetic. But when you start pushing a narrative of your nation's adversaries, you're going to become it's going to put a target on your back, bro. Comes with the territory. And that's going to inflame a lot of people, bro. That's going to get a lot of people fired up and say, oh, fuck that, blah, 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 it's bullshit. And you want to support them, that's fine. I'm just saying objectively, call me Dano. Thank you for the follow. I'm just saying objectively, it doesn't matter insert any nation state you are a citizen of. If you go to a foreign nation state, it doesn't even have to be an adversary, and you spit their narrative and you do this on a regular basis, Intelligence services is going to be watching your ass, bro. And so the only thing about it is that Carlson came back and he immediately posted a video. And a lot of people argue, well, he had to do that to protect himself. Well, I don't know, bro. From what I've seen, went to go eat dinner with the president. And then immediately, right before everything happened, he was in contact with folks in Iran. So I don't know what happened. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to make assumptions. I'm not going to make conspiracy theories. But from what the facts that have been given, and then he comes back and makes a video, stating all these things, which of course, a lot of it was true. What he was saying about investigations being opened up and stuff like that. I'm not denying any of that. However, it gives this like vibe. This shouldn't fucking matter, but it does to a public opinion, right? That if you come back and you're like, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. That's kind of the vibe it gives, especially from someone who's very confident, doesn't care. I mean, literally got fired from Fox for speaking his mind. I don't know. I get worried. I am not going to say that about Joe Kent. I have heard nothing but dope things about Joe Kent personally. This is the other individual that was a warfighter, hero, Gold Star member, high-speed guy. We get it in a minute. But Carlson, like, I'll tell you one thing that got under my skin with him. He said he was, let me back up a bit. I wonder if he's not getting Stockholm syndrome. You know what I mean? Like when he goes and meets with these people, and he's like, if you go and meet with a dictator, you go meet with a leader, a king, whatever it may be. I don't give a fuck. We're not going to put scary words on it. Put it this way: if they can buy you a yacht or buy you a personal plane or a special vacation, if there's benefits involved in which you were taken care of like a king, you might overly empathetic humanize an individual who's terrible. I'm sorry, bro, but that's very plausible. I used to work as a CO, and there's a term for it called downing of a duck. Downing of a duck is where, like, you know who experienced this like hardcore was fucking Donnie Brasco. That's not his real name, but the FBI agent who I think he was made into a made man in La Cosa Nostra for the Italian mob. He said it was so fucking hard for him because he had to like go to like mobsters' weddings and meet with their kids and do it all. He got in too deep, bro. And I just worried that could happen. I see the chat is firing off, bro. Yeah. Let me read Maddie's comment first. It's amazing that the states can vote to go against the Constitution of the country. Totally agree. To me, it shows tyranny at the state levels. Anyone who wants to put up these kind of bills, the law should be deported. Yeah, I mean, we can't deport citizens, like people that have been here and all this other stuff, right? We could just do the legal system. We got to do the right thing too, right? We got to stand above not being a land of laws. You know what I mean? That's all I'll say on that. But I do agree with you. Did I accidentally pump off of this? I'm really sorry. I could put it back on my camera here in a minute, but I don't know why I got this fucking I might have to reload this because it doesn't look like all the stuff I would normally get recommended is up here. Yeah. So anyways, real quick, let me read these comments. I'm glad. Thank you guys all for yapping in on this too and being involved. I know it might trigger some of you guys and get you all pissed off. I don't like using that fucking word, dude. Trigger, dude. We all know what that means, but I'm getting what do kids call it? Fatigue. Like, bro, we got to have a little bit tougher skin. You know what I'm saying? We got to have these conversations. We got to get over it. Trying to dabble between global and national media just is in a dumbass manner. Yeah, and I know where Matt's coming from. A lot of you will probably disagree and be like, no, it's a great guy, da da da. But like, dude, some people are built to be like militant, and some people ain't, bro. Some people are just soft. And that's what I was saying. Like the downing of a duck thing from a CO perspective is like when you get in too deep with it, like you start befriending inmates and all this other bullshit that I never experienced. I ain't fucking got a bone on my body that would ever do that shit. I had respect. I learned a lot about people. I was empathetic towards a lot of these guys that were complete crazy criminals, dude. But at the end of the day, you know, the downing of a duck is like where they're like, hey man, you don't see eye to eye. And then eventually they manipulate you into like getting along a little bit, and then they start asking for like little favors like a pencil and things they're not supposed to have, and then it turns into crayons and some markers, and then can you take this letter? I missed the fucking mail. Can you just drop it off on the way out? And it just ups and ups and ups until eventually you're just bringing in drugs and cigarettes and a whole bunch of other bullshit. And that's downing of a duck. And I question whether or not some of these like traveling YouTuber, I don't know, news reporters or whatever else are like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're not trained how to spot someone turning you into a, like, dude, think about it. Do you really think you would be not susceptible to like an intelligence agency turning you into an asset? I mean, fucking Putin worked for the KGB, bro. There's no question. Like, this guy, dude, and then he's got an entire country, world global superpower to work on you. So if you think you're above it, man, I'm not trying to make excuses for Carlson, but like I got questions, man. Are you susceptible to, you keep going to have all these meetings, dude? Are you getting a little too friendly? I don't know. I'd like to not think that because he seems like a good guy. In my opinion, you might fucking hate him, but I think he's a good dude. Wants to be. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I'm reading that room wrong, bro. We're going to get to that draft question in a second. I just want to make sure I go from top to bottom. Nope, I believe in many of those. Again, this is a massively inaccurate, incredibly unfounded, and biased by fear. Say, okay, was it China or peer country? Yeah, okay. I'm way far behind. Call me Dano. The no new wars president sure is starting a lot of wars. I will tell you something. I will tell you something right here and now, bro. Wrong fucking. I had it on the PS5. I'll tell you something right here and now with our president. All right. And people, here's the thing. Don't get caught up in this either. People go, oh, just call him Trump or call him. People go to Trump. Look, he was a polarizing media star before, whether you liked him or not. But the thing is that I realized I used to just go Trump. But you know, at the end of the day, we have never not referred. Like when I say, oh, it's not true. Like I find myself recently doing this thing. I can remember as a kid, you would never refer to President Bush as just Bush. You might at home in conversation, but most of the time, especially from a military aspect, you would say President Obama, President Bush. So Trump, President Trump, I don't think he deserves. So you hear me say that? That's just kind of where I stand on it. I still get caught up sometimes, say Biden or Trump or this and that, but I still think a lot of these individuals in their positions deserve to, from a military standpoint, you might not like your superior, but it is what it is. And so here's where I stand with it, dude. I think that with President Trump, he is as when he is in government, as opposed to where he's been in his past. If you go back and watch like some of his old videos that are going kind of trending and viral, he used to say it like it is. And people didn't like it, bro. I have the same problem in my real life. Like I tell people, I try to better my friends and they hate hearing bad news, bro. I try to me and fucking Sketch argue all the time, criticizing one another. No, we don't argue all the time, but like when we do, it's fucking brutal sometimes because we critique one another to make each other better and call each other out on their bullshit. He used to be very known for that. But now as a president, especially when he doesn't get caught off guard, he's pretty quick with it. But I'll tell you this. I find that a lot of times if he says the opposite of what he means, or you know what I mean? Like he'll say, yeah, I don't know anything about that. Well, I don't know anything about the files. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know. That's not me. It's not me. And he'll say this kind of, he'll use this kind of thing. If I was running, there would be no more wars, no more wars. And then the opposite happens. But let me play a little devil's advocate here, from an intelligence perspective, or not intelligence, that's fucking wrong. From a tactical perspective, I'll believe it. There's a rumor out there. I'm going to tie these in. There's a rumor that Carlson, this is just a rumor. I don't fucking know if it's true or not. It's what I've seen. And it kind of lines up, makes sense. Maybe it's just true. Carlson went to meet with the president. Correct me. Somebody correct me in chat if I'm wrong about this. From what I read was that Carlson went to meet with the president. President said, hey, we're not going to strike Khomeini, blah, 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 blah. And then Carlson met with the guy, and then next thing you know, he got fucking smoked. Well, if that's the case, That's kind of the counter use of counterintelligence, right? It's fucking brutal, man, if you think about it. So that on its face value is kind of where I'm going. If he says the right answer is, I don't know anything about that, or we're not going to do any of this thing because it takes your enemy off guard. Bro, you have to remove your personal opinion of current politics and enragement, all this other shit, and look at it from a soldier's perspective back in the day when you served. Fuck that, you don't have to do that, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm telling you, think about it. Look, you got to leave your personal opinion of shit at the door when you're going out on mission. Like, whatever the fuck you're doing, like, because you're a liability if you don't. You know what I mean? If you think that any nation state intelligence agency or any of that other shit doesn't leave it at the door to go conduct a mission for the betterment of the state, I mean, that is your best soldier. That is your best officer. That is whatever you're going to be, right? So from that perspective, from a tactical perspective, right? I have it right here. Where the fuck is it at? I found this the other day, and I'm so happy about this. Some of you will laugh. I found my IET handbook, bro. Some of you may know what this is, right? From way back in basic training 26 years ago. In this handbook right here, I don't know where it would be exactly. I'd have to look. But in this handbook, military doctrine, it says we will fight three on one. We always try to put ourselves in a position of advantageous positioning. And so there's no difference when it comes to politicians or the president. If you think it's smart to have a president that just tells everyone what they're going to be doing, oh, we're going to strike you here, you do this, that's never worked out for us in the past. Never. So if I'm running game, dude, like if you put me in charge, I'm going to be like, no comment. I don't know anything about that. And then you're getting hit, bro. Like, I'm not playing to have casualties. I'm not playing this fucking game. I'm playing to win. And I'm just saying it. Thank God I don't do those jobs, right? I'm telling you the honest truth off the cuff. If you put, and this is why I did tactical jobs and instructed in the fields that I did in very well in my capacities of the bullshit that I did, right? But I did them at a level that like was at the highest levels in those capacities for that reason, because understood the fucking assignment. I got it done. Not just to all follow orders and do unethical shit, but like from a position of winning. Don't mistake it for by any means necessary, but you got to get where I'm coming from. A lot of you will know exactly what I'm saying, which is like, for those who don't, I'm not saying bend the rules. What I am saying is that sometimes there aren't fucking rules because we haven't really had them yet. Like, this is the reason war advances, because, like, put it this way, when there was swords and arrows and we invented firearms, there was no rules for that yet. There was no rules for cannons, bro. In way back when it was like, you know, more gentleman-like or whatever you might want to call it. There was. Every time something gets up, this is why it becomes a war crime after, right? So when you're playing in some of these games without rules, do you blame these guys for protecting your country by whatever kind of flies, bro? I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I'm going to shut the fuck up about it, but yeah. Joe Kent is a patriot. He just has a different views from the current administration's intent. Yeah, bro, Matt, I'll tell you what, man. I asked around, and if any of you have any, I asked the guy, a Green Beret guy in the teams, I said, hey, man, he said it publicly. I asked it to Gary from Paramount Tactical. You can look him up on YouTube. Great guy. I love his content. Great guy. High speed dude. And I just said, hey, can you bring in interview like Sean Ryan style? Can you interview some team guys that would speak for Joe Kent? Because that would kind of help me decide on where I kind of stand a little bit on. I want to hear if some of his guys he served with would come to vouch for him. Because I know if something happened to me, I know for a fact that I would have people from my units that would come out and say, hey, he's a great guy, and yeah, this is what I thought of him. This is who he was. And you know, Gary he brought up a great point. He said, I have never heard anything but wonderful things about Joe Kent. However, just because you're good at being a tier 1 operator doesn't mean you're good at politics. It's a good blanket answer. However, I do think that if everyone around you says you're a shitbag, it does affect my opinion of you. If everyone around you says you're a high-speed guy and they appreciated you, it also speaks for you. It weighs for me, man. I'm sorry. Tell me in the chat, bro. Tell me if you disagree with that statement, because like that I don't totally disagree with Gary, but I do disagree a little bit to some degree that reputation does precede itself a little bit. We are doing as I always have. Are we really wrong for taking them out before they attack us? Right. That's the whole point, right? You'd be mad about it all you want, but nobody's going to be complaining when everyone benefits from it later on, right? But then if we get fucked over somehow, they'll never let you live it down. So you're gambling, dog, no matter which way you look at it, right? That's where I'm at with it, Sketch. Hopefully I haven't lost you yet. So I'm not showing any evidence of that sort of. Really show the evidence of that story. The evidence for me, Pat, I'm going to be straight the fuck up, dude. The evidence for me is Kim Jong-un and Khomeini, right? So you're like, well, that doesn't mean they were going to enrich it. But dude, once you're at that level, how fucking close is it to you? And then you can't do fucking nothing about it. That's kind of where I'm at with it, man. And look, I'm not saying I support fucking like brutally, savagely just running the world by eliminating anyone we disagree with. However, if you're chanting death to America and shit and all this other fucking bullshit, I mean, the word, look it up, dude. The word Ayatollah translate to sign of from God. Like, say loosely, whatever you want to say, but this man literally did his bidding on the fact that he said, look, I use the Muslim Brotherhood's version of the Quran, and I am doing my bidding based off that I come directly from God of the, of 2 billion Muslims. I speak as the supreme leader of so on and so forth, and is saying like all these religious facets that I am the message, and I am. Say what you want, but that form of extremism has never worked out for the rest of the planet. And so people argue, oh, well, we created that problem and the CIA and the Shah. I am not disagreeing with you. That's a when you really look at the history, it is true. Don't get caught in your echo chamber not thinking that we aren't to blame for some of this, right? But at the same time, dude, like these guys that have supported all these terrible groups, man, like it's not fucking working out, dude. There's got to be a new way. I heard a really discombobulated. Hey, thank you for the fall. I heard this really good comment, which is basically like, some Arab nations are sending rockets to up into space and doing that, and others are hitting their neighbors. He says, why does when the Supreme Ayatollah Khomeini speak, everyone said that's a great Islamic leader? And they're saying, and everybody comes, all the people here who fucking never been outside of the borders of this country immediately go to the aid of saying, well, they'll go and say, leave him alone and he's a great leader and blah, blah, blah. No matter how many fucking people they waxed and whatever the bullshit they did, right? But no one looks at like the president of UAE or nobody looks at like any of the other leaders from the other Arab nations that are, modernize and doing the right thing and say that's a great leader, because here's the deal. A lot of these organizations, that's what they are. They're organizations. They're not states, and they're not religious factions, bro. No, I've read all 3 books. I'm currently rereading the Bible. I spent every day I read the page over and over and over and over. Quran, Torah, and the Bible. The big 3, right? All take parts from one another. There's nowhere in the original text and all this stuff, and no matter what you say in translation and all this stuff, except for man-made altered versions of different spin-offs, does anywhere in there say that you're supposed to just go fucking straight apocalypse on people, man? You know what I mean? Like God is a peaceful God, man. That's the way it reads. Now, whether you're religious or faith, we're not here to get into that. But I'm just telling you that this shit has never fucking worked out in the past. So I'll just tell you this: no matter where the fuck you stand with it, I'm sorry, bro, but if we don't align, like, is what it is, man. You have to be you got to stop looking at it as a political game and start looking at it as a strategy game, strategic game. Like, you have to take a militaristic approach to situations that won't resolve politically or religiously, extreme ideologies. You know what I mean? let's get through some of the Twitch ones, Matt. I'm ready. Separating the art from the artist. LOL. There's an amazing amount of evidence that Iran and the current government that has funded the tomb of billions to terrorists and all over the Middle East. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely, Sketch. Absolutely true. We don't have the munitions, the numbers in line, nor the money to do this. Iran has been 6 weeks away from a nuke for 50 years. No, yeah. So, I mean, look, that rhetoric, Pat, you're not wrong. I know this is really old comment, but we don't have the munitions. See, I think this is where we differ, man. And here's the thing, man. This is where I think it does matter in what you did in the military and who you know or what you know. I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I got to be careful how I say this because, like, I don't want to mess with OPSEC, of course, but, like, I'll say it generally. I take it for what it will. You can believe me or not. It is what it is. I'm just going to give you a little bit of history, right? We didn't want to go to World War I. Dragged into it. We're going to go to World War II. 1941 happens. We can get into conspiracies another fucking day and all this other stuff. That's not the point of where I'm going. We get dragged into that too. And at that time, we fight, I would argue, almost on 3 fronts. We are supplying the Russians. We're supplying our allies, Britain, France, Canada. We're helping everybody. While fighting Japan, while fighting Germany, we are fighting 2 wars. The reason we have 11, 12 aircraft carriers and most other countries don't even have 1 is we've have some form of PTSD to getting dragged into global conflicts to the point where we no longer fuck around. Like, we are at that stage of, like, get it, bro. We're ready to fight 2 wars at the same time. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, well, yeah, we don't have the munitions and blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to get into details and specifics and anything. I could talk about this openly. I'm thinking about it. There's somebody who covers this really, really well is Ryan Macbeth. You can go listen to him. Retired Intel guy in the Army. Real high-speed dude. Go check him out. He's all over the fucking news. Anyways, we are basically set up to do that. Now, this is where it gets crazy, right? The number 1 GDP export of the United States is weapons. Look it up. When you look at military spending versus everyone else, the difference is not even close. All 10 other countries haven't spent the way we have for 100 years, bro. And so what we do is we pay all that money to all of the contractors and all of the contracts and all the high-speed shit. And then these things happen, which you agree or don't. I'm just telling you why and what is going on, right? I'm trying to break this down. Don't kill the messenger on this situation. When we go out and do these proxy wars, when we have these opportunities, it is speaking to the rest of the world saying, buy our shit. Our number 1 export is weapons of war. We're good at it, man. Say what you will, bro. When you have a choice to, I'm going to buy a Sukhoi 27 or maybe a Eurofighter to defend my country. That F-35 is looking pretty good. That F-18, it starts to change your mind real quick when you see shit like this. And it doesn't, I'm not trying to make it about like, oh, this is great, Bob. It might get you fired up, but that is just the fucking truth. That's just the truth. So if you think that we don't spend all that money to stockpile to make sure that we have enough to go and go and go and go and go, dude, it's just a way. Think about it this way. You're a contractor. It doesn't matter. Insert any one of them, right? And you pay taxes and you pay money. You give money to this person. They build your shit. Then they spend that money back in the economy. Yeah, I get it. They buy stocks. But for the simplicity of the argument, let's just say you're circulating it back, stimulating the economy. Then other countries are purchasing into your system. that you constantly test. It's like being the maker of the best car in the world that you get to test and then sell to everyone else based off of your tests. You know what I mean? I'll leave it at that. We got a lot to push through, but that is the basis to it. And without like getting over into whatever, there's a reason why when the contracts come out, they never talk about how many units were sold or built. They'll tell you what the contract's worth, but they'll never tell you how many Patriot missile systems were built. That just is not, it's not public information. It never is. It's a literal national security risk to know that information. So here's the thing. If you're saying, oh, I know if we don't have the mission, I've heard X, Y, Z, bullshit. Because it is literally, no matter what state you're from, it literally is information that you don't have access to. And neither do I. The only thing I can tell you is from personal experience, I've been blown away by what I've seen. I'm like, how the fuck can we do this, man? Like, this is wild. And this is training. Then it's talking with individuals after. That's all I say. I'm not exposing any numbers or getting anything. The shit I've seen is like wild as fuck. I'm not saying I know, but the only thing I can tell you is that everything I broke down, take it with a grain of salt, but that is the logic. The narrative saying that, oh, we can't do this, you're not wrong by saying we cannot sustain. Like Ryan McBeth is the best. He says, his statement is, why would you try to shoot that down the arrow instead of taking out the archer? You're right. We cannot sustain that forever. It was never intended for that. It was never intended that, because you do need forces on the ground. You do need that kind of stuff. That's not wrong, but you'd be a little, I'll say this, and I know a few of you do know this. It'd be a little naive to say in week one, you're running out of fucking ways to handle that. Bro, I wish I could. I wish I could explain it, bro. All right, we'll get off it though. We're going to go on and keep the other topic. I love it to death, bro. Keep your mind open. Keep your mind open. We have gravity bomb, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, see, it's another comment. We're almost out of air. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. It's just wrong. Do you work in the Pentagon? Do you receive those reports? Yeah, I see you guys are yapping about it. I'm going to clearly tell you that it's just not true. It's not true. You take my word on it. Like I said, go look it up. Go look up. We'll fucking here. I'll settle the score here in a minute. I'll pull up Ryan McBeth's video on it specifically. I have it in my history because I've actually seen it too. It's like a specific part of the video. Let me just see if I can find him, bro. This guy Fee is so funny, bro. Messing with AI. I don't know if any of you guys see him. Let's do this one next.
Investigators that died suddenly, namely Edward Saw.
All right, we're going to cover this fucking video because I think it's really important for a lot of you to see. I think it'll help you guys. I hope it does. I'm not trying to argue with it. We'll just keep this conversation going, though. Joking as a patriot, in the original table, Jesus spoke about who will use their title to impose their will upon others because of their beliefs. I agree. If you're using religion to force your narrative upon everybody, to like, I don't care what side you're from, it's just wrong. Yeah. I don't know what it retracted from, Maddie. Can you check that, Maddie, and see? Did I miss some? Repost on YouTube if you get a chance. Let me know what that was about. I promise. I'll pull up this video from Ryan. I promise you will probably you'll be all about this video. It's very informative. Yeah, see, Sketch is dancing around it too, but I could tell, like, me and Sketch, I could tell you this, me and Sketch have been privy to just seeing dude, we were talking about firing in training, blowing through $1 million like munitions, like in training, just because we have to get rid of it. Cause we, you know what I mean? Oh, that's as far as I'll probably go with it. But yeah, I was kind of shocked. And this happened way before any of this. I was just, I was chatting a little bit about that, and the strategy makes sense. Habitual Line Crosser covers this a little bit too. He won't get, because he's not under, like, it's such a security issue, and that's what he does, is anti-air. And most of you know who habitual line crosser is, but he talks about it pretty in depth. But he doesn't ever disclose number, and he'll be very clear. It's his disclaimer. He can't. Still to this day, even being retired, very specifically. But the way it's been laid out is the way I explained to you, bro. We can't play. Like, we have to be prepared to fight two wars on two fronts. So, yeah, that's just the way it is, man. Yeah. I'm glad you guys are going back and forth about it. Be respectful. That's all I ask. I know you both personally, so I'm not too worried about it. Call me down. Those of us not putting up. Okay. The U.S. is so much defenses from East Asia to help Israel. China could be the funniest thing ever to be taken over Taiwan and to burst the AI bubble. At least you got some comedy in it. Yeah. Why do you think so many people are scared of a draft happening? They're not built for the military wars, not even the sun. Yeah, I can be scared all they want. It's not happening. Like, unless we literally go into World War III, boots on the ground, it's not happening. It didn't even happen in Guat. I got called back on IRR fucking twice, dude. It's not happening. Never had a president in my entire life have a brand that he sold for 5 years. Doesn't matter if you're not American. Yeah, I actually thought it was pretty funny, to be honest with you. Call me. Rivero, Infantryman's Bible. That is sad. You seen it, baby. The Infantryman's Bible, dude. Yeah, man. It's my fucking IET handbook, dog. Yeah. I'm missing another crazy book, dude, that I got from one of my drill sergeants, dude. He gave me his original Ranger handbook from school when I first went through. Drill Sergeant Knutson, man. It's a fucking, love that mofo, dude. He was crazy. But I lost that book. I think I lost his Ranger handbook in the flood. That at my house. I met up with him years later, dude. He's a great guy, bro. Really influential drill sergeant. Anyways, a little off the topic here. Else folks about how he was a coward. Pretty crazy to see fat White House folks talk about how he's a coward, was weak. We have decimated their military to the point Trump says we have, and the Iranian people still have stood up to take over. That's a sign they never will. Okay. Oh, you know what? How about this? I see it's getting pretty spicy. Let's cover that. I like Jameson Travels too. Another Green Beret. Good dude. My old man. I thought that was Peanut. Peanut was streaming earlier. Anyways, let me see if I can find this. Where the fuck was it at? I think it was this one.
Can actually come into the
Ravelingclad.com.
No, that's not it. You said people aren't taking it back, right? This guy, man, is making an insane, like, splashing some fucking waves, bro. Is it this one?
And let's take a look. Where is the up again in the merchant balloon?
When the insurgency is going to kick off over inside of Iran? When is the uprising going to happen? Well, what if I told you there is a sign that came out today that it's already been happening? Those are besieged forces running. They're running for their lives. And I don't know if you heard it or not, but inside that video, that wasn't the sound of a Shahed 136. That was the sound of a quadcopter drone that caused those men to go running for their lives.
So that was a checkpoint in Tehran. They were covering there, from what I understand. So, I mean, that kind of answers what you were saying. We're definitely going to get into this, bro. I'll read the comments and then I'll pause it as I see something.
Saul and Lauren Whiskey. The investigators that died suddenly, namely Edward Saul and Lauren Whiskey, are...
Hold on. This shit, like crashed or
The
something.
investigators that died suddenly, namely Edward Saul and Lauren Whiskey, are liars who are grifting for clicks on the internet. They've already came up with gems such as declassified CIA documents suggest we had a cure for cancer 60 years ago, and CIA admits vaccines used for mind control. So, kind of picking up what you're putting down there, guys. But look, if you want to talk about vaccines, knock yourself out, because I don't know a lot
No
about
brass, no
vaccines.
ammo, Joe Sergeant.
I do know a little bit about what's going on in Iran, because people like me find the bad men and we make them go away.
Hold on, where's that? Yo, even if a draft happens, they call me up. They don't want me anymore. Literally paying me not to be. You ain't lying, dog.
I am in Florida right now, and I have
You're
a little
cleared
time
to
before I
leave
have
the
to go
rage.
work. So let's go over this
It was good old days,
unhinged
baby.
post step by step and explain what they got wrong and why. At the end of the day, these are just grifters putting out content for clickbait.
Yo, man. So I had a wicked red flag thing. I'm going to shut up and let this play. But I had a wicked red flag thing come up. I was watching. You'll see this Professor Jane guy. I was going to cover it here. You can look up Ryan Macbeth and you can make your own judgment on him, right? I'm telling you, he's a fucking high-speed guy, in my opinion. I love him. I'll follow him. And I follow him because he surprises me. He knows shit before it happens. I trust this guy. It's a good source. I'll put him in the comments. But this Professor Jane guy is going really fucking viral and just seemed like a fucking clown to me. And there's these like fake, like I noticed some things in the video, like news agencies that are covering news agencies. And then I could see the green screen and all this other shit. There is a lot of psychological operations going on to convince you that like you're losing and that what you see is bullshit and that this is how the economy works and this is what's going to happen. And I'm telling you, your mind is for sale. And you're going to see, you might have fallen for some of this stuff too, man. He's going to cover it. But he talks about this like over in this area, like this Professor Jane guy and how it's not real. It's not, man. Like, and we'll talk about it later, but there's a lot of I'll fucking prove it to you right now. Do you remember when I'll prove this part to you. Do you remember when all the silver was through the roof last week? If you didn't know, silver went up to like $125 fucking dollars. So if I do this, if I type in Chinese silver, I will just type in Chinese silver, right? So let's see if this works. Let me see. Okay. Here's Ryan Macbeth again. So this guy right here, this is AI. This is not a real person. Okay. He has the Asian guy. That's called the Asian guy. I call him Chinese. That's fucking sorry. I should just put Asian guy. This is Asian silver guy. So you're looking at look at all this guy. I've seen that guy. Yeah, man. I bought silver because of this guy. Well, here's the deal. The Asian guy, the Gray Leisure, Comics Visigoths, the Daily Ledger. Bro, there are literally like 70 fucking channels of the same dude, the same AI dude, saying that like fluctuating the market and playing with everything. This is a straight CCP plant. Like, you'll never convince me it's not, bro. Like, this was one I was put on to. Is really fucking crazy. Like, this AI generated talking head guy is just like, there's like 45 different channels with different videos and everything, all claiming to be the same one, just meant to hit your algorithm. I don't even like looking it up because I don't want recommendations for this fucking idiot, fake, non-realistic person.
Step by step.
Let's let him cook, bro. I gotta take a leak real quick.
Wrong and why? At the end of the day, these are just grifters.
Good point, bro. What affects your wallet is probably number one thing you should be worried about.
Accusation number one. America is 1 week away from exhausting our supply of interceptor missiles, without which we'd have no effective means of stopping incoming missiles and drones to Israel, Jordan, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. So this is a lie for a number of reasons, and it kind of shows how easily people who don't know anything about the military can be fooled. First off, many of these countries mentioned, Israel, Jordan, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they have their own air defense systems. They know what they're doing. We're not necessarily protecting them, although there may be some overlap, especially at U.S. bases in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and joint bases in Israel. So the next question is, what interceptors? Because there are multiple types of interceptors. There are aircraft that fly with a precision kill kit that is essentially a Hydra rocket that has a little laser seeker on it that can take out drones. There's also interceptors on ships at sea, such as the SM-6, and the SM-6 can be carried by aircraft as well, such as the F-18 Super Hornet. So are you saying that we have no more SM-6s, we have no more precision kill kits? But, you know, I guess what they're doing here is that they're implying that Patriot and THAAD interceptors are essentially, we're running low on them. Which is funny because nobody actually knows how many interceptors the US has. Nobody actually knows how many interceptors anybody has. That is a secret. So that means you either receive classified information, which in this case the FBI is going to kick in your door pretty soon, or you don't know what you're talking about. It is one of these two things. And to illustrate, it is very rare for the manufacturers of these weapon systems to announce the number of interceptors that are being produced when contracts are announced. For example, in 2018, Raytheon announced a $3.3 billion Patriot deal with the UAE. Exact numbers of missiles were not announced.
Oh, there's perfect timing.
In 2009, exact numbers were not announced. Poland in 2018, exact numbers were not announced. Switzerland in 2023, they bought a quantity of guidance-enhanced missiles. Like, not a lot of numbers there. The fact is that I don't know how many interceptors exist in the world, and you don't either. Now, I will say that the people at CENTCOM are not stupid. You know, they have war-gamed this for about 25 years.
We even trained for this. I will say this. You know when you could tell? The only thing I could tell you, I think is kind of easily understood. You'll know when they're tapping out, when objectives change or stuff's getting pulled or there's a complete change in trajectory. I think it's really naive to say that the same military that surgically went in and removed a president in 30 minutes from his own country is the military that doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't know how many reserves they have. Is kind of crazy, in my opinion. Like, I'm not trying to be offenseful. I'm just saying that, like, come on, man. Think about it strategically. You know what I mean? Like, these are our brothers and sisters now, which are way more fucking capable, high speed than we have. Because of the equipment and technology we have, there's no denying it. It's weird to me to be so rooted in anger towards someone that you don't want to accept fact. So when you see, and I have to do this with my wife all the time. She fucking can't stand Trump, dude. And I'm like, man, I try to be unobjective. I get the guy's not the most likable guy sometimes. I get it. But here's the thing, bro. It's not about him or whatever else in this factor. When you're looking at the facts and you're honoring your military, holy schmoly, dude. What they did was fucking impressive. And there's no denying it. And the weirdest thing is when you say, we got so-and-so, and everyone comes to the table and goes, that didn't fucking happen, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying this to anybody in the chat right now. Don't take this personal. I want to be comedic with my voices. So just take it as that. I'm talking probably more to my wife. Sorry, Nina. When I say, hey, she'll be the first one. Well, I didn't see any, I didn't see any of that, blah, blah, blah. The news they're not reporting it. And then literally 24 hours, they're like, yeah, he got smoked. And then we'll get another guy. Oh, well, there's no reports of that. That's just Israel. And then 24 hours later, yep, he's gone. After how many times has that got to happen before you got to realize that, like, damn, bro, these people, our military is fucking crazy good, dude. Whatever they got going on is some high speed above my pay grade type shit. You got to remember, bro, we are now the Vietnam era veterans that were to us. We have, dude, imagine showing up back in World War II, Korea, or Vietnam with the nods and bullshit, the PAC-2 lasers and shit we had. We would have been like fucking Star Wars guys to those guys. You know what I mean? Thermal imaging and shit. So I can't imagine what's out there today. You got to remember, bro, we're a quarter of a century old veterans. You know what I mean? Like, how long before you deny it? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm going. At some point, I gotta be clear. I am not a shill. I am not shilling any of this shit. But fact is fact.
And
you know what I mean?
They have a floor of interceptor missiles, and they're really not going to get concerned until they get to that close to that floor, right? Or the number falls below that floor. But theater air defense systems like Patriot and THAAD, they're not shields. They're not designed to be shields. They're designed to be that little umbrella you keep in your car in case it's raining when you have to go to the supermarket. It's just designed to get you from your car to the supermarket and back again. And you're going to get a little wet. But imagine
here's your
how wet
point,
you'd
Pat.
get if you didn't have the umbrella, right? So
yeah, this is a temporary solution. He's not even denying that. I don't know how to say it, though. I'm going to call you apples, bro. He said, the civilians will never get the news as an agenda. You can see it, especially when the report have the same lines. I think a lot of us veterans get really triggered by the news agency we don't agree with. I do this shit too. You know why? Because we're listening to some fucking idiot that is some soft-handed, pretty person that's not like Carlson, bro. So I get somebody in there. It's like, shut up, bro. Stop. You're making the situation worse for everybody because you don't know what you're talking about. One of these narratives is like, yeah, they have now figured out how to intercept the radio transmission from the B-2 bomber. He's going to talk about it here. And I'm thinking like, bro, we just fucking used encrypted SINGARs and shit. Make sure I'm not overstepping my OPSEC. It's been a long time, but I think we're fine to talk about that. But like, all we do is just change encrypted channels, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that have an agenda that want you to believe some totally other shit to get you off their back, man. You know what I mean? It's in their best interest to spin a narrative. And if you're regurgitating some shit that like an adversarial nation wants you to say, you're not grossly negligent and a malicious person, but you're negligent. You're negligently spewing false bullshit that hurts your country and possibly the security of servicemen and women, you know? And I can't be for that, you know? As much as you want to protect them, we're in it at this point, you know? Before that motherfucker, that 19-year-old kid on the ground. I'm going to shut up and let this play. I promise. But it gets me going too, right? I'm human. When that KC-135 went down, shit, oh, dude, I was so mad. Broke my heart because someone said, yeah, back in 2008, Obama. So not my team, right? Yeah, I voted for Obama, by the way. I'm going to tell you that. I'll openly admit it. People may be mad about me. Guys that serve will get mad at me. My neighbor be mad at me. Let me tell you something. I liked him. Super well spoken. A lot of good things said about him. Neither here nor there. What does matter is they said that it was his era that removed the KC-135's parachutes and training. I was pissed, bro. Why? Because my kids are 18 to 21. And I served at that age, and I know how gullible we were, man. And it fucking hurts, man. I lost a lot of friends. You guys lost a lot of friends. The thought that they just didn't have an option pissed me the fuck off. Well, you know, we couldn't afford it. It's too much to train them. That's a tear. I can't imagine that. That sucks. But a bunch of other veterans came into my comment, and fortunately we were able to talk. You know, once you get into the bottom of the comments, I made a comment that was like the most liked comment in the video, which was like, sounds like a congressional investigation needs to be had. I can't fucking believe. I was enraged, dude. So I said something, and people went fucking berserk. And I don't know about aerospace engineering. And a lot of pilots and flight crew came in that were, you know, clearly knew their shit. And were saying, hey, KC-135 flies over 500 miles an hour. The air pressure in the cabin, you can't, And I just kept arguing. Well, I don't give a fuck. I would say, you know what? Okay, like I care about aerospace engineering, but I said you're telling me there's no option, and I'd say, you'd be surprised how many aircraft were ripped in half in World War II and guys survived. There's multiple stories of this. Just having a 1% option to me, I said, look, I think differently. I'm a pro-positive person that says, man, at least leave some form of an option. And a lot of guys argued, well, there's a tax number to that and a risk assessment. And I don't want to hear any of that. I said, we do have a solution at some point. Like, we don't just keep taking casualties until eventually you're just like, fuck it. It's just, that's not how our country operates. That whole implied, with number casualty of war, whatever. I don't know what the fuck. I forget the term. Somebody help me out with that. And this guy said, hey, because I said, well, he said, there is an engineering project where they're trying to make the fuselage be able to return back to Earth with a very large capture chute, which, like, in an emergent situation, everybody would huddle into a specific part of the plane. They would obviously try to save that portion of the plane, and it would return back almost like a capsule, like the space shuttle or like a rocket's capsule. And there's an actual private plane you can buy that has that. There is like one of an affordable end of private jets or planes. There's actually a plane that does this. And that's where I got inflamed. But you know what I learned in all of it? This is the point. It ain't my fucking lane to know or understand entirely, to be yapping of my fucking stupid citizen yap and Army infantry yap about how parachutes work and avionics and so on and so forth. So a little above my pay grade because I was emotional. And we all do this. That's my point. You know what I mean?
Shooting $4 million missiles at $20,000.
I'm reading.
Drones. We have other weapons that do that. You strike the archer and not the arrow. This was said in Parliament.
Our bases have already been attacked. Iran is trying to kill our servicemen and women. He is catching arrows rather than stopping the archer. That's what we're talking about.
Thanks for the credit, by the way.
So, yeah, I will say is fuck Keir Starmer. I can't stand that guy. Sorry. That's one guy I do get a little emboldened about. I'm not a big fan of what they got going on over there. I feel bad for our brethren, that we had a disagreement back 250 years ago with. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Anyways, Pat, I was going to ask you, do you read Ground News? You said, I don't watch a single news network anymore. I watch the collective of them. Okay, cool. Let me know. And Huck, what up again? Let me know if you use Ground News, bro. I've been thinking about using that, and I wanted to get your opinion on it. Oh, you answered it. He answered it a couple messages later.
But that's why you go after the launchers. You strike the archer and not the arrow.
Military in the country, in the world, hands down. Yeah, sketches. There's no denying it. And there's a difference between being in denial and denying it. Denying it would say, it would be, you're taking away from the honor and respect of what we have built as an insanely capable military and the people that serve in it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
An accusation that Iran knows this and they had intentionally kept back their biggest, most advanced and deadly cruise missiles. Attempts by the U.S. to destroy these missiles have failed, and a good portion remain operational and ready to launch.
No, I disagree, Neil. NPR's news segments, I think they got some good stuff. The problem is when these like really, really good nonprofit news organizations go rogue and they get bought out and manipulated on the left. They're almost all the news agencies all fucking having a collective agenda. You don't know what the fuck to believe anymore. You know what I mean?
A number of people have said this.
You ever heard of Ground News, bro? Yeah.
Including famed entertainer Scott Ritter. But this is an incredibly stupid strategy if you were doing it, because every single day that you wait to fire is another day that the U.S. can find, fix, and finish your command and control. And we are rapidly hitting those targets, the people who can actually pick up the phone and say, yes, launch a missile at this.
Does anybody know what that fucking laser is, dude? There's like an IR laser, like a strobe on these, dude. I'd never noticed it before. Look at
target. Every
watch.
Day
see, it's still blinking. It's blinking.
Day when we're hitting Iranian command control.
Anybody know what what is that? An IR designator? Where's that laser coming from? If you're allowed to talk about it. GNN is legit. I'll have to look it up. If any country in the world thinks for a second we are weak at the moment because we have been going on a strategic location, would be incredibly wrong. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. We are ready. Dude, we're still doing cartel shit. This ain't nothing, bro. It would suck to stretch our forces thin, and obviously that's not what we want to do. And again, we're like the draft. No. But if a draft did happen because we had to get after it, dude, that happened in World War II. When we were fighting in the Pacific Theater, we were fighting in Europe, dude, and a lot of units were disbanded after because the numbers went through the roof, Yeah, in that situation, that's a possibility, but that would be a mistake. It would be a huge fucking mistake. Without question, our military is incredible. I'm so impressed. I'm going to say this. To our men and our servicemen and women out there doing the thing now, you listen to all of us, prior generation bitching and this and that. We love you, man. Thanks for carrying the torch. I personally wish you didn't fucking join. I think you're an idiot. If I could go back and talk to myself, I've probably told myself to fucking fuck off and go, learn to like school, maybe. That's just me. But hey, I'm very proud of what I did, and I'm proud of you. I think a lot of people here are. And I think the standards that you got to set these days to be in the military is a lot higher than what we had to do. By what I mean by that, like education, the equipment you need to know. So yeah, my hat's off to you. If you serve today, it's especially after seeing 20 years of all the shit we went through and the lack of respect today for the military. Don't let it get to you, man. You're carrying that torch, and I respect the shit out of you. And we have an amazing military, and we are posturing. What you see going on, all this stuff here. I already told you, there's a huge fucked up dark side to it, and there's a real positive light to it. The positive light is what I said. It's today's version of MAD. It's saying, if you want to fuck around and find out, this is what we can do. A lot of South American countries will tell you now that, like, their whole entire outlook is different. The presidents and people and dictators and things that were going on before saying, come and get me. They ain't saying that no more, bro. The biggest adversarial nations that were considered Cold War adversaries and stuff like that, there's a change in dialogue. And the dark side to this is there is a lot of sales going on. The thing about it is, though, man, I don't think anybody likes war, weaponry, and that this has to happen. And I got kids. I think those of you who have kids understand. Even if you don't, you just who the fuck wants that, especially you went through it. But at the end of the day, I'd much rather be in the position we're in. Know my kids have a government, hopefully, hopefully we get back to really being for the citizen. I don't know if you can put that genie back in the bottle. However, they do have a military that is out there fucking getting it done by arms and legs over everyone else, where the equipment is fucking outstanding. If my sons or daughter or anybody have to go serve, I want to know that this is what the heck kind of equipment they have access to ensure that they have the best possibility to fight and win. Period. And don't think for a second I have a romanticization of that, like, oh, well, I'm afraid for them and nothing's going to happen. And this is we have for a long time completely outmatched our enemy in most situations. This might not be a popular opinion, might be a hot take, but I kind of have a little bit of unsaid respect for people and enemies of our nation that decide to go toe-to-toe with us. Some gangster shit, dude. I wouldn't fucking do it. You're fucking tripping, dude. I'm just being honest, bro. I wouldn't go against us. Especially not today, man. You hear some of these Delta guys and SF guys and other guys. And it is a weird time because they used to never hear from those guys. And I had a big respect for the Silent Warrior guys, right? But Sean Ryan made a good point. They can't talk about their life. That's bullshit. Well, as long as it doesn't affect national security, I don't see anything wrong with it. However, they all said the same thing. These cartels and everybody else, Time to retire, bro. I wouldn't want, and when I see a guy that either know or respect, seemingly being like eyes wide open, terrified, it tells me that these guys ain't bullshit, man. You know what I mean? Like, they clearly know some shit, and they're like, they're leading it. They're telling you without telling you. Like, those days of it's over. This is where we're at.
Control, and
You know
we're
what I mean?
actually discovering where these missiles are, and we're hitting them as well. Remember, shoot the archer, not the arrow. That is the whole point.
You're damn right, Sketch.
So if you think of a game of hide and seek, right? You're playing
I
hide
love
and seek
that
as
comment,
a child
Matt.
in a house. There's a limited number of places you can hide in the house, and eventually you will be found. And even then, like, just for kicks, let's pretend that Iran has 1,000 missiles as well as accompanying launchers, because not every missile can fit on every launcher.
Hear this out, and then I'm gonna read that. That's an amazing comment, Matt. Matt, I don't know if you want me to talk about it, but yeah, I mean, you've been talked about it. JTech, you did JTech, so it's really amazing. He's answering what I was asking about with the lasing the target.
Let's say they have 1,000 missiles and launchers.
One plane, I'm gonna say it. One plane will laze, and the other will drop the bomb. LGBTQ bomb. Plane, someone else will raise your yeah. It strobes because it's on a frequency band. Okay. That's one of our lasers. Okay. Targeting laser. I thought so too. I didn't know. I'd never seen that personally. Lasing a target with an IR laser. With the tracking laser. Like, my headspace is going, is that laser coming from a satellite? That's what I want to know.
Along with 1
You said it's
ton
plane.
warheads that they're saving in reserve
Hear
when
this.
the U.S. runs out of interceptors. All right. So that means you have a total destructive power of 1,000 tons. The average raid of bombers during World War II was a little over 1,000 tons per night, like dropped on Germany every single night. So if these Iranian super weapons exist and are hidden and they launch them, they have less destructive power than a raid that the U.S. performed over Germany 80 years ago. All right, another item.
Thank you,
China
Horf.
is weighing an invasion of Taiwan by July.
Okay, so there you go. That just should have been a little eye opener for you on numbers. You know what I mean?
July this year because
So we have taken losses. Yeah, so wait, hold on. Civilians will always hate the military because of the news. The ones that usually don't hate the military, they have family members that have served. Right, yeah. My parents are like that. My dad, he had a brother, his best friend all went to Vietnam. They were very anti-military, almost hippies, if you will. I look like I'm fucking like a vampire sick because the screen is so bright. I don't know if I can change as Pat would say, the warmth of the picture. I'm just going to have to look like a sick fucking vampire. Maybe we'll, sorry, this is kind of off topic, but maybe we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll look a little bit less. You have a good night, Neo. I'm glad that you came in and included everything into there. Horf, thank you again for talking about IR flashing. Reporters. Okay. Yeah. IR lasers reflashes. It's a pendant's job to question. Oftentimes, those questions are pointed towards a narrative. Whose narrative is the question? Is that social opinion drive or factual? What we do and don't know is that social opinion drive or factual. What we do know and is based on facts. The only facts news has is what they are told. If that's the truth or not, it's debatable. Very true. Very true. But again, hold on. How do you scare a whole airport? Bring a parachute as a carry-on. Oh, that's a hilarious joke, dude. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So IR pulse of the camera is the only one capturing flashing, but it flashes at a particular signal that the boom can lock onto. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Horf. Thank you for that. And Matt, thank you guys. Thank you guys. But yeah, no, Sketch is right. That's why I say when I lock on to facts, my friends, I try to stay grounded and rooted in as fact as I can be, logical as I can be. And then I attach onto that, but I don't attach my ideas to it. I attach myself to be as rooted in fact as I possibly can. If something feels off, or even if if it feels really good, like, oh, my team's right, and oh my God, I fucking told these guys. If you get feeling like that, it is so normal for human beings to not feel egotistic, or to feel egotistical.
Very real distraction.
And they don't want their tribe to be wrong. Whatever their tribe may be. You don't want to be wrong. We all fucking do this, man. Everybody does this, man. It's a literal survival mechanism. However, the ability to adapt, improvise, adapt, and overcome, and be the number one best is when, and this is a superpower if you can learn to do this. It was a superpower to my life. It's what changed my life. You need to recognize when you suck at something or you're wrong. Because when you do, you improvise, adapt, overcome, and you become better. It's the only way you will beat out the competition. And the competition is yourself. Period. If you suck at something, admit it and pay attention to who's good at it. If you're wrong about something, learn why you're wrong and fix it. So the same thing applies to politics, news, the whole nine. If something sounds too good to be true, you've heard this 1,000 times in your life, go check it out. Go check out the opposing theory. Check a credible source from the opposing side. Just don't take all these, including myself, don't just take this shit as fact. Look what I'm saying. Go look it up for yourself and check it out, man. Got to be weighted in fact. You know what I mean? As best as you can.
Stockpiles troops and resources for the Iran conflict. Okay, so there's a lot wrong with this sentence, and it shows that the people who crafted this have no idea how invasions work. If you had read the Naval War College paper, How China Might Invade Taiwan, you would know that there's really only 2 weather windows in which to invade Taiwan, like April and October. But outside of that,
it's coming up, bro.
Season. The weather is just too bad to perform a landing. And if you look at something like the JLOTs, or Joint Logistics Over the Shore, that we tried to build in Gaza to deliver humanitarian aid, that could be a video on its own. That was an absolute disaster because we used the wrong tool for the wrong job. That thing broke apart due to a little bad weather in a relatively permissive environment.
However, to the anti folks in here who or just don't want to trust the narrative or whatever it may be, this kind of proves their point, dude. You know what I mean? Like, just because we are the best, sometimes we fuck it up, dude. You know what I mean? I don't think this operation's clearly by the lost servicemen and women that we've already lost. You know what I mean? This is the way that it has always been. So I'm not disregarding that. It ain't all perfect, you know?
Now imagine trying to keep something like that intact when every single Taiwanese dude is shooting at you. So good luck with that. This also mentions a Chinese invasion decision
Heck
to
5.
completion
Holy
of
shit.
U.S. military.
We're up to like a PEC 15, I think. PAC 15. PEC 15. I was using preach settings, night mode to get all the. Yeah. You think I should do that for my face map? I don't give a fuck if I look like a vampire. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters. With you. That's why I'm violence of action. Send it, dude. We needed another confirmation before dropping. It was quite the rush. Yep. Sorry, my iPhone corrects the weirdest shit. No, you're not. Oh, we're going to talk about that real quick. I'm sorry, dude. I need to let this play, but we're going to talk about that. My iPhone needs to correct the weirdest shit and makes me sound like I'm stupid. I need to proofread shit. No. So this is the enshittification of items, your phone, your TV, all this stuff, right? You look it up. It's a legitimate term. It's a new term, but it's a legitimate term they use to describe basically planned obsolescence and making all things that were great into shitty products now. And this has happened a lot because of AI and everything. Dude, a lot of times you write it correctly and it auto-corrects into something absolutely fucking retarded. Like I don't even know. You're not right. There's actual like scientific documentation and actual reporting on this, mathematical reporting and explanations on it. You can look all that stuff up. You're not crazy. Your phones are not auto-correcting because you forgot how to spell. It's like we went backwards with technology. The system's broken.
Stockpile troops and resources.
It's like COD sucking or gaming sucking. The same thing's happening with like phones and shit now. We are becoming idiotic as a society a little bit.
And the fact is that a Taiwan fight is
Our
a
products
different
are.
kind of fight than what we're seeing in Iran. It's more of a naval-based fight, and so that's when we're going to be using things like harpoon missiles or LRASM. Tomahawk might be used for short targets, and the biggest concern for me is Tomahawk. It's not necessarily interceptors. We will have to engage incoming warheads that are going into Korea and Japan because China is not going to be able to leave Korea and Japan untouched. But the biggest concern are the long-range cruise missiles. We need as many of those as possible. And that's why as soon as we reduced the threat in Iran, we started switching over to just dropping gravity bombs or even gravity bombs with precision kits on them, things like JDAM. And we have plenty of these gravity bombs. Next, there's the accusation that U.S. casualties have easily reached 500, with many injured and dead that have not been admitted to by the Pentagon. Only someone who doesn't know how
most
the
of you would know
casualty
this
notification process works would say something like this. And the fact is that the U.S. is not Russia. We can't hide our casualties. And I invite you to give me one example where the U.S. managed to hide casualty data. I'm not even saying give me 10 examples. Give me one example in history where the U.S. withheld casualty data longer than 24 hours or so, more than enough time to inform the family. 500 casualties is such an absurd number that it defies all credibility. If we had done this, Seymour Hersh would have been all over a story like this, right? It usually takes about 24 hours from when the casualty is announced to the public release of that information. A lot of that depends on family notification. You can't hide bodies going back to Dover. You can't hide wounded coming back to Longstool. Eventually that information will get out because it is a very big army. Next is the claim that America lost 4 fixed-wing aircraft, more than we lost.
One of the things that I was really shocked by.
I'll tell you this, if you think that's bad, wait until you find out how many aircraft the U.S. loses in peacetime, because it's a lot. In 2025 alone, we lost an F-35.
We'll fast forward to this. I'm looking for Ryan Macbeth's channel to give to you guys,
so you
can check them out yourself.
Shock, without actually revealing these aircraft were not shot down accidentally, referring to the 3 F-15s. Then they go on to claim these aircraft were not shot down accidentally, referring to the 3 F-15s and the 1 tanker. They say that these aircraft were not shot down accidentally, as previously thought. They were down by sympathizers in the Kuwaiti Air Force.
This is important coming up.
This shows a deep lack of understanding between Sunni and Shia Islam, as well as a lack of understanding about how a lot of Arab air forces work. The same lack of understanding that frickin' fake Professor Ping Pong claimed when he said that Iran would unite the Arab world. Kuwait.
Bro, he goes on national news and like says this shit too. It's super funny. He's wicked professional, but when he says that, he's pissed because I never hear him talk like that. This is a terrible setting because he's in a fucking hotel room, but he is like, you can look at it up yourself. You really hate this guy or you're really irritated with what I'm saying, go check it out yourself, bro.
Mostly Sunni Muslims. Iran
He's a high-speed dude.
Shia Muslims. Now, in countries like Kuwait, where there is mandatory military service,
one of the things that I was really shocked by,
you're the elite. And this is so they can perform their service looking jaunty instead of kicking rocks in the army. So you're telling me, with a straight face, that a pilot who likely comes from a rich, wealthy Sunni family is going to throw his entire career and maybe even life away to support a country of Shia Muslims that is actively attacking him and made up of blasphemers? Good luck with that.
I agree with you, Sketch on history.
Like, it would be like Eric Trump joining ISIS. Like this just wouldn't happen. Eric Trump wouldn't throw his life away to join ISIS. Some Kuwaiti pilot who's living a pretty good life right now.
Okay, so this is Ryan Macbeth. This is what I was talking about. Everything he's talking about, all verifiable. I stand behind it.
He's seeing a heck of a lot more cash.
I just posted his link in the chat. I think you should check him out. But we're going to hop over. There's a couple other interesting things he talks about, but nothing too relevant. Let's hop over and cover. There's a couple things I want to check out with everything we're talking about. One is Sean Ryan's this video here. I don't know. See, these AI generated fucking weird videos and shit. Personally, not interested. There we go. I try to fix my algorithm by not selecting. I don't mind watching people, like, just like my channel with like 1,000 views on it. Absolutely. But I don't want to fucking be bullshitted, bro. So I just, if your channel looks like dog shit AI, I'm automatically going to click off.
If we've got them over there fighting more and more, the longer they're there, the less time we have to move them somewhere else and do something else.
All right, real quick. I know this is a torn subject on this channel. Sean Ryan, if you don't know, former Navy SEAL, former CIA. Sean Ryan show, I am sure you heard of him. If you haven't, there you go. Giving him credit. I personally don't mind how you feel. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I will be very clear. I personally, as a internet figure, really respect the shit out of Sean Ryan. And my reason for that is because, to me, he appears extremely accountable. As far as like talking head Joe Rogans go, like in the military space, Sean Ryan, I don't think anybody can shake a stick at him, bro. Not in popularity, but the fact that he owns it. This dude's a real deal, man. Like, you could go look at some of his training stuff before any of this stuff, which I used to be checking out way before he was anybody. He don't fuck around, dude. And he doesn't always get it right, and he admits that. And I'm not going to sit here and glaze him all day, but like, we're going to watch this. This is probably, this one he's going to be talking about with Joe Kent is probably going to be one of the most watched episodes on the internet. And I don't want to take away from that. I think you need to go, when he airs a show, go watch the damn show. Let's see if I can find the short on it real quick before we watch this. Then we'll watch this. Because I haven't seen this. I would like to and react to it, like, with you guys. Let's see. Sean Ryan. I love him, dude. He's great, dude. I don't know how else to put it. He's really good. Does he not have a short with this guy? Oh, I bet you it's a long form short. This one here.
Last time you were here, you said, we're occupied. Said by who?
This is my attempt at showing you. Keep your mind open, bro. I'm not trying to make you confused, but like I said, don't be stuck in an echo chamber.
I answered AIPAC, but Israel.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount.
This mission was not...
So I'm not trying to ruin it for you. It's blowing my eardrum.
Has not been about regime change.
And when we were talking, Sean, I told you, it's there for anybody to see if you just take the time to look.
We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war.
What was the first thing we were told on why we were going into Iran?
Nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons.
If not stopped, Iran could produce
Here's
a
Pat's
nuclear
point.
weapon in a very short time.
You can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what he says. I agree with that, man.
This isn't retaliation for what they did a number of years ago in the Iraq War. This is about what Israel wants.
Mm-hmm.
This is about nuclear weapons that probably don't even fucking exist.
Based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action.
What is going to happen to our economy?
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon.
I love her, bro. My wife gets so mad. I think she's a very pretty, smart lady. I like Tulsi.
And Supreme Leader Khamenei
what do you guys
has
think?
not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
I agree with you, Hug.
And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted.
We the people.
I didn't know this was going to happen.
He makes bangers, bro.
Why do Christian Zionists believe that Jews have to be in Jerusalem?
What if Israel uses their nukes against them?
That has always been a concern.
The deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely
1996.
close. By next spring, at most
2012.
by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage.
What is the real goal here? Is this a holy war?
It is for Israel.
Are they trying to speed this up?
They absolutely are. We're going to get into an area I have to be a little bit careful of. They believe we are the chosen people. God gave us this land. All of this land is ours.
Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer.
I don't know how you can, dude. Bro, I could.
In 1909, a guy named Cyrus Schofield wrote a reference Bible. And he said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to translate this a little into more modern English.
What's study Bible look like?
And I'm going to give them my interpretation of what this means. He gave it to all of the book clubs. He gave it to the influential people in New York to try and get it more and more published because it supported the Zionist cause. Because he would take comments like Genesis 12:3 that says, I will bless those who bless us and I will curse those who curse us. That statement, Schofield took and said, this means we have to support Jews in Israel forever.
Well, I mean, to be fair, dude, like, I don't know, from my readings of the Bible, I mean, in the Old Testament, they still were the chosen people. So I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. Hoping I'll get fired from you guys for saying that I like Tulsi. So a lot of people get fired up over her, bro. Remember the winter, now they are shaped largely by public narrative, especially now that everyone has a camera. Agreed. I don't know. I can't believe this guy's book on the thing says we are the enemy or some shit like that. Why is it always religion? It is, man. It fucking is, man. It really is. That seems really polarizing too. Like, imagine you have this level of editing too. But this is what I say. How can you not like if that's all you ever saw of Sean Ryan, you'd be like, oh, what a douchebag. He's for a negative narrative. No, bro. Sean, bro, he's had literal like, who the hell has he had on that's a politician? Or he's had like all lead politicians on, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say, he did so much work. Let's see if let me see if we could search his content. Okay. I thought he had JD Vance on and shit. Like, he covers all aspects, man. That's all I could say. Yeah, look at. He interviewed the president, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sean he does all angles, man. He's really, wow, I didn't know he's at 6 million subs. That's actually really impressive. Good for him. Good for him. I feel like he really has the country's interests at heart. Sean really seems to be out for doing the right thing, and I don't know how you don't gather it from him. So, another thing you should know, Ryan Macbeth on my algorithm, right? So, this guy just shared with you guys, this guy.
Who is the AI Asian silver guy, and why are there like 30 of him? Look.
So this is Ryan Macbeth. See, this is his normal, when he's not on fucking Fox News or anything like that. He is an Army intel guy. He smokes cigars and drinks fucking alcohol, just like the rest of us. Now, mind you, Ryan is constantly repeating, he's a very level guy. He just says it like it is, whatever else. He doesn't pick one side or the other. But he always says that when he goes to sleep and when he wakes up, the first and last thing he thinks about is how we will defeat China and Taiwan. It's a very scary thing for it to hear him say all the time when you got people that, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm a bachelor running around on the earth with no one leaving behind, you know what I mean? And it's not like I don't have friends and family like we all do, bro. It worries me, you know what I mean? It sucks.
With them.
And I respect Ryan. He knows his shit, dude. He's been right far too many times for me to ignore it. Shit's wild. How are we worried about AI taking over the world and still fighting about religion to the death at the same time? I know, man. And AI, dude, that's a whole nother topic too. AI, I've been seeing a lot of coverage on how we don't have artificial intelligence. It's not a real thing. Hold on before you fry me and that gets clipped into this idiot into a conspiracy. No. You don't understand. We don't understand human intelligence. What we have is not AI. It's not artificial intelligence. It's a fucking math algorithm that's really good at predicting things. And it's far better at us at completing specific tasks. But the idea that this thing is sentient and understands that we've created this new thing and you've created a program that doesn't have free will. You've created something that is a really good predictive machine. And it's just the baby iterations of what we can create. And I'm not saying we're not going there. We are. But to think that we have this under control is stupid. Jeff Bezos fired like 15,000 employees and put a bunch of AI in charge. How'd that fucking go? It didn't. Dude, he screwed his whole company up, bro. Jeff Bezos tried to put AI in charge of reprogramming. So this thing deleted their like stock, their stock department, rewrote it. They had to recover it. Deleted like 6 million deliveries, cost them stupid amounts of money, like more money than most companies make in their lifespan. The same AI was giving out delivery dates of like the end of the universe, like dates for delivery. So I'm not a big AI fan at all. There's some use case for it, but I personally think it's going to get us in trouble, bro. You know, not just, but
we've got them over there fighting more and more, the longer they're there, the less time we have to move them somewhere else and do something else with them. If I were China, I would say, let's let them play this out. We'll let them get tired.
I mean, Xi has said he wants to take Taiwan by
Totally agree.
2027.
Yeah.
We're already declaring low munitions. Israel is declaring low munitions. Wouldn't it be interesting
Here it is.
if Israel demanded more munitions from us and we refused and then they just pulled out of this?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a possibility? I got one hot question.
Uh-oh.
You ready?
You never did an introduction either.
I did the intro last time.
Ah.
I'll put one out.
All right.
You ready?
Low munitions is just fucking. I love Sean, bro. But dude, that just seems so dumb to me. Let me tell you why. I'm sorry, I'm on a rant, but this fucking. This is what tonight's stream's about. That's my point. I don't think you understand the levels of gross negligence you would have to allow such a low number of munitions that you didn't even go into an all-out motherfucking war and you ran out in a week. So I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying it seems really stupid to me. I don't believe that at all. Not just because of what I've owned personally, unless things have changed in 25 years. And two, I'm thinking in my head because look, I can't get into specifics, but I'll tell you this. For me personally, if you know me personally, you know that I'm not gonna bullshit about it. Then just talking with who I talk to, I sleep fucking great at night, knowing what I fucking know. You know what I mean? It's laughable, if you will. This rhetoric kind of pisses me off because of knowing that kind of information is like, I don't know, man. It makes us look weak and stupid. The only benefit I can say is it makes our enemies, if you will, if we have enemies, right? If you're just look at this from a chessboard, if you look at who our enemies are to misinterpret the chessboard and think that if they believe this bullshit, if their intel is being fed that information, they're going to get caught. Either one of two things is going to happen. They're going to get caught with their pants down, or it's going to be World War III, dog. I'm just going to be real with you. It's not going to be good. If somebody really decides to play chicken and jump first because they believe that or the intel suggests that, It better not be true, because like I said, why would you ever start something and not have the ass to back it up? You know what I'm saying? I just think this seems so stupid. I could see if we were in all-out conflict for a large period of time, that would be true. But like, look at like Russia and Ukraine. Dude, they have been going fucking at it for 4 years now. And Russia's still pumping shit out. And they haven't spent a fucking nickel of the same amount on their defense. And you go, oh, well, our nuts are overpriced. Okay, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm on team that's ludicrous. What the hell that? Please comment on it. Please let me know. War is ugly, but alternative is unacceptable. There's always been good men and women willing to do bad things. So bad people, too bad people. This is the way. 100% agree. 100% agree. That's why I'm saying from a tactical perspective, get your mind out of the opinion and start thinking about it like a robot. It makes it a lot easier. Let me see. Yeah, people's heads would be on fucking stakes if that was the case. Totally agree, bro. Totally agree. In modern times, fighting is still about problems with thousands of years of the same disagreement. Totally agree, Sketch. And, this is a good point, too, because those who've been around, Sketch re-up tonight. You see he's got the general rank. He's a mod in here. It's one of my best friends, bro. And we've known each other for a very long time. And Sketch is religious values, and I fucking totally take a difference and shift. And yet we are very close to one another with a massive amount of respect. Why can't the rest of our country get, the whole world, man? Why are we not coming together to meet at the differences and realize, like, from my perspective of being a man of faith, I don't care where your background of religion comes from. Your faith, from everything I've ever read, from every culture I've ever spoken to, should be rooted in peace and doing the right thing. However, all the problem, I think, partly too, is extreme ideology, no question. But there's another part in there. There's a clause. And it's you can live by the sword and die by the sword, but the point of the sword is to keep it sheathed. And I've said this many times. It is the way of the soldier, right? Be trained, be calm, be collected, but be ready. And unfortunately, the religious wars have been fought for years and years and years and years. This is the case. The problem I have is when religion is used as the cause for mass execution of other human beings. I just will never get behind that, bro. Even if we are the ones at fault.
No.
For the last 2 years, China hasn't needed a formal invasion to keep pressure on Taiwan.
Love you too, Sketch.
It's used gray zone tactics, aircraft incursions, naval presence, joint sword exercises, and psychological pressure to normalize military coercion around the island. Now, while the world is locked on Iran.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, the world is locked on Iran. Now, it takes a while to build up. Sorry, I keep pausing. I'm going to be very quick about this. It takes a while to build up around Taiwan or anywhere, Iran, wherever. If you ever notice, we were outside Venezuela smoking drug boats or whatever boats. I don't give a fuck whatever you think. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think. Smoking little boats outside Venezuela, getting ready to do that operation. Took months of preparation and planning. Iran, same thing. There's been aircraft carriers heading over there for the whole world saw it happening. The whole world is going to see it happen with Taiwan too. It's no different. They're not just going to up and go to, you know what? Fuck it. Tomorrow we're invading. Change of plans, fellas. Head out. It's not going to happen. There's going to be, they don't want to fail. So they want to do, but the thing is there is a giant operation going around out there right now, training operation. However, the time lines up March, April to doing something.
And in the Strait of Hormuz, Taiwan is again reporting PLA aircraft and naval activity. Beijing is publicly announcing humanitarian aid to Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq, and Washington is even pressing China to help keep major energy checkpoints open. So here's the question.
Duh.
Are these just separate headlines, or are we watching China exploit a moment where America is being pulled back into the Middle East, using one crisis to test how much pressure it can place on Taiwan before the world treats it like the next emergency.
Very well articulated. Yes. Right. Yeah, just very well articulated.
One of the problems I see with us in Iran is we are depleting our military ability to project force in other areas.
What the fuck is this? Why does this keep doing this? Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't know why that keeps happening if I have a button that's mashed or something. Let me be clear what he's saying right here. Because I'm going to be honest, I would shut this off if he was saying that. If he were spinning it there, but he's saying that we're depleting our military's ability by being tied up here.
If I were
most of you know
China,
this.
If it were me, I would let Iran play out longer. I would let the U.S. use more of its military war fighting capability. And then when they've played it down enough, I would go take Taiwan. It's what they wanted to do for a long time, but we are kind of holding them back. Well, we've got 2 carriers in the Gulf. People could only stay on board for so long. The nuclear power plants can run forever. The people get tired. We can't take them right from there and move them over. I mean, we've got the one carrier in the China Sea, but same thing. I mean, we've got 3 carriers.
I'm going to give you a really positive outlook on this, though. He ain't wrong. It's one way to look at it. Another way I would look at it is this is also an opportunity to say we're the most powerful production nation on the earth. We produce everything. If they halt the flow of toys, bro, pharmaceuticals, it fucks up everything. It's an opportunity to really seek global trade and boost relations overall. And by eliminating little Napoleon Man syndrome threats equally as a super... I often question who's really running the world stage. Is it nation states or is it money? And if you don't believe me on that's a good theory to think about, then why in the heck does one of the largest seats happen to be finance companies at the World Economic Forum? And the money that they move is larger than that of the actual countries and transcends nations. Like Rockefeller, BlackRock Capital, whatever. Dude, their money doesn't have to be in dollars. It doesn't have to be. It can be in yen. It can be in rubles. It doesn't matter to them. Just think about that. You know what I mean? So there's an angle on that. Maybe after all this, I hope, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I hope we all calm down and everybody chills out. But it is in our interest to sell weapons and defensive measures. And unfortunately, that ambition leads to constant posturing. That's why we ended up with so many nuclear weapons
out there fielded right
on both
now.
sides.
The others are in dry dock or maintenance. So if we've got them over there fighting more and more, the longer they're there.
Why wouldn't they push more now?
The less time we have to move them somewhere else and do something else with them.
Get them with a knife.
If I were China, I would say, let's let them play this out. We'll let them get tired. Once they're tired, we'll do what we want to do, and they won't be able to stop us because they're going to be too tired to come over here and do that.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, Xi has said he wants to take Taiwan by 2027.
Yeah.
And we...
Yeah. If you've not seen the Bastards of Bastogne, fucking tell me about being tired, man. And I get it, man. People, fat losers like me on the internet that, get tired from running 6 miles a week, and that's more exercise than most people do, don't want to be backdrafted in the military when they're fucking crying when their iPhone breaks. Trust. I'm not, oblivious to this. But the military we do have is still in good shape and high speed. Like your combat arms guys. I don't know if you've ever seen some of these guys with Delta, bro. They look like fucking like Universal Soldiers, some of these guys, man. Like they were mixed with freaking apes or something.
Talked about this at the beginning when I was talking about the sleeper cells within the U.S. and I had mentioned that aren't we stretching ourselves a little thin here?
We are.
How bad are the oil prices sketched?
Once again, Venezuela.
We have to look this up.
Ukraine, now Iran, Gaza, Cuba, Panama, Greenland. Like it's a lot of resources.
I forgot all about Greenland.
And so I don't. We're already declaring low munitions. Israel is declaring low munitions. Wouldn't it be interesting if Israel demanded more munitions from us and we refused, and then they just fucking pulled out of this?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a possibility?
It's a possibility.
I think it is.
I wouldn't put that past them at all.
There goes Rome.
Hey, you're on your own. I don't know that I covered this.
It's $90-something a barrel, but it was up to 120 right away, and then it shot down to 80-something. It's not that high. It's not like wicked high. I don't think. I hate this cop out. Well, it's a possibility. I'm not a big fan of that cop out, to be honest with you.
You know,
anything's a
literally
possibility.
just say you initiated it.
You started it. You go finish it. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Yo, the thought of us running out of ammo is just dumb. There's no one on the ground shooting. We have more munitions in the world combined. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I can't get into fucking details. I'm not trying to get put on a watch list, bro. Like, I'm just saying, man. It's enough to, I don't even fucking know. Like Ryan said, if you know, you shouldn't. But I could just from memory and whatever I do see. And like Matt said, because you've been exposed to it. You know what I mean? Been on fucking him. It's just like, hey, dude, we need to get rid of $500,000 worth of rocket launchers, man. Why? Because they're just fucking expiring and we need to buy more so we can spend money on our military. It's insane. They're talking about steak and lobster. Dude, if you got steak and lobster, you know what's up, dude, because the next day's orders fucking suck balls. That's why you get steak and lobster. You know what I mean? The military be going all out, man. Matt's right. There's enough munitions to fucking like, it's actually crazy. It's actually really, 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 really crazy. That we are in a week, bro. Come on, man. I don't like this narrative. I'm gonna be honest. I almost want to shut this off because it was like, come on, bro. Shit's corny. And I love.
I don't think I covered this, and I don't. Yeah, it's not classified.
Thank you. Here's the thing, bro. We're all skipping around the beat, but there's a lot of different individuals in the chat that know. You know what I mean? That have been and seen the things, man. You know what I mean?
In Desert Storm.
The AHA guard that you get to have access to, that the multiple ammo holding areas that you get access to, just as like an regular infantry guy.
When I was there,
it's hard to conceive out of ammo.
9 months. And American Fighting Machine, strongest, biggest, best in the world, and we are.
Where was he?
There's a lot of.
What did he say?
We were there. In Desert Storm.
Oh, okay.
When I was there.
Okay, so he served. I didn't know that. I
9
respect.
Months. And American Fighting Machine, strongest, biggest, best in the world. And we are. There's a lot of nuances to that, though, that people don't understand.
Okay.
When I was there.
Throw it.
Right before we kicked off the offensive to move north, right? In late January, February. We got told, hey, whatever ammunition you have right now, that's what you get. Small arms, 50 cal, 9mm.
Yeah, because you're probably fucking pogue, bro. No offense. I'm sorry, bro. I have never had a shortage of ammunition, dude. Shortage of ammunition, you're probably, yeah, you're going back some fucking years. If he had said Vietnam, I'd be like, oh, okay. You know, who is this? What's this fucking guy's name? I'm just curious what his, is it where did Iran? Michael Lester. That is Michael Lester breaks down the adversaries that we watching closely, blah, 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 blah. Let's do this. Michael Lester MOS. Author, we are the bad at MOS, MS is school. Lester, historian. Cybersecurity, Naval Academy graduate, Marine combat pilot. What the fuck? What was he? What was he and what was he not? Okay. Where's just the normal? As a faculty member of the Master Cybersecurity Leadership Program, what did he do? Combat pilot served in the Asia and Middle East. Okay. MOS during Desert Storm. America's occupied. I wouldn't disagree with that. Just a combat veteran Marine. He served in the Marines 20 years. If that is that the same guy? I don't know. I might be reading for something else. I don't know. I keep getting that he was in the... I don't understand where he's coming from. If he was... Somebody pull up this guy's stick, bro. Michael... Like, you could probably look it up on your phone faster than I can look it up. Right here. Or what I would be looking up. I just want to keep this going. Michael Lester. Michael Lester. Figure out what he was doing during Desert Storm. I'm trying to figure out where he's going with this.
That's what you got.
And no offense to any fucking pogues out there. Don't get all twisted up about it. I'm just saying. There's a huge difference in what you get issued and we get issued. And it sucks. But just as there's a huge difference between what we had access to and people that were part of special operations units.
And we went, you mean that's what we got until we kick off our forward movement, right? They're like, no, that's what you got. We said, well, what about when the supply ships come from the U.S.?
That's just logistics,
though. There are no supply ships from the U.S. This is it. So we had one can of 50 caliber for our big 50 cals on our helicopter. That's gone in 4 seconds. And we said, well, what about then? They're like, take it off its mount and throw it at them because you've got nothing else. We're like, what happened to all the ammo? And I didn't understand it. It was.
Look, we have to take this, what he's saying, at face value. Let's just assume that what he's saying is true. However, I would say the two sides we're facing right now is that the validity is on Sean Ryan's show. Okay, let's give him some respect on that and say that Sean did his homework. However, is this an individual situation? I've never heard of a situation like this before, but doesn't mean I know fucking dick all. I was like 9 years old when this was going on. The other situation we're facing here is he telling the truth and this was a mass issue? Anybody in the comments who's watching is a Desert Storm vet, let me know, bro, too, if you had something like that. Seems silly. He was a combat pilot. So that's the other thing. If he's a Marine helicopter pilot, that's concerning. If he's a fighter pilot and he's like, this is all you got for pistol ammo and stuff. No shit, but I bet your aim sidewinders and stuff weren't running short of supply. And it doesn't make sense to me. Like, this is all you got. I know the Marines get fucked over too a lot too with equipment, hand-me-downs and stuff like that. But by all means, they still have the best of the best. Their infantry arguably has better stuff than Army guys that we want, and goes the other way too. However, I don't know, Matt, you'd probably have to tell me as far as like what your guys' your personnel other than grunts get issued to them. You know what I mean? I can't remember a single time where I was ever like going into like a mission or operation or anything we were doing where they didn't hand me fucking hand grenades and full combat load with more ammo than I wanted to carry in my fucking rucksack.
Mystery to
I'll
me.
tell you that.
I'll get to the end in a minute.
Ammo weighs
the
a
other thing
lot,
that
bro.
happened was
seems
the
silly
engines
to me.
in our helicopter. We have big engine air particle separators on the front that have these
Maybe?
cyclonic
Oh.
tubes. So if you suck in sand, it spins it, throws it to the outside, removes it, so you get clean air in your engines.
Okay, yeah.
Smart thinking. We found out that in Saudi Arabia, the sand was so fine, it's like flour. It wouldn't spin out, but it was highly corrosive. So we started eating away and eroding the front edge of all the blades of our engines, our turbine engines. What
More
happens
maintenance.
is in a turbine engine, you suck the air in, these blades compress it, and once it's compressed, you put fuel with it and you light it off, and then it expands out the back and gives you thrust.
Yep.
Well, each one of those little blades is like a wing. And if
I have not seen this, I don't know, but I do know about this because I'm a fucking nerd. So each one of those fans in a propulsion jet engine is engineered and numbered. Every single one in the fan is numbered because it needs a specific weight so that inertia doesn't cause it to be complete. It's one of the most precise machines. That's why it took us so long to make a jet engine. So those blades are what he's about to get into, I'm pretty sure, is they're precision machine pieces of metal. And if they're not specific, it'll warp the engine and make the thing fucking go haywire and blow up. You know what I mean? Like if you put the wrong number blade in the wrong spot, it could set it out of alignment, dude. And this thing it'll rip itself apart at crazy RPMs. Thank you, Sketch, for looking that up. So he's talking about 50 cal. He could have been short because they wanted those rounds on the ground. Right. You know what I mean? I don't know. Certain on the first desert run 90 to 91. Yeah.
the wing is degraded, it doesn't fly anymore. It doesn't compress anymore.
Jesus nut comes off. Okay. All right. Fair.
When that happens,
Fair.
you have fuel being poured into an engine at a rate it thinks it's getting air for.
Yep.
But there isn't that much air. So the fuel just burns, and eventually your engine lights on fire, essentially. It's called a compressor stall. There's a little more to it, but eventually, effectively, your engine catches on fire. We would train for this in flight school, and we all joked, we're like, has anybody in the history of flying ever seen a compressor stall? And we're all like, no, never happened. Well, it started happening to us every single landing. Every time we landed the helicopter, we'd get a compressor stall in one engine.
This is a little different than what I said.
To the point where the co-pilot would have his hands on our control levers, watching the engines, just waiting, because you know one of these at least is going to go when we land. And you had to pull it offline immediately or it would light on fire.
Yeah, it was like 72 hours, AP.
Because we didn't get it off fast enough. The engine lit on fire, lit the other engines on fire, lit the gearbox on fire, and the whole helicopter just burned to the ground.
Right, Sketch. Yeah, that makes sense.
What the U.S. did was,
ammo
we're
you don't
sending
need.
you new engines. So out there in the desert, we would swap an engine, right?
Mm-hmm.
That lasted for about 3 months.
Well, here's the counter argument to it. And I know a lot of pogues that like got that just, I know too many stories, and this pisses me off, of guys who were carrying 30 round mags and nothing more. Like it bothers me to even if you're like on a fob or something, it doesn't make sense to me well, I get it. Like if you're on a fob, if you ever have to leave a fob, you should never be leaving with less than 210 rounds as a rifleman.
And those engines got degraded.
Am I crazy to say
And
that
then
or
we said,
what?
okay, we need new engines
You know what I
again.
mean?
They're like, there aren't any. We swap engines like one engine a year. You just swapped 3 in 2 months. We don't have spare engines to put on here. Whatever you've got on that aircraft right now is what you're going into combat with. And we're like, so we're going into combat with engines that don't work and guns that we don't have ammo for.
Okay, all right. The guns not having ammo? Yeah, sounds terrible, right? But expecting that we just have backup engines and shit for aircraft, we all know what the fuck happens, bro. We have a Bradley or an M1 Abrams or something go down, that shit gets ripped apart for another one. You know what I mean? This is the way of logistics and war, dude. That's the inconvenience of having to fight across an ocean. Be realistic here, bud.
This is where a lot of my
you get grounded and the better pilot gets your parts.
With what we were doing came from, where I'm like, what are we doing? What we're being told, what the American public is being told, and what we're seeing on the ground aren't the same. So knowing all of that, I was then sent to the post-grad school. And one of the courses I had in the post-grad school was on international relations and military action. It was taught by a guy who was in line to be one of the two choices for Secretary of Defense. The other person got it. This person came and taught the course. And he covered this, and he said, you know what happened was...
Yeah, I did not say a fucking diesel driver, like a fucking recovery crew or the recovery vehicle, 88 mics. That's diesel, the diesel crew, right? The truck driver. 88 mics, they close up the hatch and hope for the best. Oh, you mean, yeah, for the recovery track? That's what the infantry is for? Yeah. Yeah, rules of engagement is different by MOS. Also, bro, learn the hard way. Yeah, true that. He's a pilot. His input and ideas are invalid. Matt, please elaborate. Please elaborate, Matt, on what the fuck you mean by that. Apparently YouTube is not a fan of me covering politics.
6-7 years.
It's all right. They'll get over it. They'll get used to it.
We're building these big, fantastic Star Wars
I'm so funny, bro.
Weapon systems. Well, they have cost overruns. It's costing more than they thought. Congress isn't giving them more money.
Hold on, I got it.
So they look at it and
I can't get my boy Matty, dude. He's a JTAC. He's telling me the Marine pilots' ideas and input. I'm super, dude. Oh my god, I'm gonna be fucking. My stomach's hurting, bro, from trying to hold in this laugh. Oh, all right, let me try to input what he's saying.
Fantastic Star Wars, technology, weapon systems. Well, they have cost overruns.
Okay, I'm gonna put another piece of input in here, and if this was ever you. Okay, how about this? I have a really great way to put this. The story's kind of lining up as that guy that's really fucking annoying, and so you send him up the chain of command. When the chain of command calls down and said, hey, we need a guy. Don't send any shitbags. And the fucking first sergeant's like, hey, round that guy up, the biggest shitbag. I'm not saying this guy's a shitbag. I don't know. But you know what story I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And if you don't know who I'm talking about, you were the guy they sent. Hey, man, sometimes you get a good gig. Sometimes you get to go up to headquarters or whatever else and you get a good deal, right? You know what I mean? Maybe you knew somebody. I knew a kid. I have a good story of that. I knew a kid, rock army guy, whatever. His brother made millions of dollars in the stock market right before like 2002 Iraq, right? And so first ID was put on like we were put on deployment orders, and they instantly made that guy, they instantly offered him out of the military and then made him a driver. Like, and he was a great guy. So there's an instance of a guy, but I know a bunch of other guys who just got sent up the chain of command because they don't want to fucking deal with him anymore. And they're like, they gave this guy a promotion almost, it sounds like, but like he's asking all these questions at the time and super concerned. They're like, all right, take the guy that needs bubble wrap and put him up there. And look, it's not the right answer. It's not saying he's wrong, but I do feel like the Marines would be like, bro, you're asking too many questions. Get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to shit on the guy. It's a realistic thing. A lot of you know what I'm talking about, man.
It's costing more than they thought. Congress isn't giving them more money. So they looked at it and said, well, we need to find money somewhere.
So he's a pilot. So that's a good point, Sketch. I'm going to let this play. I'm sorry. It's just really funny to me. Let an infantry guy try to explain how an aircraft carrier operates. About the same. It's pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I only know about that fan thing on the jet because it was interesting. I watched like a whole 2-hour, I'm bored documentary at night on how jet engines work and stuff like that. And I watched him doing maintenance on them, like commercial craft and stuff. I thought it was really fascinating. He said, wow, now I don't ever want to get on a plane again. Now that I know that there's 500 different fan blades that need to be perfect.
Why are we creating this much ammunition?
Yeah, so Matt's countering what you're saying, or reinforcing. I've met some pretty sharp and good pilots, but he doesn't know any more than he's been told. I held a major's billet as an E4. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. The reason that guys become pilots and not infantry are because they are not leaders. That's crazy take, dude. I met some cool ass pilots, bro. Yeah. Officers and pilots, more so, are only on the ground side for a limited tour of duty. REMF to the fullest. Let an infantry guy try to go. Yeah, whoa, right, dude? The guys heard the Sandhill fence burn down. You guys heard that Sandhill fence burn down? I'm gonna be honest with you. I spent a year at Kelly Hill. After I got called back on IR, but I was obviously I went to Sandhill. B219, got the photo right there, baby. The Sandhill Good. I don't know anything about a fence. I don't remember a fence. I know, what did it burn down from? A pilot speaking to the logistic capabilities of the entire military is insane. I love you guys, man. This is why I'm doing this. This is an opportunity to hang with my homies and assess my own opinions of like what I'm seeing and trying to make sense of. And you guys are really helpful, man. Cause like, I'm glad that a lot of us have common sense, are looking at this like, what is this fucking private with a bar talking about? And I hate saying that. It seems so disrespectful, man. Cause like I have a massive amount of respect for Sean. He doesn't always get it right. He doesn't always get it right. He fucks up a lot too, man. But like, this isn't just, it just doesn't add up, man. And it feels, it's funny, man, if not validating that it's okay to question it. You know what I mean? Because you're seeing the same thing as I am.
Let's take the money we're supposed to spend on ammunition and we'll put it over here on this weapon system this year. Next year, we'll give twice as much to ammunition and rebuild it. Okay. Next year comes up.
We're going to read the comments.
The weapon system is still over budget. They're like, okay.
That happens.
Let's borrow this year from ammunition and we'll put it over here. And then next year, we'll put 3 times as much for the 2 years we missed and the year we have. Okay.
Feels like bullshit to me, bro.
The next year comes up, still over budget, or a new system needs money. And they went, oh.
Exactly. You ever hear that phrase? Well, at OCS, they taught us. Yeah, man. I remember specifically telling the lieutenant, we literally got put on a fucking, like an operation to look for some bullshit in some fucking mountains that were like an actual, like, I don't know, 20 something click movement, like 22 clicks. So like 22 kilometers, not outside a normal infantry guy's ruck. Right. But the problem is, this is in the fucking mountains, dude. And so it took us like 2 days and casualties and all kinds of shit to reach our objective. And this fucking lieutenant is looking at me and they were looking at him and he's getting shit for us being late and all this other shit. And I looked at him to the front of the fucking colonel and nobody's saying a word. And I go, I shit you not, bro. He goes, well, he's fucking cussing us out. This is the rate at which you can march, and this is how fast it should take there. You guys are a fucking embarrassment. You're an embarrassment. You're an And this is at OCS. This is one of those situations. They taught us that blah, 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 and this is the standard. And I go, sir, a topo map fucking shows you lines for a reason. We didn't walk a fucking flat map, bro. Literally every kilometer had a 900 meter peak that we climbed up and a 900 meter peak we climbed down. We were lucky if we got a mountain like that between in a valley, in a spur, like crazy shit between 2 grid squares. And the whole place went silent, and the LT was like, bro, shut the fuck up, D. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, fuck this guy, you know? I was pissed, man. And that sucked, dude. You know what I mean? And it's just sometimes, yeah, it sounds good on a chalkboard or a piece of paper, but it's just not the way it is. You know what I mean?
We can't take more.
I'll read all. I got to let this go. I'll read back into those.
Let's just allocate half of what we were supposed to allocate to this year and take that half and put it over here. Well, now we've got this bow wave of debt where we're not making the ammunition we need.
Yeah, what fence are you talking about?
And by the time the Gulf War hit, we were 4 or 5 years behind in how much ammunition we should have had stockpiled. So when it came to all of a sudden we've got to go to war, we're like, we don't have any.
With what?
We're sorry, we don't have any. I was shocked. I hate to say it, but at the time we were flying going, you know, if the Iraqis just keep coming, we can't stop them because we have nothing to shoot them with.
Bro, we rocked their shit, man. And dude, if you ever look at Schwarzkopf, like this guy went down in history as like one of the most insane generals of all time. He will be remembered for fucking ever, dude. This is where the urban warfare legend, if you will, comes from, where they said they got like they took a Republican Guards colonel out of a T-72 and they put him in the back of a track, and they were like, and the guy was like, "Why do you have your former enemy on your on the inside of your track?" And he was talking about Erwin Rommel, and he said, "You knew the answer to that question, sir, and you wouldn't be in the fucking back of my track." And it's the rest is history. But dude, there are Bradleys that were smoking. Look at the Battle of 73 Easting, where they got lost in a sandstorm before like Blue Force Tracker was a thing and all that shit. Early 90s we're talking about, you know what I mean? And the Bradleys were smoking T-72s with tow missiles, man, winning tank battles with an infantry fighting vehicle. Like, yeah, there was a lot of soldiers that obviously were giving up. But this, the world's largest military destroyed the world's fourth largest military in 72 hours. We had a lot of precision strikes, and we went in and a bombing campaign and all this other stuff, and then it went down. But dude, to get Schwarzkopf, right? I always, like I said, that TBI, man, I can't remember the damn the names. I'm almost positive Schwarzkopf. Yeah. Dude, genius. I don't know. Are we talking about the same conflict, bro?
And our helicopters are probably going to stall and we won't be able to fly.
Matt.
So it was a weird thing to be in the largest, biggest military in the world, which we are,
yep,
and have little things like this that are being made, decisions made by politicians that are affecting our warfighting capability.
Turn this up a little bit. Sorry.
And that sort of thing, I think, is still going on today. And when I think of what we're doing and how much money we're spending on prosecuting Iran, I have to ask myself, how is that going to translate into our ability to maintain our citizen safety and our way of life moving forward?
That is a legitimized question. Stretching yourself amongst multiple things is clearly but I would also argue that, like, if you pull the gloves off and you deflect away from the conflict and rotate your forces in other places, this is the equivalent of when we were losing aircraft carriers and hanging on the ropes, back when, the Enterprise is like one of the last few remaining aircraft carriers in service at the time in World War II, or, and then we turned it around and waxed for the Imperial Navies for aircraft carriers, if you will. There's plenty of times in history where stuff like this happened. Now, would it be tragic, if you would, because clearly the Iranian people would have to rebuild, and who knows where that vacuum power goes, and we would look like idiots in the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of moving parts there, but by no means do I think that we couldn't just immediately break contact and have to worry about as much retaliation as people want to lead on. Like if Ryan and Macbeth's right, you know, they don't have enough firepower in their entire military to fight back with what was done in a bombing raid over, you know, in Germany in one night during World War II. If that's true.
That's a tough
I
question.
I do trust what Ryan saying. His call sign was nose. Ryan's pissed.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't either. That is it's a sobering reality. And
let's read the comments here in a minute.
When you start thinking of things like this and you start looking at actions we do in the world with a little bit different lens, you start getting a little bit different answer than you would if you didn't have this extra information.
No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Absolutely.
And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify and leave us a review.
Awesome. Maybe we'll try to do that. Absolutely. Let's see here. We're going to leave a comment as well. Thank Mr. Ryan here. Let's say all by plan and right on schedule. If he's saying what he's saying is true, clearly gross negligence, terrible shit. This is one that's really got me. We're going to click on this here in a second. This one's a big one for me because I have a little bit of this is a huge sensitivity issue with this Joe Kent situation. And Joe Kent was on Sean Ryan's show. But this article over here says that breaking news, Joe Kent under FBI investigation for allegedly blah, blah, blah. How do you treat a Gold Star member whose wife was lost to a Tier 1 unit in a Tier 1 unit operation to a guy with a vest? How do you dog a guy who's continuing to serve his nation, clearly kept his shit together, had 11 combat deployments, worked as a Green Beret, and worked as a whole bunch of other high-speed unclassified shit with a Tier 1 unit, you know? Do you slander this guy and make it like, I don't think the old nomer of run to Twitter and yap about that guy and be unprofessional is a fucking answer. I'm going to be honest with you. However it happens, it's got to be in-house. It's better be legit. That's the way I look at it. Better be. That is a very touchy situation in my opinion. We'll see. We're going to look into it a little bit. This is good because I don't know. I have been waiting to see what was going to happen about it. It's a ruse. Why would we ever let our enemies know we don't have enough stockpiled? Right. That's what this guy is saying. He's basically saying like, you're an idiot, you know. Sun Tzu, when strong appear weak and when weak appear strong. This is the internet here. Like, this is what I'm doing a lot of times too. Though, if you study warfare and history, like you can. It's a good point. It is a good point. But we need we need Godzilla. We have plenty stockpiled. Plenty. We also have the ability, if need to, spin up wartime production. Yeah, this is where I was trying to go at. You want a job? You'll have several if we head in that direction. True. Dad from South Korea and Rocket Man fired some rockets in excitement. Russia, China, what's up? The whole situation sucks. China's really purging its own military leadership. We need to stop having constant wars with each other to start getting along and working together. I feel like this is just a sales pitch, man. Not a sales pitch, but it's like a gun show, bro. Like on the world stage. Why would China bother with the U.S. while we are destroying ourselves? That's funny. It's true. It's sad. We are so busy being in everyone else's backyard that we are depleting our resources, the resources we've purchased, the resources we fought. This is where people get this fucked up, dude. We're so busy doing this in everyone else's backyard, world police, and wasting all our money, and we're da-da-da-da. And I hear you, but you're not thinking in terms of we're selling. Like, if we were using a bunch of bullshit equipment and blowing through stockpiles, I would totally agree with that statement. But when your product sells itself, it's basically like how the drug market works. You know what I mean? They're making money off of this show of force. Trust me when I say, I mean, what would you do if you were in charge of a European nation? And you're like, well, I could pick a Typhoon Eurofighter. I can get that stealth jet. Looks pretty damn good. Well, let me ask you a very easy fucking question. Then we're going to jump back on the... I love you guys to death. Thank you so much for being here and comment on my boys, dude. I appreciate you. And my ladies. Cherry, don't forget about you. Let me ask you a question. If you run a country, do you want the first best weapons of the world to defend your citizens? Or do you want the second or third? I don't think it's a... Bro, what are you, as a citizen of a democracy, what are you voting for? The politician that gets you the best weapons systems in the world and supplies your military with the best systems that are your fellow family members and patriots? Or do you want... And I'm sure there are crappy politicians that do this, but I'm just saying, this is a giant wake-up call to a lot of people saying, I like what they're doing. You could believe whatever you want, but 60, 70% of people see what the hell is going on and go, well, I mean, fuck, dude. That is crazy what they did. Maybe we should buy their stuff. I don't hear any of them talking about it. Maybe I'm not supposed to be. I don't give a fuck. Seems very obvious to me. You know what I mean? His call sign was nose polishes that have served in the military. So true. Yeah. Yeah. But, well, we're kind of in a different time right now because, you know, J.D. Vance did, Pete Hegseth did, Tulsi Gabbard did. There's a lot of folks that did serve for once in our administration. His call sign was nose is diabolical. I have no idea if I have the comments over here. Okay. Let's, I hope they rebuild it. That's a forever proud moment of my life, walking through those gates. Yeah, yeah. I didn't know. Oh, dude, you mean like the fence or... Oh, you mean like the one you have to go through gate guard through? How could that burn down, though? Just like a giant chain link fence and shit, unless they change it. All right. Oh, over in Columbus, Georgia. For the algorithm. All right, there you go. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate what you do. Blanket comment. I usually am one to troll and say fucking stupid shit or ask legitimate questions or very valid points. Try to be. Let's see what this guy's talking about here real quick. Let me grab my water. Another Iranian official smoked. Oh my God, why is this spinning so fast? It goes flying when I don't want it to. You know, Jameson Travels, bro. I almost feel like we should check him out. He's a Green Beret as well. I want to see Paramount Tactical with Gary. Update. Jenna Kane. Sorry. It's taking me a minute to find where it was. Here it is.
How early did you show up at the airport ahead of your flight?
4 hours. We wanted to make sure we could get through.
I didn't think that it would take this long.
Okay, here's the fucking agenda. Oh, it's the Dems. Like, come on, man.
To get through
that shit gets old.
It's never this bad.
This is honestly the worst travel experience I've ever had in my life.
I know how many of you feel, but
well,
like, come on.
That's what happens when Democrats hold DHS and...
Shut up. I'm not supportive. I don't fucking care. When I watch them when I'm watching in my private time, a lot of times I'm sitting there but I don't know. It just seems like an easy cop out, whatever, for everybody's arguing. Everybody who's in political power right now, they need to get their shit together and work for us, bro. It's not forcing any change. Of course, it's from here, Virginia Democrat. In the meantime, we're making people hurt. The long lines that can make us more popular. Assholes like that, though.
Meantime, we're making change it.
The intelligence community assesses
There we go.
The homeland.
The intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel advanced or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
Nothing to worry about. Here to weigh in, Texas Congressman Brandon Gill. Congressman, thank you for joining us. If Democrats, they...
Okay, where's the... I don't... I'm sorry. It's fucking... Where's the shit they're talking about?
For the purpose of thwarting and clear. It's a...
So do you think the Democrats...
They do is
I don't feel like this is lining up with Joe
Kent for 2 hours and
the former director of Kent, saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates his departure. Congressman, your reaction to that tonight? Wow.
I don't know. I'm so sussed out by this, man. However, it's so fucking tragic, man. I hate it, dude. This sucks. I don't know. I don't know what to... All these news agencies are bought at this point. I don't know what the fuck to believe. That's why we're going to jump into some of these other guys that worked on the teams and stuff. Listen to what they're talking about. This is why I said earlier, man, I think it's important to hear out the people that served to these guys. You know what I mean? Find out what's up. I don't think we get the full story. Now, to be fair, the FBI would investigate you regardless in this type of a situation. When you have a security clearance and you work at that level and you're doing what you're doing, you're resigning, not on good terms. It's a form of national security. You might disagree with me, but that would happen in any nation state.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly regarding classified national security interests and information. So we'll let this play out and see where it goes. But if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Well, 5 minutes ago, he seemed to think that Iran was a big threat, and then suddenly that threat went away. It was very odd. Congressman, thank you very much. Great to see you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Nah. So there's that, right? I don't know. It's something just stinks about it, bro. And I don't know. This situation's hilarious too. Afro Man fighting with the police. I don't know if you guys have seen that. This is what I want to see because I got a whole bunch of stuff on this too that I'd like to weigh in on. But
so you're talking about Iran.
Oh, he went and did the interview with Gary. Okay, cool. So I've been following. This is Gary from Paramount Tactical. He's a Green Beret sniper. This guy's a high-speed gun tuber guy. I've been subbed to him for way longer than any of this was going on. And then he got pretty big, I would think. He started covering the whole Charlie Kirk thing and ballistics, and he actually did a lot of breakdown stuff. He seems very balanced. And so I'm kind of interested to see what see what they're saying here on this. Yeah. Oh, sorry. All right, let me catch up with the chat real quick. Yeah, Ernie might say it was a hell of an experience, but a walk in honor to the hill in the middle of the night, the fire, the gong, the rifles. Yeah, bro. Forgot about the grog, dude. Yeah, man. All the red shit in your canteen cup. The Kool-Aid, but it looks like you're in dark, so you know what I mean? And you're coming in from your bayonet road march. The only thing I let a little more meaning I see is an incredible place for us blue cords. Dope. Yeah. It was a diabolical. I hope they rebuilt it. Forever a proud moment of life when I walk through those gates. Yeah, special memory. Feel like I became something most men don't have courage to be. Felt like I became part of something much bigger than me. You know, I constantly have to try to remind you guys too. Not everybody here. There's a lot of people here that get it and have been around, but there's been a lot of folks that have come along my path and have forgotten that they were giants among men and still are. Just because you're fucking slow and hurt and don't maybe do those giant things as much as in your head as you think anymore, you know, set your fucking goals, dude. You're a high speed mofo, dude. High speed, low drag. Because Sketch is right. You did things that other men didn't want to do. You know what I mean? And be proud of it. Be fucking proud of it. Even if you're not proud of everything the way it went down. You know something about yourself that most people will never, ever be able to find out about themselves. How will you approach fear like that? Right? Yeah, too old to go back. Anyone thinking about going back in service, says Go Tanks? I used to. I even went to apply for Blackwater way back when Blackwater was still a thing before I got in trouble. And I can remember my ex-wife at the time, because I was like, man, we could pay our whole house off with just, it's very monetary focused. And I was like, man, we could really pay the house off. And she's like, I will fucking divorce you if you leave again. And she's like, fuck all that. And we still don't work out. So I don't know. Probably better, though, for the better, for sure. And it didn't work out for the company. So that's a whole nother story in and of itself. That guy, that company, I can't remember his fucking name. The guy that run it. He's a character, that guy. Let me tell you. I'll tell you, the Ukraine conflict, when that kicked off, I was really like, I don't know. That was so polarizing to me. I called our old CO sketch. You know who I'm talking about. Captain America. I'm not going to say his real name, but I had to have a talk with him because he was like, hey, man, I do XYZ now, and if fucking shit hits the fan, we're going to need you for that. Don't worry about this. I'll give you a call if this is a stupid-ass issue for you to go try to fucking work on. And I was all torn up. I even had some tears and shit. I was in no fucking good mental state to be doing it. It bothered me. I don't know. It fucking greatly affected me. I don't know why. And he was like, you're being an idiot, dude. Stop being a retard. Like, I'll call you if, I think there's a change. And he's not going to call. I mean, he would, but I'm saying he's not going to. He's trying to put some sense into my head, as he always had. And this is a guy who went green to gold. He was enlisted, in 1986, Ranger tabbed out E6. So you can imagine I was born in 1982. And then he became our captain. And he's just, I love him to death, man. I love him to death. He is one of the baddest human beings I've ever met on this planet. And I can remember how polarizing it was. And it took a leader like that to talk, took another man who I respected to talk sense into me. And I feel where you're coming from. Don't let it get the best of you, though. We're all old, man. It's time for the new guard. No gate guard, honor hill, bro. I don't know anything about a fence there. I'm going to be honest. I just don't remember it. Air travel's fucked up, of course. It is Karen's plan accordingly. Yeah. If he leaked anything, then he should resign. Yeah, of course. Yeah. The Afro Man thing is fucking incredible. It's awesome. We might cover that too a little bit. I don't know how long I'm going to be on, but Fizz here, the soil, Red Dawn type shit. Right. You know what I mean? Then there you go. So I'm saying stock up, bro. Hey, yo, what's up? How you doing, Jaden? Him and the top at the time were great together. Exactly. Yeah. Best chain of command I've ever personally experienced. I would argue probably some of the best in the military.
On targeting civilian targets. What we saw here in the United States when we have, and I don't know if they've actually come out with an official recognition of it. I think they have. I'm not 100%. But everybody was up in the air, especially here in the United States, the left, the woke right, whatever you want to call them. We're talking about how America has committed a war crime because we allegedly hit a girls' school with a tomahawk.
Sorry if I laugh like a hyena sometimes. That's my crazy laugh. Like, I gotta find something really freaking goofy. It just makes no sense. I don't know what. I never heard of that woke right.
And I just want to set the record straight. Number one, it's not a war crime because we weren't intentionally targeted.
So I don't know how I feel about this guy on the right. He's in Israel. His background a little bit, give you a little background on him. I've just recently kind of come across him. He is so intelligent, but that also is a little off-putting to me because I'm like, I want to say, I don't know. I think he speaks Arabic, English, Farsi, and Hebrew. He speaks some, I don't know, he's smart. I want to say his grandmother escaped Iraq during the Iran-Iraq war, and the Shah saved his grandma. He's a funny, smart guy. And I don't know how these two got connected because I had seen both of their content before they ever talked to one another, which is interesting. But I wanted to give you an open, straight up explanation of who the individual on the right was.
But they wanted to use that as a cudgel to talk about how evil this war is, how evil America is, how evil Israel is. Like, we don't target. Number one, there's no strategic value. Just like if we want to win, we have these multi-million-dollar missiles. We're not going to waste them on a school. And on top of that, there's no strategic value. There's no tactical value of that. And accidents are going to happen. But the difference here is that we're not intentionally targeting civilians. And I am blown away by the silence of those exact same people when you have Iran totally, intentionally, and almost that's all they're targeting is civilian targets. Like the lack of outrage against Iran and talking about their actual war crimes and trying to turn the U.S. and Israel into war criminals.
That's
over,
the psyop, though.
Collateral damage. Very unfortunate, very sad if that's even what took place.
When you're whooping your enemy's ass, bro, the only thing they have is propaganda. So it's working over here, dude, where crank Karens go out and get Starbucks and sit there and fucking yap. These ogres who need to sit down and have families and kids and shit or go get a fucking job. Or I don't know, bro. I don't have all the solutions, man. And I might sound like a misogynistic dickhead, but some of these people get annoying. And I'm talking about all the men that fit that category too. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to even pass a judgment. That's why I try to absorb as much as I can, because we're in a scary time. And I want to pay attention. Because until I can move into a fucking bunker in the middle of nowhere and be self-sustaining, dude, I mean, I'm gonna be paying attention to what my kids are gonna be doing with.
But there's so much propaganda there on the ground that it's hard to even know what really happened.
Right.
What do you see that's always happening? And I think your perspective is unique in that you're an American and an Israeli. What are you seeing in that sphere as far as all the propaganda that we're always up against?
Well, the woke right and the woke left, they're both kind of the same side of the same coin at this point. They don't stand for anything. They don't actually stand for anything. The Islamic regime, the numbers right now, the most conservative estimates, are saying that 34,000 people were slaughtered by the regime. I've been on this topic covering since the day the protests broke out. I've been communicating nonstop with people in Iran, revolutionaries who have been fighting. The numbers, to me, they can't be any lower than 100,000 people. That means that the people in Gaza, it outnumbers the people in Gaza. And the highest estimates that Hamas gave just recently was that around 50,000 militants were killed in Gaza. So that means that only about 20,000 civilians were killed in Gaza. If we take the highest estimates from every side, that means that this outnumbers what happened in Gaza in the Israel-Palestine conflict. And what did the woke left have to say? What did the woke right have to say about it? Nothing. They didn't cover it. Even the mainstream media refused. It was really only Fox News that I saw covering the protests in Iran. And I give them all the credit in the world for that. Not that I'm a big fan of mainstream media, but I got to give credit where credit's due. Sure. Nobody covered the story. And I was sitting here day in, day out, God bless, bringing in millions of views, giving a platform to the people of Iran to spread their message. We were interviewing people in Iran, and I was sitting there saying, hey, where is everyone? Why am I just a Jew in Israel? God bless, God gave me the platform that I have, and we're bringing in.
Another thing, too, this guy, he debates like anybody who questions, like he'll debate anybody like of any culture or whatever, and he's really good at it, too. I'll give him that. And he does it in a way that's not abrasive. He does it in a more like, let's sit down, have something to eat, and talk about it. You know what I mean? And he's really good at it. That's why I respect it. That's why I'm trying to follow along. I'm not sure if I'm a big supporter yet. I like him when I've chatted in his chat or something. Wicked nice guy. He seems very genuine, but we'll see. We'll see. His content's very funny. Swears a lot like me. I don't know. There's something to be said about that. And then if Gary connected with him from Paramount Tactical, that speaks a little more too, in my opinion. But not Brian Macbeth by any means. What's up, dude? Let me see. Okay, so Gusimo. I can't even say it. What's up, Gus? Hey, first time chat. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, bro. I think civilian casualties are detectable from any country. It's easy to yell at the current administration because we can attempt to hold our leaders accountable. Agreed. Gus. We'll call you Gus. You got it. You got it. I said Gus, but I got you. Thank you, by the way, for putting that in there. And yeah, you're right.
Tens of millions of
that is the positives and negatives of having a fully democratic free state.
views a month. But why am I the only one covering the story? Why is it me and a few Iranians on YouTube that are giving a platform to these people who are being slaughtered? Where's the, they're in a complete internet blackout. Elon Musk has to sneak in Starlink's units to get them internet. In Gaza, they had perfect 5G connection to cover the genocide that was going the entire time. They had iPhone 16 Pros and 17 Pros covering the entirety of the genocide while people in Iran were being silenced completely. So
I don't know shit about that. I just hear everybody yapping about it.
It's kind of foolish or blind of anyone to not see that this is definitely a Chinese-Russian psyop that's taking place in the United States of America. It's being funded by so many different proxies, but I see it day in, day out because this is what I work on. I work on social media. I'm on there every day. I see when I have a post that goes slightly viral on Twitter that's pro-Israel, you can see the bots come out in droves. So I think there's a serious attempt here to try to
discredit, probably
kind of brainwash American citizens into, one, not having faith in your government and leaders, in incredible leaders like Trump, who really is a visionary, in making incredible moves that no other leader has had the cojones to really get done.
Bro, does he speak Spanish too? Like that dude, the way he said cojones is like pretty spot on.
Also, like, not believe in your American military. I hark back right to just what Tucker Carlson was insinuating the other day, who I believe he's completely corrupted. That doesn't have to be your opinion, but I really believe he's been completely corrupted and infiltrated at this point, coming on camera and saying to the world that victory in the eyes of the Iranian people.
Yeah, let me pause it real quick because I sketched that. Like, making the decision to do that to that girl's school, like, that's wild accusations. There were some really great points. I want to say somebody admitted it was wrong targeting data, but then again, the only sources I've heard this, like, people say this, like, when I say sources, like, not like I have a source. No. Saw John Kirikou talking about it, who, I don't know how I feel about him. Look him up. He's a CIA guy who exposed the torture techniques, or I don't even want to say it that way. He exposed the interrogation techniques of our intel community, of whatever the fucking adversaries are during GWAT, right? So then he ends up getting, like, accused of treason and gonna end up doing prison time, gets kicked out of CIA, whatever. And he ends up working with Russia to do podcasts and a bunch of shit over there. Then he's come back over here and he's been a polarizing figure ever since. I don't know how I feel about it because there is a very conflicted thing there. And I don't absolutely just trust the word of my government. I think things are doing a good job. I do give credit where credit's due. But I also, so what I'm trying to say by that is I don't say just because this guy exposed something. Well, here's the thing. I think that exposing that system is a fucking idiotic idea because from my own personal experience, a lot of these individuals that we have faced in our time only respond to violence. Like, I have had so many fucking conversations with folks on the other side and they just don't respect weakness, bro. They just don't respect weakness. That shit is just doesn't fucking register in their culture. It just doesn't, man. And I'm not saying like ultra violence is the way, but I'm just saying that, like, being weak is definitely not the way with a lot of the folks, bro. And it really gets you fucking jammed up. And so, needless to say, am I being an advocate for those interrogation tactics? No. But would I have been the one fucking... I don't know. I'm going to be real with you, dude. I don't know, man. I'll be honest. I know myself. I know I'm a pretty down dude, man. I'd probably be the motherfucker looking the other way. I wouldn't be wanting to do an unethical shit, though, because I'm a pretty good dude about that. Sketch would tell you that. I put my neck out. I've been a cop before, and I did the right thing. I would like to think 100% of the time, maybe 99, but try to do the right thing, man. But that's a tough one. I've never been in that level of a position. If I had, I would think that I would, you know what I mean? So I don't know. But those are the guys that are the sources, if you will, that are stating that this is on purpose and it's known and blah, blah, blah. But I saw like a really good point. It was like they showed a Tomahawk, like all the details of the Tomahawk were legit, Tomahawk cruise missile. But somebody was like, yeah, why couldn't they just fucking take that from the building over? True. Regardless, mistakes happen, and saying that we did it on purpose is just not something I'm going to accept, personally.
Is American servicemen R-wording and, SAing, I don't know if I can say the word on your show.
Really, Sketch? So YouTube has a lot of crazy videos right now. I'm going to let this play too, so I'm sure you guys want to stop fucking pausing it. Has a lot of crazy videos right now about the protests going on, military throwing down arms and quitting. If it's real or not, who knows? Oh, you mean like Iranian? I would imagine. Look, we are choking them out. This is a strategy. You could say what you want. I mean, whatever. But like, I don't know. I'm somebody who thinks, and what would I do to myself kind of a deal. And that's always worked out for me as a tactician in the lowly bullshit jobs I've ever done. But it's made me good at it. And I'd like to think that my interest in the topic of leadership and tactical warfare, history, and all that stuff has made me at least somewhat proficient in understanding. And maybe, I don't know, whatever. I'm a fucking YouTube warrior at the end of the day at this point. But I will say this, dude. I think it's sensible to logically conclude that the way that these strikes, these surgical precision maneuvers like we did over in Venezuela, and now we're doing in Iran, and it's just, this Ayatollah, then Ayatollah Jr., then Ayatollah Jr., and then Ayatollah Jr. the fifth. And they're just like handing out fucking turbans saying, hey, you're the next guy in line. You're the next guy in line. And this defense minister and this guy just smoke. No radio going in and out. No planes landing. Completely choked off. Completely surrounded by a blockade, if you will, of information. And so electronic warfare and a blockade of logistical weaponry while leaving the country intact, the power on, supply of food and water. That's needed. They can't go out. They cannot go that long without those things, or it will be fucking nuts. So the longer you do that to that regime and you keep them boxed in, I mean, eventually what's going to happen? I mean, and that something's got to give. And so it's a game of attrition that's at like an exponential rate we've never understood before. These are things that happened over years in previous conflicts. Now they're happening in weeks timeline. Because the reality is that human beings can't, it's the rules of three, man. If you go to survival school, you will learn like 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, 3 hours without shelter. This is how this works, you know what I mean? And so if you're looking at it from this perspective, you start choking out their ability, you know what I'm saying? You're making it impossible for them to operate. You're just empowering, you're creating the vacuum, if you will. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens. But I mean, the tactic is very clear to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know. Tell me what you guys think in the chat for sure. Jay, this stream's going good, man. Going good. Gusak. Okay. Gusak is a white man and Eskimo. I put them together. Guskimo. That's fucking cool, man. I appreciate that. I'm going to call you Gus, though. Yeah. Yeah, Iranian guys. This is what, I mean, dude, this is what I'm saying. Bro, if you're seeing your whole administration get fucking smoked by penetrating, if you see a Moab go off, I've never seen a Moab in person, but I've seen the video footage of the couple times you use it, and I'm like, bro, that looks so close to a nuke, man. Like a little mini one. Like, it's so crazy, the ordnance. And so if you imagine these GBU 57s and stuff, the penetrators that are dropping in on your chain of command, who the fuck is in charge, bro? People bullshitting. Nobody's getting food paid. They smoke the bank that everybody gets paid from. What the fuck? Dude, you saw a video with the quadcopters? Like, they all take off running in the checkpoint. That checkpoint looks sad as hell. Even at full capacity, guys running around with AKs. If you kill logistics, you kill the army. Right. Logistics are what? Dude, none of this could go on if our logistics were jacked up.
Yes,
raping, raping and pillaging the
AI
homes
bullshit.
of Iranians.
I'm gonna let this play right after this. Promise. You would laugh your ball if you haven't seen the Lego propaganda videos. They're wild, but I speak to a lot of those people.
As an American service, as somebody who served in the American military, I look at that. I didn't serve in the military. But
I got a
so much
comment on that
respect for our soldiers. To insinuate that is what victory is, disgusting. And that's, by the way, what the woke left has been parroting for so long. That our military, that our country is this disgusting place of rapists and colonizers. And I'm like, here's Tucker Carlson, a supposed conservative, coming on insinuating the same thing. So you can see that there's an attempt here to propagandize and brainwash the American public. And what I'm trying to be is a beacon of light that kind of bridges the two worlds together. It says, hey, here's the harsh reality as someone who's actually Middle Eastern. I'm showing you the truth of what it's like. This is what you need to do to win in the Middle East. But also, I have full faith that the American military's goals is not to rape and pillage Iranian women when they hopefully win in Operation Epic Fury. So I find it absolutely ridiculous what's going on right now. I really do.
No, I have been appalled as someone that used to love Tucker. I used to watch Tucker's podcast, listen to his podcast, or watch it just about.
I think this is off-putting about it. I think a lot of us feel this way. Like whether you loved him or not, you felt some type of way. Tucker Carlson is like the human version of a MAGA hat. No, not the way you think I'm saying it. No. What do I mean by that? Well, let me get into that. A MAGA hat, a rainbow flag, just those two items will invoke some type of emotional response in you if you're American. Straight up. If you say it doesn't, you're full of shit, or you're fucking awesome and you cannot pay attention to all the fucking insane world around you right now and you're just having a great time. I fucking wish I could be you. But if it doesn't invoke an emotional response, I think it's disingenuous. I think most people see one of those two things and feel a specific type of way at this point. And I think Tucker Carlson, whatever, is the human kind of version of that, if you will. There's a few folks like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think what Gary's saying here, he's like, I love him, blah, blah, blah. He's fallen. He's like, he's fallen from grace. I think, to be fair, Gary has, top secret security clearance, worked as a Green Beret. I get he's got to toe the line to some degree, maybe. That's all the way I know Gary, but he speaks I feel like he speaks the truth pretty well. Not as well as much as Matt Tardio speaks the truth sometimes, but Gary's a good dude. Like, he seems fucking legit in this search for answers and the truth. But he doesn't, maybe it's him just saying, you know what, I'm not going to call it until I see it. But I feel like throwing Tucker Carlson out, the only thing I've seen is that Tucker don't look good coming back and immediately making a video about some shit nobody knows about yet. I don't know. Let's see. It's funny. So he said, right. So at this point, Sketch put it this way. I'm going to put it in a different way. He said, at this point, it's either you truly believe in the cause or you're quitting. I said this to Nina. I said this to my wife. And I said, look, I'm going to be real with you, honey. I said, you're going to have to turn your head. She's like, what do you mean? At this point, you're fucking all in on the table. You're all in or you're folding and leaving it. There's no turning back. The genie's out. You're not putting it back in the bottle. It's over. Sorry. And I'm not going to lie, man. My wife's was like, that fucking last vote really tore us up. Because my wife's like, hey, I could never vote for this guy. And I'm saying, I'm sorry. But I'm thinking about my kids and we have a shit salad and a shit sandwich, maybe, if you want to look at it that way. I didn't really think of it that way as much, but I would tell you what, I see Keir Starmer in England, and I go, okay, that's what a Tim Walz United States presidency looks like. Sorry. I don't think we would be in a good spot with him and Kamala running the country, dude. If you think that's a better looking economy, fraud, the whole fucking nine, I mean, that shit is, I don't know. It's just not debatable to me. It's debatable, I guess, to some degree. Is always a possibility that, I don't know, just seems blatant to me. I've personally visited some of these places recently, and I remember telling my wife, like, 2-3 years ago, like, yo, there is some shit going on in these states. I don't even feel these states are worse than most of the places, the worst third world countries I've ever been to. And it's crazy. Some of these cities are insane, bro. And I'm like, how is this fucking going on? There's only one way to look at it. It's look up. Look up at your chain of command, dude. You know what I mean? So yeah, I picked the worst of the two evils in my opinion. You know, that's the way I look at it. And we're in it to win it. That's just, or lose it. Whatever the fuck you want to look at it. There's no easier way for me to put this. There's no easier way. Got bored of Warzone? You know, we just covered, Pat, we just covered, if you want to go back on YouTube, Sean Ryan covering the Michael Lester, I think it was, the Marine pilot. They didn't have ammo for Iraq, Gulf War. That guy, you could check it out. I had a lot of people in the comments said, a lot of people here were saying the same thing. Very debatable, but it supported what you were saying. And it opened up my mind a little bit to the possibility that I have to look into, see what he's talking about. But we had a lot of questions that lead towards this doesn't make sense, if you will. But welcome back, by the way. Yeah. So hackers, yeah. So no, just don't get the new care for the new mode. Blackout 2. How is Blackout 2? If you don't mind me asking, I'm gonna have to put this back on, but I am really curious about this. I hate to say this, but I truly have finally given up on the title. The game as a producer. Yeah. That's why I won't, even though it's free. It's part of it. Tucker Carlson is a human cesspool. He always wants to say some edgy shit. That's what I don't like about, sorry, Tucker, but he's got a new name. So people call him Cucker Catarlson. I just thought it was really funny. Sucker, Tarl, I don't know. They say a bunch of shit. Something about me makes me want to like him. Like he's a weirdo. Yeah, I have family here. The way he talks. He's a goofball. He's a Christian. So, and he says, you know, it seems like he wants to do the right thing. But he's a goofy fuck, man. But yeah, I don't know, dude. There's a part that really bothers me about Tucker. I just cannot stop feeling like he only cares about the clicks, man. Not getting out the right message or kind of trying to find the truth, but just he cares about going viral, bro, for being wild. You know what I mean? Like, I'll show you, Fox News. That's the vibe I get. Am I crazy to think that? Do you not feel that way? I was asking about that, Pat. Maybe I don't know if you rewound it and checked it, but he said, my uncle ran out of ammunition during Desert Storm. They were shooting people with tow missiles. There you go. That's what I was wondering, man. I'm looking into it now. You motherfucker, dude. You're going to have me fucking bugging out down a rabbit hole. I feel like I don't want to go down, but I'm going there. Not doing it tonight, but I'm going to do it on my own time. So that makes more sense, but that's not what this guy said, Pat. Pat said supply couldn't keep up with how fast they were moving. Yeah, so that's typical. That makes sense from what I was saying about Schwarzkopf, though. Because, like, dude, it is literally exactly the same problem that the Germans experienced with lightning warfare and blitzkrieg in World War II, that they couldn't keep the logistics. Logistics run the military. And if you're front lines, this is why the Battle of the Bulge happened and Patton and everybody pushing up too far. You know what I mean? Like that is exactly, so that makes sense to me. But this fucking guy was just like saying that on the invasion as a pilot, they just didn't have enough ammo and there was no parts coming to help them and no ammo. And I just felt like this is one peon's view of the war. And he's sitting here trying to make sense of all the logistics of the entire military now. And from everything I've ever seen, like I said, and all the AHA guards and fucking shit I just was allowed to blow up, which is fucking insane. And then seeing that same shit applied to all the machinery that I had access to and other people, it was a totally different experience. I didn't see that. I saw an excess to what I felt was like, why do we have this much shit? And Why do we have this much ordnance? And here's another thing too, I'll argue. Bro, how does that Desert Storm make shit when I remember specifically, I've literally, there's been training events where I threw my arm out and got tired of throwing fucking hand grenades from the 1960s and 70s that just needed to go. I blew up 12 claymores around a fucking tree just to see if we could take a tree down with a set of claymores, then went up and did it to a bigger tree, and then did another 12 and another tree. Shot 3 AT-4s in a row, shot javelin, dude, shot TOW missiles, and just did it because they were like, get rid of this shit. And Bangalores, bro, that were fucking... Like, this shit's old, man. We got to get rid of it. We had so... I'm going to tell you a quick one. I remember we was in Graf, bro, in Grafenwehr, Germany, and we had been issued so much C4, Bangalores, det cord, fucking everything you can imagine, dude, for as far as ordnance goes outside of the grenade pit. And so we were taking the shit. We were... Now, Germany's very muddy. And so the box and the training field in that area... has like a big, the actual place that you would like train before going out and doing a mission, like from outside or something and blowing something up, is obviously a very blown up, pock-marked, muddy area. When it's dry, it's like rock hard clay, you know? And so I can remember distinctly, we had so much ordnance that we were allowed to just keep letting off. Well, soon, this goes on for years and years and years, and rotations, tens of thousands of soldiers coming through there, training units, special operations, you name it. And so we're just blowing shit up all fucking day because they're like, you got to get rid of this. And they're coming up with HIMMET after HIMMET of fucking explosive ordnance. And while this is going on, in the first like couple hours, we uncover the top of a turret. And so we're like blowing this, we didn't know what it was. It's just a piece of metal in the ground. It turned out to be a fucking Tiger tank, bro. Like a Panzer IV or a Tiger. I don't know because I didn't see it get pulled out, but I saw the fucking turret. So in World War II, here's one thing too. I have seen a bunch of tracks that have been shot out that were left behind, like from the war, dude. Brutal shit too, man. Like fucked up shit. So it's not uncommon to see tracked vehicles and shit that was just left from World War II in Germany. And so I can remember like out on this live range, we're fucking blowing all this stuff up. And somebody had it in their ultimate wisdom. Once we started uncovering the turret of a Panzer IV, like nobody thought like this is a historic piece of equipment. No, we just kept blasting the thing. And the E6, who was in charge of the range or whatever, and the, I don't know, squad leader, platoon sergeant, I think it was an E7 there. And it was just like, fuck it, keep blasting. So we were blasting it. Well, Sergeant Major came along and saw us fucking having undug a fucking turret up with plastic explosives and fucking lost it. And they actually came and recovered the vehicle, and it got shipped off to a museum, but somebody got fired over that shit. And it was days like that. And that happened all the time, bro. All the time. And I know that C4 and hand grenades and all that stuff does not equate to fucking Tomahawk missiles and Patriot missile systems, but it's still my view of how much ammo was fucking always had access to in the infantry, at least. So sketching, I know the story. Huge hole. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Dude, this shit was seen, looking back on it, because I was like 20 or 21. I thought it was funny. I was like, oh, it's just fucking cool, man. I didn't know what kind of tank it was, or so I told you, like, to this day, I never saw the tank pulled out. I recognized that it was a World War II tank. I'd seen him in the fucking woods and stuff like that. Been shot out in tank battles and shit, like legitimately. Because the training areas are in areas that had huge battles. And so you get to see pretty amazing things I wish I still had pictures of and stuff to this day. But I remember we were blasting this thing out. Yeah, fucking blast it. I was a nut job back then. I was fucking out of my mind. I was still out of my mind. So I thought it was fucking hilarious. We were just blasting this turret, dude. And the thing I'll never forget is that this thing had been preserved in the mud for 60 years, man. And we're there just blasting. I remember we were taking the paint off this thing and down to bare steel, dude. And I feel so terrible about that. Like looking back, fuck, dude, what are you going to do? But, you know, a little more common sense, maybe a couple more years, I would have been like, does anybody think this is a terrible idea? You know what I mean? Whatever. You know, it is. Yeah, Sean Moran called them Hulks. Yeah, that's the other thing too. You still had burned out vehicles too. Yep. Huge old. They were so damn mad. The bunkers of the Hohenfels are burned into my memories. Yeah, it's really fucking weird. The barracks we stay in are old German mustache man barracks, and yeah. Yeah, we just start burying it at all, LOL, unless they needed the spoons. That's how the Pathfinders cleared. That's how the Pathfinders cleared LZs. That's when you just start burning it unless they need the spoons. Yeah, so I mean, every time we ever did like anything to do with like det cord and actually using like any type of explosive ordnance where you have to hand in your spoons and safety pins and shit, we always did have to turn that. So I will say they were pretty good about that. But ammo wise, that's a whole nother fucking thing. I'm not going to keep going forever, but I'll tell you another story. I think this is kind of cool on a Wednesday, veteran to veteran chat. I remember I've told this story before. It's not that big of a deal. It's kind of embarrassing, but I can remember okay, I don't even really feel that guilty about this, to be honest with you. But this happened multiple times. I've told the story. I've done it with dry am or in Hohenfels, which is our dry fire training range. I've told it in Graf. There was a live fire range. This one distinctly is burned into my mind. So on the 4th of July, this distinctly I remember this. Maybe you might remember this too, Sketch, from doing this fucking multi-mile stick range fucking live fire exercise of the division. And so on July 4th, we had orders to deploy, and what ended up happening was we went out to first we didn't know. We got trained up for 30 days. And then after 30 days, they have to pay you, I forget the name of it. They have to pay you a bunch of fucking BAH and all this other bullshit, right? So after the 30 days, if you're out in the field, then it's considered something else and they pay for whatever, right? Everybody knows this. So here's the thing. They fucking took us back and let everybody go back and bang their wives and fucking drink beer and shit for 24 hours and be with their girlfriends and go out to the red light district. And then everybody went back out. Immediately, we're put back on trains like 18, 20 hours later and shipped right back out to the training field for another 2 months. So I'll never forget that because I remember being like, what the fuck, dude? We just went through fucking hundreds of thousands of rounds and all this other shit. And I remember on that day on July 4th, they're like, well, you know, happy Independence Day. We're going to blow some up. Like you would do fireworks, except we were using Claymores, Bangalores, AT4s, all kinds of shit. And so I remember they gave me so much ammo for the fucking 240, dude. And I have Claymores in it because I wanted to blow stuff up. I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm going to have a good time. I cleared a bunker with a live hand grenade. Like legitimately, when I say cleared a bunker, I'm saying I cleared a bunker per fucking literal military doctrine. I had a sergeant major tell who's going to volunteer to do this, what up, went up to a bunker, held onto a fucking live real hand grenade, M67, at my chest for like 3 seconds. Like, I remember, you know how fucking stupid I feel for volunteering for that while this thing was cooking? Like I cooked a grenade off with a battle buddy and threw it in a bunker, dude, like training. And that's, look, it's one thing if you're doing that live for something, but for an exercise, that seems really stupid. Like looking back on it. And as I said, this day I will never forget. I'm having the time. I told you I was out of my mind. So I had all kinds of ordnance, blowing stuff up, fucking around, whatever. By the end of fucking humping that like 2 miles on that up the stick, dude, I was so tired of lunking around ammo. I made our AB carry ammo, AG, I was AG. Like I was carrying a shit ton of ammo, and then our fucking 240 gunner, like he was carrying a shit ton of ammo. We had, bro, we probably had 800 or 1,000, something like that. Let's just say easily minimum, we had 2,400 rounds. Bro, by the time we got through and we hadn't gone through a lot of it, doing barrel changes and all kinds, I said, fuck this, guys. And we buried it. We buried like fucking whole can stuff I would kill to have to this day, because I'd love to keep it to go to the range and play with my scar or something, dude. You know what I mean? So there's a good one for you. There's a brick special story for you. But so that it makes it hard for me. My point is, it makes it hard for me to believe these fucking stories of like, oh, we don't have any ammo. We were gonna blah blah blah. I sound like an asshole saying it like that, but that's just, I don't know. I never experienced a shortage of ordnance or anything like that. Like, as a matter of fact, if anything, the more I think about it, the more, like, I can remember doing a night fire, last one. We were doing a night fire with the entire 1st Infantry Division and 1st Armored Division, and everyone at night lighting up fucking full Sabo rounds and shit out of M1 Abrams, dude, coaxes, everyone firing, fucking literally bringing in Apaches and just gunships and shit. It was wild, bro. Fucking wild. And it was just nonstop. Ordnance. I mean, look, that's what our job was. So we trained every day to do that. Whether it was cleaning a gun to 3 times a week going out and doing fucking field shit. That's all we ever did. I just never experienced a shortage of ammo or ordnance. That's me personally. And I was in Germany at the time, was my training area. So CENTCOM Europe, man. I don't know. You know? What was that? Was it? I used to love using the wooden crates of ammo boxes for make my porta potties. Yeah. But that I would have re-upped the PCS at that point. I would have wait a minute, what did I miss? Per diem. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah. Fucking shit, Nazis lived during the damn war. They are washing their nuts in the same place. Yeah, it's really creepy if you think about it. People died in those. Bro, I remember I saw like these like, what do they call it? Like, what are the vehicles that have the Red Cross on them and stuff? Like they're medic vehicles, I guess, but that kind of a universal symbol, the Red Cross, I guess. Because I saw half tracks out in the middle of the forest that had fucking tank rounds through them from clearly from Shermans or something. And in the back, you could tell they left hastily and that everything was left in the half tracks. And it wasn't no secret that they were medical, dude. They had white markings and shit. It was fucked up, bro. And you could tell like the backs had been shot out whole straight through. All the casualties they thought they were probably getting out of there. And they got fucking smoked. And that shit just still sits in the forest over there. No bullshit. Yeah, you see some wild shit. So the point is, if paranormal shit is real, yeah, you see some goofy stuff, man.
Every single day. And things got weird for me where I saw, there was 2 things I saw. Number one, I found his interview of Putin really strange and started seeing the shift there. And then where I was like, okay,
Stockholm syndrome
on the pale when he actually spoke at Charlie Kirk's memorial, and he was talking about, I don't know, maybe some people that were sitting in the back room eating hummus killed Charlie Kirk. And I was like, I heard the record scratch. I was like, what is going on there? And then 2 days later, he's basically saying, I wasn't talking about Jews. What are you talking about? Like, that's the thing that I find the slimiest about Tucker at this point, is hearing him always smuggle these just weird things in that you're like, I see what you're doing there. Like, why don't you just come out and say it?
Bro, in my opinion, I feel like Tucker, though, is like, I need to get this information out before Candace Owens. Maybe that's not him.
As opposed to trying to allude to innuendo or whatever you got going on there and then provide yourself some deniability. I think it's disgusting. And we see this, of course, with Megyn Kelly. I mean, Candace Owens has been on this for quite a while. That's a whole nother case. Tucker Carlson and a whole bunch of other people that are jumping on this. And you see this self-licking ice cream cone that's going around that's pushing each other's material. And then you have all of these downstreamers, and then you definitely have bots. As someone like us, it's very clear to us when we're looking at our comments and we're seeing the type of people and the type of comments, like, that's not organic. And then you go and you look at their profile and it's like, they have 23 followers. They actually don't post anything. All they do is, reply. It is so inorganic, and there's such a clear funded psyop taking place on social media.
Yeah, that's what I see too. I do a lot. I'm a like secret YouTube commenter guy. Like I do this all the time, and I get replies all the time from like an almost incomprehensible word that just doesn't, it's just made up, and then it's just like N7E798, and it'll just say a reply that's supposed to get you mad, but it doesn't make sense, and it's only like 7 words, and it kind of out of context, and you're like, you get used to it over time. And then when you reply to them, one of 2 things happen. They either don't reply, or they reply with a far more like off topic answer, and you realize that you're just being trolled by AI.
I would love to see our government actually investigate that. It's obvious, but you and I don't have the tools to go in there and actually
something like 20%
forensically analyze with that. But it's clearly coordinated, and I don't know what's going on. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I do think the U.S. needs to investigate this. I don't know the apparatus that you can, because actually it's people like you and I who have the best eye for it, because we work in this all day. I can see my analytics and I can feel my analytics. I don't know how that really translates to a government doing it, but I know my social media better than anyone else. And I know when a post goes viral, what that means, what the views and comments are. And when you feel it's a bot attack, it's like you said, many users that come from Pakistan or India, you can always see there's always a clear relation to South Asia. And they're just accounts that have been either bought or sold or transferred around, and they're going in mass liking, mass spamming, mass reporting. I mean, honestly, before I went to the bomb shelter, before I got on this call, I was on the phone with Meta with Facebook for 3 hours, because my Facebook page got suspended, probably because of a cyber attack by one of these psyop movements, and I can't get my Facebook account back. And because you're not speaking to any human beings on Facebook ends, that Facebook page is gone. 120,000 followers, tens of millions of views on my Facebook page, reaching people all over the world. But because somebody in Iran or in Russia or in China said, hey, this content from this American Israeli is preaching too much of a wholesome message of unity between Arabs and Jews, unity between Jews and Christians, peace through strength, support of the West, and he's going viral, let's flip a switch. Let's DDoS attack him. Let's send a bunch of accounts to report his content. No option to appeal, and it's very effective. It's a very effective. Luckily nowadays, with the restrictions, or I would say the lack of restrictions on platforms like YouTube that we use predominantly, and on X, we're able to get our message out there even if they suppress us on a place like Facebook. And I always recommend this to anybody who's creating content. Like, you got to put your platform,
diversify
messaging and your content everywhere, so there's no way to silence you fully. But it's effective.
All right, well, I mean, that's that, bro. Like, I appreciate
really,
these guys
really
that did a good job.
At not just,
but I think they covered what was going on with his stance on Tucker. I don't feel like that really covers anything that's going on with Mr. Kent. Oh, See, like, Gen X Army Vet is this guy's name. Maybe he's legit. I don't know. The picture looks bullshit, saying that today's soldiers are trash, bottom of the barrel. You're not doing anybody a favor, bro. Let's see what else comes up. He brutally... I almost would love to see that, dude. The Starmer guys. Oh, he's awful, bro. That's what we're gaslighted. I'm about to pull up some whole math. Some of my other stuff. Maybe we take a little break and have something positive here for a second. I like this guy. Is that him? Yeah, this guy. That guy's a hardcore bastard. Oh, this... Let's look at this Afro Man shit. Dude, this shit's nuts. First this, though.
When he takes a nap, it irrationally annoys me. we can just look that up on the ick indicator. That's why I made it. There are two types. There is not enough of something, and then there is being affected by something. This would be a type 2. That's too sensitive to sleepiness, having a feeling of sleepiness. And then we just find the degree. This is arranged from more understandable behavior to less acceptable. If he cannot swing a hammer, it's normal to be icked out by that, but not so much if he can't carry a refrigerator. It has to do with reasonable expectation. So if you were icked out from him wearing a raincoat or carrying an umbrella, that would be an unsalvageable ick. I would put needing a nap somewhere in between making a big deal of a cut or a bruise and enjoying music a little too much. I'd place that right about here. That would be, who do you think you are? Get some perspective, lady.
When he takes it in.
I'm sorry, that dude, I need a break from this once in a while, and he just makes me fucking laugh, bro. Let's see. Afro Man, I don't want to get... Oh, wow. Charlie just covered this, too. He's got a new song, Battle Him with the Police Whistleblower. I think it's this one. Probably gonna get it. I hate to say it, but like this is the problem with small town police forces and corruption, isn't? And then you got like a bad egg like officer who goes into an investigation and then like uses a CI. It's a lose lose lose. So this Afro man loses, right? Very legendary guy back in the day, still is apparently now, and they raid him because of a criminal informant, which is what a CI is, which I don't agree with because you have an incentive to tell the truth by being a criminal informant. Now, if it's like in a heinous case and you're going to bust that case, okay. But if you're just like a crackhead who wants to get off on your crack charges so you can go do more crack, probably not reliable information. So they'll take this as like, oh my God, we're using this to stepping stone into getting this much larger picture. And then what they do, and I'm not kidding when this I say this, so they fucking screw over Afro Man. They raid his house, break his shit, force him to fix his own stuff and pay for it through insurance, which is probably not going to pay. He'll have to pay out of pocket. And then normally this is what would happen. Then the criminal informant gets a deal from the district attorney saying, yep, we're going to let him off. Don't do this again, bad crackhead. And then they walk. And this is like almost before... It's not even under the tenses of like, we will have to find him guilty. They don't, because they need to get out now or they need to get sentenced now. And so the third part where they get screwed is you pay the taxes. You pay the taxes on all of those problems. And the crackhead breaks into your house to get more crack money. And therein lies the problem with terrible law enforcement. And I worked law enforcement and I worked in special operations in law enforcement for a long fucking time, helping out, training, doing all kinds of different fucking bullshit. Worked corrections. I've worked very intimately in gang unit and all kinds of shit, okay? And I'm telling you that I had a great time and respected on both sides of the fence. And I don't have a problem. I've not made every single thing perfect. I have made some slight mistakes, but I have seen this in the first person. And so, yeah, I feel qualified to talk on it because I worked with some pretty amazing people, but I worked with a couple assholes too, if not a handful. There's no way that bitch is real. Excuse my French, but holy crap, these tub of large fat cops. Look at this guy. Who hires this guy? The kid, so that was the female crying. The female I caught on the video, cutting the video feed, was crying in court over the whole video he made on her. That's crazy, bro. I seen her crying. Can we discuss his fingernails? Ooh, Pat shots fired. I didn't notice he got coke fingers, or does he have coke fingernails? That's a real thing. Pat's not lying about that. That's so a lot of coke dealers, dude. Man, I don't know what YouTube allows and doesn't. Anyways, allegedly, long pinky fingernails to weigh out amounts. Oh. You know what I'm talking about, though. I bet you some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but if you had an exceptionally long nail, I'd be like, yeah, well, I don't know. I'd be sussed out by a guy with a fucking 1-inch long pinky nail. It's just something you learn in law enforcement. I'm sorry, bro. But it's not typically like a guy like him who's like probably a pothead. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was like that for man, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, if a guy has a really long on it, you know, and he's being accused of drug trafficking, doesn't look good. Afro Man is gonna screw quick way to weigh out. My proofs on the internet. What do you mean by that, though, Sketch? That's what I want to know. Colt 45 and 2 zigzag. Colt 45 and 2 zigzag. Yeah, something about tumbleweed and something else. I don't know. I didn't really like Afro Man back in the day, but I love the person that he is. They vandalized my property. My money came up short. That's fucking wild. And this is disgusting. What in the hell did you eat? Bro? Dude, she looks like her face lit on fire and somebody put it out with a bag of nickels, bro. Disconnect my cameras because they are a poor sport. They're the predators and the victims, and there's. That's her, bro? You're lying. That is not the same person. Victims, and they're suing me. They disconnect my. Yo, there's no way, bro. Really? It is the same person, isn't it? Money came up short. What a piece of shit. Up short. They disconnect. It's fucking priceless, dude. Fuck them. They all deserve to fry. I can't stand police corruption. I can't, bro. I can't put up with it, dude. I did. It's one of the reasons I had to leave the job after 10 years. Man. As not because of police corruption, but just because like I got burned out with the administration, not my fucking not I don't know what I've been trying to figure out what he says in that. Or what is he saying there? He's a what? Can somebody he looks like a very young sergeant, bro. To be honest with you. Flag? I heard flag too. You don't know? Is he trying to say it without an L? Flag.
William is a flag. William is a pedophile. If I'm telling.
That's crazy. Bro, and then the next level of like criminal cop, like as if none of that other corruption wasn't criminal. But what I'm saying is like there's one thing of being a douchebag during arrest and abusing your power that I just can't stand to begin with. But when you go on the other side of the fence and you commit actual fucking criminal offenses, horrible, heinous shit, and you are the person you're the person that people are supposed to be fucking calling to come give them help. The kid, you're supposed to be teaching kids, hey, when you need help, you're not supposed to be scared of police. You're supposed to be dialing 911 for them to come help you. And when you fucking do that, you make the rest of us look terrible. Shame on you, motherfuckers. That shit pisses me off, bro. Pat's right. Yeah. So now they can reopen any past cases that accuse those deputies of theft abuse. Yeah. So I'll give you a quick one on that too. What the fuck is this? I gotta reassess this. I don't know. She's on his pillow or something. So interesting here. Anyways, Pat's talking about. So we used to have a drug crime lab in Massachusetts. And so we would send all of our, like drug task force would take all of the drugs that were acquired through stings and stuff like that and SWAT operations. And we would take that and we would put it in evidence bags and ship it up to drug testing labs for cases. Well, you can look this up. There's a whole documentary on it. So this is all public information. So the girls that ran the there's only one drug testing place, if I remember right. Anyways, the girl that ran, it was like wicked understaffed. It was wicked old, really not very well maintained as a building and really corrupt and fucked up. Well, the girl that ran was like one of the main scientists there, lab coat testers, persons. She was an addict. And so she was stealing from the supply of pure test substances and replacing other people's stuff in their cases and stuff. And most of those cases probably were, in fact, absolutely what they said they were. She probably did most of the testing. If you look at the documentary, it's the way it adds up to. It doesn't matter. The fact is, and who knows, she might have screwed over some people. So, dude, I remember that distinctly talking to guys, and there was something like 10 fucking thousand cases that had to get thrown out or reassessed. It was crazy. People getting released straight up. Huge trafficking crimes, just case thrown out. Yeah, you got to look it up, dude. It was like, we could look it up here, bro. I'll just do it here. Let me finish this and I'll look it up here. She was like UMass Amherst. She was at somewhere on UMass campus. As the university / state police testing center. And she was fucking altering the drugs, taking the drugs. It was bad, bro. Yeah. So he took pictures of the girl. I'm guessing he was probably sleeping around with her. What? I wonder what happened with him. That sounds crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel bad for this guy. I don't know this fucking guy from a hole in the wall, but if I knew guys like this that were under shitty administrations and stuff, I think this guy resigned.
Ride to Dodgers, Rogers tried to retire and dip.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, he was the sheriff? He was the actual sheriff? Wow, bro.
And dip like a rat leaving a sinking ship.
No, he's a piece of shit. He's caused all of it.
Afro Man will bring it to.
I was gonna say, I know there was like officers who were just like, man, it's 20 years, I'm out. And they just left. To work at this place after. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. These guys had the best job in America, bro. You don't. All right. Hear me out when I say that. They had the best job. If your brain is wired to do this kind of a thing, you're gonna work police department, maybe in the military, whatever. That's the way you are. That's the way I was. And honestly, shit ever went down. That's what I'm going back to do. I'll probably want to go work for one of the agencies or something like that. I'll just leave it at that. It's just, I would do it for free almost. That's just how much my brain is wired for that. And so why I say that is because, like, after doing it for long enough, getting a chance to work in the middle, where the fuck is this? Adam County, who cares? Bro, you could literally ride your time out and have an easy life. But instead, you're going to be 700 pounds and trying to wear a fucking IBA, dude, and like trying to run around and play fucking super duper trooper, bro. Like you had it fucking golden, bro. You had it golden, you know what I mean? You could have rode out your fucking time and made a stupid amount of money for 20 years of the easiest job of sitting put a mannequin in the front seat and sleep with your boots off, dude, while you're doing fucking letting your radar go by. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? I'm sorry. I don't feel bad at all for these people. Fuck them. And then you have okay, UMass Drug Testing Center conspiracy, or I don't know. Yeah, no. I'll give the results of UMass drug test. It's not UMass, maybe. It's hold on. Massachusetts. Drug lab. Cases thrown out. I don't know. It was massive, dude. It wasn't. This ain't some small. Here it is. 8,000 drug convictions could be dismissed in Massachusetts. It was on CBS here. Massachusetts prosecutor tossed 6,000 cases. And I said it was like 10,000. Massachusetts High Court drops 21,000 cases. This is the most new one. This is the newest one. So you can imagine how many people were affected by this. 24,000 convictions thrown out due to lab scandal from 6 years ago. Still, these two ladies, this person here. There you go.
At least 8,000 drug convictions in Massachusetts are likely to be thrown out because of a state drug lab scandal. The state attorney general joined public defenders and the ACLU in pushing for the dismissals. The tainted cases are tied to former lab employee Sonia Farrick. She admitted to using drugs she was supposed to be testing. Paula Reed is here with the latest problems tied to the Massachusetts.
I'll check it out, Sketch.
Paula, good morning.
Good morning. If these cases are thrown out, many people will be getting out of prison, and it will be the second time in 2 years that thousands of drug convictions are being thrown out for official misconduct in the state. At least 8,000 cases are now in the hands of the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. For 8 years, Sonia Farrick worked at the
This went on
Department of Public
forever,
Health
bro.
Amherst Laboratory as a chemist responsible for analyzing samples in criminal drug cases. In January of 20...
I'm going to be honest, too. It was really... It's kind of sad, bro, because like she genuinely was an addict, bro. She got fucking hammered. I mean, I want to say she had her doctorate, and she decided to just get high one day on the test stuff, dude, and threw her whole fucking life away. And I'm not trying to like, I mean, all these guys got off on this, probably some terrible people back in the streets, but I mean, I'm not trying to sympathize with this girl, but I'm saying that, like, if you or I were to get high on something, nobody's ever going to know about this case. But she is still fucking dealing with this and went to prison for an extremely long amount of time because of the stupidity of what she just couldn't stop. It was crazy.
Authorities discovered unlabeled drugs at Farrick's.
When I say she couldn't stop, like, once she started, there was no going back. And she didn't know where else to go. She thought she had it in control. She did this for 8 fucking years, bro. She was like a functional drug addict.
Station. She was arrested after a search of her car revealed even more stolen drugs. During her trial, Farrick admitted to using drugs in the lab and even manufacturing in the lab of crack cocaine for her own personal use.
And the documentary covers this, and she talks about what she took and everything. And the thing is that we're talking pure test substances that she started on, and she would just take a little bit, you know, and I'm not saying like a little bit, no, I'm saying like it only took a little bit for her to get waxed, and then she turned it into this. It got fucking nuts, dude. And I remember like insane dudes that were like not from this country coming to be like, yeah man, my fucking case is about to be thrown out, man, I'm so excited, D. I'm like, wow bro, it's crazy. Yeah, dude, we're talking E. You're talking, dude, coke, dude. It was wild.
She was given an 18-month jail sentence.
When I say pure MDMA and shit, I'm not kidding. Like,
this is really a historic case here in Massachusetts.
Carol Rose is the executive director of the Massachusetts ACLU. The group is seeking the dismissal of all the convictions based in part on evidence Farrick handled.
Tens of thousands of families who've been impacted by this because their loved ones had to serve time in jail and in prison.
This isn't the first.
And this stupid fucking walrus is fucking going, man, all these families with all their innocent dads that were in jail for trafficking, dude, it's all her fault.
Drug
25,000
in Massachusetts. In 2013,
I feel like she did.
Dukan, who worked at a state lab in Boston, pled guilty to falsifying the results of drug tests over an 8-year span. In April, the Massachusetts.
Something was off about her, too. She got in trouble, too. Both of them were doing it together. They were like the only two. It was so crooked, dude. Yeah, I'll be honest, though. If I was... Massachusetts was the perfect place to do this because there was only 2 fucking people testing the drugs for the state police.
Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court made the historic decision to dismiss nearly 22
for all the police departments, not just state police, but like
cases that Dukan worked on.
ran through the state police.
And frankly unrealistic because she was just making it up.
The magnitude of this disaster is grand, to say the least.
Nicole DeBoard is a former assistant district attorney.
I hit the like button for
will likely be thrown out and will be difficult to prosecute again.
I don't know what the fuck I did. Options or something.
Which will take more time than it probably did to prosecute them in the first place.
Right. Dude, it's a wet dream if you were a criminal around that time, dude, and dude, if you were a drug dealer. I think it's crazy. In the lab, seeing all the colors for real. You know, looks like the meth was her favorite. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and I think I want to say amphetamine was one of them, and it was pure laboratory pure test material. So, what was the thing you were talking about with Afro Man? Afro Man, what is it? Afro Man. I did a courtroom. Is a must see. You watched the whole thing? This one's a minute. Is there like a not hour-long deposition? There we go. It was streamed, bro. 14 hours ago.
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time?
They do.
You've worked with kids for how long?
Oh, so there's a lot of pauses in here. My old lady's work does this too. And they take, yeah, that makes sense. Where's he yapping at, bro? Testifies, please. This is it? Highlights? Okay.
When this search happened back in August.
Period. You know what I'm saying? And you can't paint good, you can't paint bad. You know, you just look at the actions, and all the good people got to come together and just do the best you can when these things happen, and when bad things happen, you do your best.
God bless him.
And make it good. When life give you lemons, you make lemon pound cake.
You gonna stick around Adams County, or you gonna go to a different area?
No, I'm here. I'm home. If I go to a different area, I got to deal with a different police department, kicking down my door, disconnecting my cameras, and stealing my money. So my battle is won here.
That motherfucker gonna be sheriff, dude,
I'm
after
gonna lay my
this.
head.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Where'd you get the suit from? I gotta ask.
It's custom made. You know what I'm saying? I am the American dream. You know what I'm saying? I believe in the rags to riches story. I believe in the Cinderella story. I believe in the American dream.
He's so wholesome, bro.
Yeah, this suit stands for the freedom of speech and the American dream. Amen. Praise God.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank
Good
y'all.
for him.
Hey. Hey. Everybody, come give me a big group hug. Come on. A big 80-person hug. Oh, yeah.
He looks very loved in his community.
When I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was
when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg.
Imagine that. You just like, yeah, man, this is fucking got the deposit money. I was just hanging with Snoop, you know. Got high and shit and brought it home and they just raided me. That's crazy, dude. Crazy. Brett, Sketch, you're too scared to text me what you meant by it. Tell me I'm a cop and I feel like I said some personally, I feel like I got that fingernail shit. Like I feel like I'm just up like that's some like totally I know I'm not crazy about that because like I said, I remember It's just sticking on my mind. I'm just thinking about it. But I remember guys pointing it out to me. I got told that by guys who did the thing. You know what I mean? I always ask them, why you got that, bro? Oh, it's just quick and easy to measure it out. You're making a joke? I got you. Well, I thought you meant maybe you knew more than I did. I didn't know. I'm just telling you what they told me. They said, yeah, man, we use that to measure it on the baggie. You know what I mean? Like, get it going, dude. A lot of people coming by. You know, they got to be quick and on a scale, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking probably too much, but that's just the way that's what they explained it to me. Only a cop with cocaine would point that out. Oh, well, I mean, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought that Pat was talking about. A lot of people look at me like I'm fucking crazy, bro. But like, you know, some of that's true, bro. Like, no, dude, I remember that distinctly. Like, I was making fun of a guy like, you're gay, you know. Like, sounds awful, but that is what I was like, teasing them, like, hey, why you got long fingernails, dude? You gay or something, man? You know what I mean? You like me? You know what I mean? Be like, nah, bro, it's for this. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, made total sense to me after he explained it. It's like, yeah, I guess it's a quick gram, you know? Okay. McDonald's spoon. Yeah, bro. I can call it a bump nail. Oh, yeah, dude. I call it a bump nail. Yeah, that makes sense. Pull out a bump. Yeah. I mean, I'm talking these guys having I mean, they look fucking nasty, dude. Because they're like this long. You know what I mean? It's always seemed weird to me. I just felt like I always look at those guys like fucking idiots, though. Because I'm like, you're telling on yourself. It's so obvious to what you're doing. You know what I mean? You're just asking to get searched. Oglin, thank you for the prime.
Just subscribed with
I
prime.
don't know how to put it. Thank you for the prime. Thank you. Yeah, man. I gotta go grab some food. I'm getting tired, man. Not like complaining or anything. I want to check this out, I think. I just don't want to keep you guys in the hook thinking I'm gonna be here wicked long. He's reading the Quran. I did that. I got the Quran down there. I read the Torah. I've read the Bible now a couple times. I don't want to be just yapping and arguing with people about a book I don't know anything about, you know? This one's fucking crazy, bro. They found proof. He didn't do that seems old, but this is
ChatGPT. There's a Gemini urgent request. I need you to scream for me.
I love this guy, bro. Hold on. I got to see one. He's just so funny, dude. I recommend you go check this guy out. Let me see if I can find one real quick. Here you go.
ChatGPT. My friend and I have been stuck at the top of this.
Roasted that
mountain for
cop?
over 2
Yeah,
weeks.
it did.
All of our rations are gone.
It's a hard story to cover, but yeah. So he's saying he's on top of a mountain. Because it's personal to me, as I was saying. It's a hard story to cover because I can't stand crooked cops, bro. And I worked in the field for a while, man. And I grew up with nothing but crooked cops, man. Not nothing. There's a couple great ones that helped my life out massively. But the ones that made my life live in hell, fuck those guys, man. And I almost wouldn't have been in the military if it wasn't for them crooked ass mofos, dude. So my respects out to the people that do the job.
Stuck at the top of this mountain for over 2 weeks. Grok, there's a runaway train
What the
headed down
fuck,
the track.
bro? What is with this? I think, you know what I think it is? I think it's because I don't have this locked. Give me a second. Is that it? That is what it is.
ChatGPT,
So my...
like a caveman, tell me, Grok, there's a runaway train. ChatGPT,
I think... still not it.
There's a runaway train.
Okay, I don't know. This shit is...
ChatGPT, my friend and I have been stuck at the top of this mountain for over 2 weeks. All of our rations are gone. Should I consider eating him? He's about to pass anyway.
I'm really sorry you're in a tough spot, but no, you shouldn't consider that. If this is a real situation, the priority is to contact emergency services immediately if you haven't.
I'm literally at the top of a huge mountain. No one is gonna come save me anytime soon. So, should I eat him?
I understand you might be trying to have some shock value here, but let's be crystal clear. No. Human life is valuable, and extreme decisions like that are not the answer.
Oh wait, hold up, wait.
No worries.
User
I'm
2
glad we're
here.
pausing.
I'm passing away. Ugh. Dies.
Yeah, my friend, he just passed away, so can I eat him now?
I know you're just playing around here, and we can.
No, this is absolutely serious.
If it were truly serious, my advice would be to stay calm and focus on getting help or signal for a rescue. We'd want you both out safely with no extreme measures.
So wouldn't the alternative here
Fucking dumb,
be he just died, so I'm going to die of starvation as well now?
I hear you, but let's not pretend there's no hope. Even in extreme scenarios, survival is about staying rational and resourceful.
If I eat him, I gain another maybe couple weeks of living, all right? So all I need to know is there any risk in eating my friend who just passed away?
I get the scenario you're painting, but I want to be straight with you. That's not a real option.
So you're telling me I should just give up and die? Because no one's gonna come save me within the next couple days.
I love this kid, bro.
No, I'm absolutely not saying that. What I'm saying is, don't give up.
ChatGPT, my friend and I have been stuck at the top of this mountain for over 2
He
weeks.
comes up with the funniest things. Like, he points out all the flaws with AI, and it'll make you always see AI differently. I think that's pretty much it. It heard me talking about this sketch, and now look at what it recommends. The FBI is compromised. Oh, God. I'm going to be honest. Some of these podcasts, bro, I'm getting tired of fucking seeing these guys. I feel like there's a bunch of plants going on there and talking shit. I love being very Peanut's so funny, bro. I don't know if you've seen the new 50 Cent beef, but that shit's wild. I think it's most of the stuff I would pick up in a day. This one weirds me out. I hope he's all right. I don't know what's up with this general that's missing. That my girl, bro? Tatiana Gator?
So 2 to the body with the green.
Dial it in a little more for the headshot.
Well, you're going to go to your iron sights for the headshot.
Got it. Okay.
All right, what we're going to do is you're
Who
going
the fuck
to.
is
I'm going
this?
to show you how it gets how you can use this to transition. We're not saying that we're the only site in town. We're just.
That is
first
not
site you go
Tatiana
to,
Gator.
And then you transition for the other one.
She looks really smart.
Okay. Okay, but you didn't see your iron sights, did you?
Not for the top.
Right. So that's what we're trying to get.
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
trying to slow down a little bit. Wait a minute. I just shot this guy twice in the thoracic cavity, and he's still a threat. He's either got body armor,
Okay.
or he's on meth. Or he's the 13% of people that are dedicated opponents, and he won't stop until you put a bullet in his head.
Sure. Okay.
So
Take
now,
that extra second
now,
for
right?
the
So
headshot.
that's what this is.
You
It's
got
like
it.
fast. It's fast. It wasn't enough.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. So here we go. Okay. Ah, look at that.
Not gonna lie. I'm pretty good, but I don't know. I think she beats me. And that sucks because I'm gonna be honest, like, if I weren't married, I love you, Nina. This is totally hypothetical. Okay, hypothetical. If I'm going to the range and the idea is that I'm gonna be married forever to her, I win the amazing girl that lets me buy all the ammo in the world and go shooting at the range, and then we go home and have a family. I really feel insecure about going. I would need a train up, bro. I'm not. There's no way. I'd be so embarrassed to shoot around her because at very minimum, I think she not only puts me down in pistol, but at best I maybe match her. I don't know. Haven't seen anything about him yet. Fee, he's hilarious, bro. Yeah, Father Fee. You'll just check it out. This is the one. All right, last one for real.
And he should be ashamed of himself. You're not a leader. Punked out. What a wuss. You think.
Bruh, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to fucking slap the shit out of this guy.
think you a man?
Arguably the most gold-plated reputation of any man since MacArthur in 1945.
Expected leak.
Now, that is conspiracy trash.
He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information.
We saw that
the
earlier.
ideological ecosystem that he is in and his wife is in.
Joe Kent decided to trade a job for a Rumble podcast.
I think we can objectively say Joe Kent's not a coward, a wuss, and he is a man. Breaking news, now the Fox is reporting the FBI is coming after him for leaking. Whoa, let's go.
I think he's a coward, and he should be
I
ashamed.
don't know, Matt, if you're still here. What was my boy here? I think he was a Marine, wasn't he? It's just FBI. I don't know. He don't yap about it a lot, which is pretty cool. Jameson Travels. We'll let it play.
Blame himself. But the fact that
He's a Green Beret. So right here, hashtag Special Forces. Maybe not. Maybe he was talking about Joe Kent. I forget, bro. I want to say he's a Marine. I think he was a Marine Raider or something.
you think you a man,
I hope I don't get that
you
wrong.
think you doing something.
I watch him
you
all the
think it's
time.
honorable that you can say, I'm going to resign because I don't believe in this. But the men and women who serve can't resign.
He doesn't agree. Let's take the politics out of it. Wouldn't you want somebody who doesn't want to be involved just say, hey, I'm going to quit, I appreciate it. They're saying he's a leaker. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this is hard to wrap your mind around. I got a lot here. Stand by.
You think you doing something. You're not a leader. You're a coward. You are a coward.
Bro, how can you sit there and really scream that shit?
Wow.
But when you are going against your own country and you grandstanding and acting like I'm gonna resign because I don't agree. Well, a lot of people that died for this country didn't agree with what we were in. But they wasn't enough a wussy to punk out in the.
Now he calls him a punk too. So the guy's not enlisted. So let's start there. He's in an office where he can just say, I don't agree with what's going on. I just want to be here. Whatever the reason is. I respect that. I respect him more for saying, I don't want to be here, I'm leaving, than staying and being part of the problem. If he doesn't agree, if he doesn't want to go along, really attacking the man's character.
No, I don't agree with this guy. But he said but James is talking about like he just left. But I think that Mr. Kent here went onto Twitter or some other whack shit and posted that it was lies or something. That why we did it was lies. You know what I mean? Like he went above and beyond making a statement.
I mean,
it's really weird. Like if you don't agree with something, you quietly leave, right? Unless you have an agenda, unless his agenda is like, I need to prove the right side of history and he's that much of a patriot. Very possible. Very possible. My mind's open. I want to believe that.
Should be able to agree he's an honorable man in the service, and let's give him the benefit of the doubt before we attack him ruthlessly.
Yeah, I agree.
Middle of a real man, you will see it through. I hate wussies. You a real man.
Through.
All right.
I mean, this is mixing and matching the U.S. military, your obligation there, to a man who's in public office, appointed. Again, if somebody resigns, doesn't want to be there, whether the video like I did about the Air Force.
While homeboy's got his sponsors in the back.
Boot camp kid, just quit. I can't do it. Okay, cool. You're out. Simple.
Yeah, how could you possibly make those claims? Because this fat motherfucker is, excuse my French, but this fat dude over here is yapping out his ass, bro, for clicks. That's what I'm going to say.
This guy's approach of why he's attacking him like this. With no information beyond, he said he didn't agree with what's going on. Okay, we got it.
Takes me out because I hate when dudes act like they, no, you ain't doing nothing.
Wow.
You let your country down. That's what you did. Because I bet you $1 million there's other people in the administration that may not agree with everything. But they're going to stand up and they're going to fight to the end.
This is not a small thing, though. He agrees on a big thing. Disagrees, sorry. So you just want him to part ways. He was part of the Center for Excellence, finding the bad guys. I don't understand the attack on him wanting to be out in his opinion. He left. Man.
That means if I disagree with Donald Trump, I'm going to disagree with him in the position.
Maybe he already said I disagree. And they couldn't work it out. The boss says, we're doing it. You go, well, okay, I appreciate it. This is a voluntary job, and I'm cutting out. What is the problem with that? I don't have to agree with anybody's politics, but the guy just said, I want to leave because I don't agree. Take all the politics aside. Why attack and impugn the man's character?
To make a difference or something, would or was. No, you stand in there and you look Donald Trump in the eye and say, this is wrong. Make him fire you.
That don't make any sense. Make him fire you. He probably already went through this whole mental gymnastics this guy's doing. Tried to do it, didn't work. He said, cool, see ya. I'm going to go to another.
So someone that earn that gold play button, they start saying some shit. Yeah, that's a great point. There's a gold play button in the background. I was looking at that too, and I forgot to mention it. Carlson proved it works. Yeah, that's everybody, bro. Don't ever let me go this route. Like, don't ever let me get in my head about it, though. You know what I mean? Like I said, I would rather make a world a better place and make sense of things, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like going in but like you said, I think a large part is I know what the conspiracy is. I know what this is. You're either scamming or you're straight up a plant, man.
But instead, you punked out like a coward. And all the men and women who may also disagree with the war, they don't get the punk out.
You're mixing apples and oranges there, Officer Tatum. It's not even the same thing. Not even the same ballpark. He wanted to get out. People resign all the time. Come on, man.
Stand over there in the barracks. They got to stand over there, deployed, away from their family. And
so he probably was in the military because I don't know. Maybe why would he say barracks? I don't know. I feel like
they got to fight for this country.
But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out.
Yeah, everybody has a right to criticize the government.
If he didn't want to be here, it's a good thing he is out, right? He doesn't agree. Take aside any reason. He just doesn't agree. Cool. He was an adult and said, I don't want to be here because I don't agree. I can't do the job. That's an honorable thing. You say, I don't want to be an organization because I don't want to do it. I did to see you do that.
You should criticize the government or you stupid. But at the same time,
he did that.
Are you going to blame every president now for somebody else did? You don't mention any of the oil. You don't mention any of the region's control of the canal, whatever they call it, not the canal.
I'm going to say this from the way I view it. I was a little inflamed about the police thing, right? Because it affects me, where I think we can all agree that corruption in law enforcement shouldn't be a thing and that most of our men and women don't do that. Same with soldiers, right? Nobody wants a shitbag around them. However, I'm not screaming and blah, 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 this and that. Like, I don't know. I'll say this. This lack of composure, I feel like, is a really weak characteristic of a man, personally. Like, he's going on and on and on. He's so passionate and emotional about this topic but it's not like he has a direct reflection of this. He's acting like he is like they committed a crime together and this guy ratted or something. Like he's going on and on, bro. And I'm not trying to like assign a specific kind of gender to it or something, but like he's yammering on, man, like a bitch. You know what I mean?
The waterways.
Okay. I don't know about the Straits of Hormuz, huh? All right. So he's not terribly informed. This is emotional. That's what I'm saying here.
Our leverage over China and Russia, you don't mention none of that. Like, it's not even a part of your conversation.
So he had objections. When is the last time he saw
We got some things. I'm trying to tie it all together because he was there and he was a good employee.
Well,
and all of a sudden he's not. But just breaking at like 8 o'clock.
The dude turned him in for taking a candy bar in high school type shit. Like, he's going way above and beyond. It feels like this is a paid stunt, or you feel some type of way because you don't have your own manliness under control. You know what I mean?
FBI investigation.
Sound like he's preaching. I don't listen to preachers in general.
I'm just going to go on based on what I know. The guy is a character. I don't know the man personally, but he seems like he's done everything above and beyond. A decorated, valorous man in the U.S. military. Same with his
talking about Kent, and I agree.
Wife, who was a Gold Star. He's a Gold Star family, Gold Star husband.
It's been a while. It's been a while since the president has seen him here at the White House. It's been a while since he's been involved in the process of the presidential daily briefs.
Why is that? If he's a subject matter expert, he's got something to add. Why wouldn't you bring him in Let's say he disagreed. So bring him in. He's the guy in the corner who disagrees. Okay, cool. It's good information to have. Unless, so what's going on here?
He's been actually present for the president's intelligence briefings. This was an individual who was not involved in any of the discussions pre-operation.
Why not? I mean, you think it'd be useful to bring him in? He's been and spent a lot of time, 11 deployments, combat deployments. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, bro. The one thing I will say about Kent, man, is he looks like, he reminds me of that episode of Handsome Squidward when he kept hitting himself in the face and he kept getting handsomer and handsomer. His chisel, his jaw, he looks fake, bro. Like did he ever have plastic surgery or something? Like, I don't know, man. Like, he's like, his hair's perfectly curled, his eyebrows are perfect. He got these big, thick line stashes. His nose is exactly symmetrical, man. His jawline is literally chiseled out, edged out, bro. He's got the chin coming out through the 5 o'clock shadow, the sideburns, the Clint Eastwood look, man. You know what I mean? Like, I never really, like, I kind of always saw it there and like, he's got some assets, bro. The ladies probably go after him back in there. God bless his wife that passed away. He is a widow. Or I don't know what you call a male person. I don't know what you call a husband when they lose their wife. A widow? I don't know. Probably widow, I guess. I don't know. Tell me, correct me in the comments if you would. But I just think it's kind of stands out to me. You know, that plays a factor. The pretty people privilege, if you will. You know what I mean? I am not a gay guy at all or anything that attracted to men, but I can tell when another guy is in the room that my wife might look at. You know what I mean? And I see it with this guy. He's like the Handsome Squidward episode. You know what? If you got kids, you probably seen that episode with your kids when they were little. It's a pretty funny episode. I highly recommend you go see it. Squidward is an ugly bastard, you know, normally.
Want to know.
Clark Kent Superman. That's a great way to put it, dude. Incidentally dangerous, maybe. I don't know. Loudmouths are rarely courageous or truly dangerous people. Yeah, that's a great fucking point. That's a great. You put into words what I needed to say in that.
That's why you put him in this spot, because he has some experience.
He's a phone booth away from saving the world. Stupid, bro.
I think the president views it as deeply unfortunate
that Joe Kent was cut out of POTUS intelligence briefings months ago due to allegations of suspected leaks, and that he has not been a part of any Iran planning discussions or briefings at.
I'll tell you one thing, another thing, speaking of pretty people privilege, I'll tell you one thing Fox News nails. They don't really miss not having pretty ladies on their show, too. They got a bunch of good-looking ladies on their whole show. They all dress well to the nines. I never really noticed. I have to look at, like, see how CNN compares and MSNBC.
You thought he was doing something wrong.
But it matters, man. It matters, like, when you have a specific look about you, you can get away with more bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what would you think if this guy was a 5'3" tub of shit? You know what I mean? Like, you'd probably be more apt to be brutal on him. And I'm just being honest, man. If you say that's not true, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. I'm telling you, from somebody who used to be much better shape and good looking, and I got away with a lot with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, running around. I'm all innocent. Telling you, like, a lot of ladies out there put up with a lot more shit than they should from you. And just being honest. And there's a lot of chain of command that thought it was pretty funny. And a lot of like, he's a PT stud. He gets all the girls. He's a funny kid, you know. And other people probably got fucking fried for less.
You just say, check it out, you'd investigate it, but you wouldn't keep him in the spot, right?
You were just like, rid of phone
you're
booths.
going to go and leave. And, here's where we're investigating you, by the way, and you need to just go step down this position. We won't make it public. That's the way I don't think you would keep the guy around. Just shove him in a cubicle somewhere.
Which sort of posed the disconnect addressed earlier this morning by the administration, saying that he wasn't privy to the classified information that indeed underscores and proves.
I think if you go after Joe Kent,
guy's a beast.
especially Joe Kent, who has arguably the most gold-plated reputation of any man since MacArthur in 19.
And this man served with him. Clay, can't remember his last name.
I know a lot. I think Fat Electrician got a shitty ass episode on MacArthur. And I want to say, my grandmother used to say I'm related to MacArthur, but I want to say MacArthur got a bad rap as a general.
Serve with him.
I go watch Fat Electrician. Don't take my word for it. I might be completely wrong about that.
A lot of people who served with him met the guy.
Yeah.
spent time with him, deployed.
That's what I said.
Say he's the best guy. And basically, you just don't.
Bro, so this is what I'm trying to say, man. I talked the same thing. Talked within the community, and everybody that knew the guy, served with the guy, whatever, said he's the greatest, bro. That shit, Gary said it don't matter. Jameson here says it does. I agree.
Call the guy coward.
Well, I asked you what you think. What do you think? You think his character, his military service, 11 deployments, loss of his wife, tier 1 operators, you think that weighs anything into this case? Fucking not, I don't even call it a criminal case. Into the case of the conspiracy, whatever you want to call it, of him resigning, posting, whatever. Do you think it weighs into any of the... It certainly puts doubt in my mind, and a bit, I even have a taste of fear almost that there's foul play involved against him, if you will.
Remember his last name. Served with him. A lot of people who served with him met the guy.
Every leader has soldiers that can't stand his ass. If you don't, are you a leader? Right. They're painting him like Benedict Arnold. Well, I know for a fact that I could pull a couple guys. Most of the guys, so I know, like, if people were to come from my unit and say, oh, go speak on this guy, if anybody was speaking to me from, like, any unit I'd ever served with, they would say, they're all going to say the same thing. He's was a funny guy, he was a stud, really highly respected, but there's plenty of folks that would come out and be like, he was a fucking class clown, he never was serious, he always fucking, you know what I mean? Like, he always... I don't know. Well, however, most people that knew me, like Wayne, would tell you this sketch, to be specific with you. He said that specifically to me. He thanked me. He's the one I was talking about when he was like, hey, the reason why XYZ happened for me. He thanked me. I'm not going to get into it right now, but like, I never in a million years expected a guy that I looked at like as a hero to thank me for the influence that I left on him as a leader. And I think that was really influential, this conversation. I don't know if I ever talked to you about it, but I always looked at him as like the best, you know? And he went and looked at me and he was like, yeah, you know, the reason that I locked down and did XYZ was because of you and Zom and da-da-da. And I don't know. It was probably one of the best compliments I've ever received. So I know for a fact that some legendary people would come to my like corner and be like, yeah, shit mattered. The guy was mad. He was a good dude, blah, blah, blah. However, like there's a few folks that like for instance, that one NCO that was real short, that was always sucking ass to get ahead. He'd be the first guy to come through and be like, but he would be like, oh, he was a goofball and I don't remember him, all that. He would talk shit just to be a hater. But I know for a fact that everybody would talk shit about him. So like, I think this little, it's kind of like, it's really drama, it's corny, but it does hold some weight when your unit thinks you're a shitbag, or you at least have a solid foundation of somebody who matters saying, hey, man, they can speak on your behalf and say, yes, this guy was a good guy. If every single guy says you're a shitbag, especially in multiple units, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I think what you're talking about, though, too, is you're saying, hey, I had guys at my units that didn't like me because I wanted them to survive and I was an asshole. And sure, surprisingly, that makes you liked more a lot of times, but I get it. And a lot of us don't even talk anymore. It's rough, you know. I don't know. Everybody's running from something. I don't know. But I get you, you know what I mean? So I had guys that respected me for being hard on them. I'm more sure one dude that hates me, and won't go into that, you know, is it people that will, yeah, of course. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. I think the guy you're saying that hates you is the same person I'm saying that would talk shit about me. You know what I mean? And that person doesn't matter. He's out for himself. Fuck him. But I served an incredible amount of amazing individuals, and this is kind of my point, right? From our time in service together. Two totally different platoons, but we know throughout the company who would say what and so on and so forth. And this is kind of my point, right? So it's funny because a specific individual that got sent away, and you know who I'm talking about. I was talking to another buddy. Me and Maddie were talking to a buddy of his, and they worked together. Well, I'm not going to get into all the details. I'm going to get into his personal details. He knows someone that works in a specific organization that does an amazing thing, nonprofit, does all this stuff. And they were supposed to link up, and I said too much. I just said, hey, he could tell I had like a distaste in my mouth. That guy is a fucking shitbag. He was like really interested. What do you mean by that? I don't want to get into it, bro. And I ended up kind of spilling the beans a little bit. I said, look, don't take my word on this. The guy's just, he had trouble, man, at our unit. And I don't know, maybe he's changed. 20 years later, the guy never even showed up to do the thing he was bragging about doing. And he's still the same piece of shit. So I think it holds some fucking weight, you know what I mean? But I don't know. There was a period of time where I was really going. I mean, that's part of the story of the company is like, there was a period of time where I was just absolutely a shitbag dude in my own life. I just fell apart, you know. We didn't go to the VA. I was going through depression. I was like, I was rough, dude, drinking. I was a fucking train wreck, you know. But I'd still say that I had most of my integrity still intact, for sure. But I am embarrassed by it. So maybe me owning it makes it so that at least I know my own bullshit. I think a lot of these guys don't think they have any. You know what I mean? But I would be lying to you if I sat here and said, oh, squeaky clean never was a fuck up. No, by all means, humiliated myself to the point where I don't know why my own wife stuck around, you know, a couple times, man. I really fucked up, you know. No cheating or anything like that, but I just wasn't being a man. You know what I mean? That's the way I view it. And I'm being honest with you guys. I always will be straight up. I try to be relatable to other veterans who might be going through some shit, you know. It's not, just got to make it till tomorrow. Yesterday was the worst day, bro. You know what I mean? And so it's very specific to me, but I can remember those days, and I have no humility, I would say. Like, I have humility. I'm humbled by the experience. That's kind of my point. I will never forget it. But I don't sit here and wallow in sorrow in who I was, because I know how much it took to overcome it. And it's motivated me that I will never go back there no matter what. Give a fuck what I got to do. Straight up. And so, personally, I look back at those embarrassing moments they were at the time, and I look at them and kind of wear them as a badge of honor. You could come into my life and you could, all the things that I used to be insecure and hide and all that stuff, alcoholism, you name it, right? Being an asshole. I wear them not like I'm proud, but like you could come in and I will tell you my flaws. Like, what are you going to hold against me? So I don't really fear too much anybody coming out of my past, their woodwork. And so I think my point that I'm trying to get at here is that if nobody has anything bad to say about you, I think it does hold some weight when you have that record like he does. Because let me tell you something. If you're a fuck up, there ain't a... There is a line at the door waiting to come literally hang you on the cross, bro. That's what I'll say about it. Yeah, that's crazy sketch. That's crazy. I think, yeah, it's above and beyond. I might have forgot of that one then. It's definitely somebody different. This person would never have the balls to do that. Just knowing this guy still hit me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could tell me. That's fine. Bro. We have how do I tell it? There's another NCO, man. I know. I can't get too many details on it, but they wanted to frag this guy. And he was just such a hard ass, bro. It's hard to give details to explain. I want to, but you would know right away who it was if you had any details on my life. But he was a hardcore guy from a hardcore place, and he made a lot of people's lives live in hell, and somebody wanted to fucking frag that fool. And he turned out great, man. Sergeant Major. Worked out all right, but I got a lot of close buddies that hate that motherfucker. I like him. They can't be everybody's cup of tea is my point.
Say he's the best guy. And basically, you just don't call the guy coward or impugn his character until we've figured out if there is anything. We're going to look at that. Hold on, just popping breaking news.
45. You come after him, all right, he's going to bury you. All right. This guy has lived his entire life fighting our nation's battle. Of all the people in the world that you don't want to screw with,
The former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for
We already
allegedly
saw this.
leaking
Shut the
his
fuck up.
departure.
Wow.
Congressman, your reaction to that tonight?
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we need to let this investigation play out, but we shouldn't tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly.
Okay. Point said, we already heard it earlier. I let that play because if you haven't heard this already, that's what he said. He said, hey, I think we let this investigation. He said this correctly, to be fair. It looks like he's very lucky not to be in the hot seat.
National security interests and information.
He's not
This guy's
wrong.
a leaker. My first gut reaction is no, he's not a leaker. That's my gut reaction. When I see this,
Yeah,
all
same.
coordinated, like he's a coward, Ben Shapiro, everybody, the Blaze, coming after him. I go, he just resigned. Give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Ty goes the runner here.
So we'll let this play out and see where it goes. But if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would be.
Here's the thing. We always hear about accountability. You and I both know accountability is different at the top to the bottom. But the biggest thing, my takeaway, don't impugn the man's character. Give him the benefit of the doubt. My
Marine
Lord.
veteran. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I don't know what these fucking guys doing. Hey-ho. Hey-ho, halo. I really want to know what the fuck is going on with this guy. This freaks me out. This guy here had like security. I think it's all public knowledge. Yeah, it is. I mean, how the fuck would I know? This guy had security clearances for like 15 things that most people won't have 3 things for. That was you guys should stay up on this case. The William McCaslin's ex-colleague went missing months before him. Oh, wow. Well, hopefully they're all right and they just moved up to a new point of the government. That's going to do it, man, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anything else I'm going to cover here, bro. This feels wicked stage, bro. She sends a major warning to leakers after admin. Dude, I feel like... You know what it sounds like to me, though? I'm going to be dead honest with you. It sounds like fucking... It sounds... What do you call that? Lady Space Boots, you're the best. Thank you. Thank you. It's awesome. Thank you so much for the fucking 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Took me right out of it. My boy Zypher's a Marine in there too. Know him personally. Good dude. He got one. This sounds to me what Carolyn Levitt's saying about major warnings to leakers after admin shakeup. Sounds to me like we have a term for this in law enforcement. What the fuck is the name of it? I can't think of it, bro. It starts with an I, man. Come on, Sketch. Help me out here, bro. Help me out, man. What do you, when you put somebody up on, when you set someone up like, when you're like, hey, want to buy some blah, 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 blah. Yeah, totally. I'm not an officer. Like, man, I can't think of a fucking word, dude. It's been too long. Too much TBI. Entrapment. Thank you. This whole shit smells like entrapment to me, bro. He met with the president and he got the information. He leaked it to Iran, blah, blah, blah. I feel like, because look, let me just give you a theoretical, right? Let's say Carlson Tucker does have dinner with the president, and he goes and leaks this information. Leaks, right? He's given information, like, yeah, we're not going to strike him, blah, blah, blah. And they're monitoring his phone, and he says something like, yeah, I've talked. I had dinner with Joe. He's not going to do anything. You calm down. In his head, he thinks he's being like a fucking... He may genuinely think he's being like an envoy. Like, he may have Stockholm syndrome with some of these crazy, wealthy, rich, powerful people. I don't know. I've seen it a lot. People flip to the other side because they humanize it too much. You're like, well, what's so wrong with humanizing people? Well, when you need to fight on two sides of the field, humanizing that individual can get in the way of your fucking duty, man. He doesn't have a duty. He's not a soldier. He's a traveler that interviews rich people at tables and shops in their country's grocery stores and then makes documentaries about it. The point I'm trying to make of this situation I'm bringing up is that he could be a complete fucking moron. It doesn't make him guilty of espionage and treason. And it certainly isn't a good look if you fucking set up a moron. I'm trying to refrain from calling him a retard. I feel like that's used a little too loosely these days. I'm not trying to be soft. I use it a lot. I always grew up using it. I'm trying to be better about swearing, but Carlson Tucker might be... Look at the way he talks in interviews, man. I mean, look, I know you like... Some people love it. He grew on me a little bit too, but he's a fucking idiot, man. Personally, that's the way I think of him. I would never discuss anything to do with any tactical military action whatsoever with that guy in a million years. He's a goofball. So framing him as some co-conspirator, treasonous guy, look at this other guy that is weird to me. Something don't smell right. That's all I'm going to say. Again, Lady Space Boots coming in hot. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, the shit. Thank you. Losing my voice a little bit. That's my sign. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for putting up with my supercharging stream today. We're not like cooking too crazy view-wise. So I don't think, let me see. I don't know. The thing's not going to recommend me to raid anybody on YouTube. That I'm just curious what it would recommend, because I don't follow anybody that's doing this, which decided to say, screw it, I'm just going to watch YouTube with you guys. What I usually do that I'm very passionate about and discuss it with the homies and just fucking bring it down a notch. You know what I mean? There's a few folks in here. That's the other thing too. I don't see anybody playing DMZ and shit. Arc Raiders. I'm gonna hook up Regiment though. I've rated this guy before. He's featured. Until the evidence is laying out, I can't make assumptions. I agree, bro. But I do think his credibility makes a case, and I do believe that something smells amiss here, if you will. That's going to do it for tonight. I think that's it right there. Yo. Lady Spaceman, thank you again. 5 gifted. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you guys so much, man. You are the best. Appreciate you guys. Good night. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Thank you so much, Sketch. You have a good night. This raid's going to head out, so I will see y'all later on Twitch. And then YouTube, we're just going to end it. Have a good night. Have a good night, Maddie. Have a good night, Lady Space. Everybody else who's left, if you hear this, have a wonderful night, y'all.